I'm all kinds of bad when I drop on the beat. Taking down my hair, got your eyes on me. This lollipop is poppin', this lollipop is poppin', this lollipop is poppin', 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 poppin'.
This lollipop is
me.
folclórico. Oye, disculpa la tardanza y los dolores de cabeza, ¿sabes? Agradezco tu paciencia y esta gran oportunidad. Dile.
Ya tú ves,
¿Cómo?
siempre en la brega,
Ahí nada
dándole
más.
pecho a la vida, pa' que no me dé una pela.
Sí, señor. Chévere. Ya tú sabes que estamos toditos en las mismas, buscándonos el pan. Sube. Todos sabemos que en la vida se nace y es para luchar. Innumerables situaciones constantemente se presentan. Si en ocasiones no hay salida para un dilema remediar, hay que seguir buscando opciones que de inmediato no se encuentran. El juego está en pensar, planear, saber qué ficha mover para poder ganar la jugada. El bienestar está en poder saltar esa pared que nos impide una esperanza. Si algo nos desafía y nos quiere desintegrar, todo está en la perseverancia, triunfando con gran elegancia. El juego está en pensar, planear, saber qué ficha mover para poder ganar la jugada. El
aproveite!
O que é o Nintendo Switch Online? É se reconectar ou descobrir jogos nostálgicos. É jogar com seus amigos, mesmo que eles estejam do outro lado do mundo. Este é o Nintendo Switch Online.
Who are you? We are the shadows.
That serve the light.
The ocean's filled with new ships, but they all come from the same river. Greed. Power. Vengeance. We must learn to trust.
And follow the blade.
Together.
São Paulo é o maior polo de criatividade e negócios em games do Brasil. A cidade sabe do potencial econômico e humano deste setor. Por isso, apoia as empresas já consolidadas e fomenta o desenvolvimento de novos negócios, com programas de aceleração e financiamento. Seja um player também do principal hub de games e esportes da América Latina.
Eu trabalho sozinho, mas vou abrir uma exceção pra você.
Eu sou uma heroína do game e o Boticário tá comigo.
A água é a essência da vida. E transformar vidas é a nossa essência. Como? Com saneamento além do básico. Com água tratada. Com a recuperação do rio Tietê. Nossa missão é mais do que ser a melhor empresa de saneamento do mundo. É ser a melhor para o mundo. Ontem, hoje e sempre. Sabesp, nossa essência é transformar vidas. Governo do Estado. São Paulo, são todos.
Gift card com cashback? No Eurocar tem?
Tenha o seu e aproveite!
Good morning, Gamescom Latam. It's wonderful to be with you here on the Saturday morning. Early morning? Not so early, right? Just to start this wonderful day. We're gonna have loads of interesting things. This is, the biggest gaming event in the world, Gamescom Latam. And it's a pleasure to have you all here. Right, Ba? Absolutely. And are you aware this is the first time Gamescom is taking place in Latin America? Yep, and it's in Brazil. And we are making history in this event. Amazing, innit? Absolutely amazing. There's so much that has already happened, but the best yet to come. We have some very cool announcements that are going to be coming out. Can I give a spoiler? We're going to have Battle Royale, Honor of Kings, Fortnite, Elden Rings, and more. You'll all enjoy the speed runs we're going to have at this stage, and you'll see what the games are like that won the Big Festival 2024 awards. Remember that the popular vote categories are going to be taking place tomorrow, but you can cast your vote, doing your best to click as many times as you can to vote for them. I forgot to introduce myself, I'm sorry. Good morning, my name is Jussi de Leon, and I'm very happy to be here with you today. I too am very happy to be with you. I am Ba Gutierrez. Nice to meet you, Ba, nice to meet you, Jussi. I am Slovakia. If you haven't met me, I'm Slovakia, I say it again. And can we already make the announcements that we want to say? I am at Justidio, I'm at Ba Gutierrez, and I am House of Slovakia. These are our Instagram profiles. And if you're enjoying what you see, please tag us on social media. Please follow our official profile. But first and foremost, we need to thank our supporters and our sponsors. So thank you to all our partners. With approval from the Ministry of Culture and Culture Incentive Act, Gamescom Latam is sponsored by Banco do Brasil, Sabesp, and TNT. Support from Essence, Boticário, and Acer. B2B partnership with Abra Games, the Brazilian Association of Games Developers, through the Brazil Games Project, a partnership with Apex Brazil, Brazilian Export and Investment Promotion Agency, produced by Omelette & Co., Köln Messe, Gamescom Latam, Espacini, Department of Development and Labor of the City of São Paulo, São Paulo Association of the Friends of Arts, Department of Creative Industries, Economy and Culture of São Paulo, Paulo Gustavo Act, Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Development, Industry, Trade and Services, and the federal government. Whew. Isn't that a mouthful? So many names to name. All right, and it's a pleasure to invite our IGN buddies onto the stage now. Remember, this session is going to be in English, so make sure you get your translation radios.
From IGN US as well, but I think they're outside still.
I think so.
What? They're still outside? No. Do we have a camera outside? Perhaps? Do we have?
And what's up, everybody? IGN's so excited to be here at the first Gamescom Latam in Brazil.
That's right, I'm Brian Altano, that's Damon Hatfield, and in just a little while, we're going to be doing a fun, laid-back live show on the main stage. It's going to have games, interviews, it's all going down in just a few hours.
Hey, guys! You're already late. You're supposed to be on the stage right now.
Let's go! Okay, so we hit the stage, we get our interviews ready, we get our interview prep done, we get the trailers going, and...
It's Xenix. The new Brazilian handheld is right there.
We don't have time for that. We have to get to the booth right now. Damon! Dude, we gotta go. Oh, man, that's actually really cool.
Right? It's very light. Feels great. I'm into it.
We should get one. Oh, man, we gotta get going. Put it down. Run. Go.
Man, that Xenix is pretty cool. We gotta be sure to talk about it on our show.
Hold on. Is that Dragon Ball?
Yes, but we really don't have time for this. Brian! Dude, what are you doing?
Hercule is weak, man. It's sad.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for him.
Yeah, we gotta check out more of this game later.
But right now, we gotta go.
Oh, yeah! Okay, Dragon Ball looks awesome. Definitely have to get it on our show later.
Wait, I just got a whiff of an indie game.
We don't have time for that. Oh, I just caught wind of that too. Not again. Hey, is that a game about farts?
It sure is, Brian.
I bet it's gonna win IGN's Game of the Year. Hey, look, my brothers and Nintendo.
Hey, look, a fan.
Scoop. Hey, look, a giant head.
Hey, look, a hot dog panini.
Hey, look, it's the stage. Let's go.
Wait for me. We had some time to change our shirts too. I hope this is actually seen on the screens here. We couldn't see it on this monitor here, but oh, it's good to be here in Brazil, gamescom latam. For those of you, if you're watching at home streaming, the crowd in here is enormous. Brian, do you estimate 500,000 people are here?
Probably 10 million people.
10 million people are here.
It's
very
incredible.
well behaved and a quiet crowd, but a massive crowd.
That's true. There's nothing like it in the world. Woo! There they are.
Hey, we got some real crowds here.
Damon, what is going on, man? I'm so happy to be here.
I'm thrilled to be here, Brian. This is, I think, the third day of streaming for the show. Our second day.
That's right.
We were here all day yesterday. Let's maybe we can recap some highlights from yesterday from the show.
That's a really good idea.
We had, who do we have on here? Pawel Sasko, game director at CD PROJEKT RED.
That's right.
Worked on a little game called Cyberpunk 2077. Anyone play Cyberpunk in here? Yeah. Yeah, one person played Cyberpunk in here.
It's amazing that they were able to make a whole expansion to that game, considering only one person bought it. It's pretty crazy to think about. No, he gave us some great insight on all the roads that they worked on to get that game to where it needed to be. Yeah. The Phantom Liberty stuff, a little bit of Witcher 4, which I'm excited about. So I think that studio's in a really good spot right now.
They are in a really good spot, and now CD Projekt is kind of like done. And all eyes are on the next Witcher game.
Yeah.
The Witcher 4, it's going to be another trilogy, probably won't be called Witcher 4, but the bulk of their development team is now working on the next Witcher. It's 4 out of 627 developers at CD PROJEKT RED, 403 of them are working on The Witcher.
That's a very specific number.
Well, they shared that very specific number with us. That's why we know this. So about 65% of the whole team is working on the next Witcher. Don't know a lot about it, but we do know that it's probably not going to star Geralt.
You don't think so?
I don't think it is expected to star Geralt, because after Witcher 3, Geralt's story kind of neatly came to an end.
Yes.
I don't know, but are you interested in playing a Witcher game, even if you're not playing as Geralt?
I am. And I trust that team to make something really cool now. I think that, Cyberpunk was in a pretty rough start when it first launched, but they turned that story around really well. And The Witcher 4, I have a feeling they're going to be very diligent about making sure that that thing runs excellently at launch.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of more scrutiny than normal.
Yes.
When it comes time to release that game.
And it won't be coming to the PlayStation 4.
It will not be coming to the PlayStation 4.
So we don't have to worry about that system holding the vision of the team back like it did for Cyberpunk.
But if it comes to PlayStation 6, let me ask you this. Does it also come to PS5?
Ooh, that's a really good question, because I have a feeling that it'll be exclusive to the next generation after this generation. Yeah. I also think it's very far away. I don't think we're going to play that game for at least 5 years.
5 years?
Yes.
Wow. So 2029, say, even though The Witcher or Cyberpunk, they wrapped that up with Phantom Liberty in 2023, so you think there'll be 6 years in between the end of Cyberpunk and the next Witcher?
I do. I think it's...
I hope you're wrong.
I hope I'm wrong, too.
I don't often hope that you're wrong, Brian.
No, I hope I'm wrong, too. I would love to be able to play that, this fall.
This fall, there's going to be a lot to play. I'm going to be playing Star Wars Outlaws.
Yes.
I'm going to be playing Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Yep, both of them are at the Ubisoft booth here at gamescom latam. Huge pictures of them. You can actually pose with a sword from Assassin's Creed Shadows. Have you done that yet?
I have not done that yet. Do not touch the huge pictures like Brian has been touching the huge Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom picture. You're not supposed to touch the pictures,
huge pictures,
everybody.
Yeah. You can hold the sword, though.
One more thing I wanted to say about Witcher 4. Even though, let's say it stars Ciri, a lot of people are guessing it stars Ciri instead of Geralt. At the end of Witcher 3, Geralt, spoilers, He's alive.
Yeah.
So it's possible he could make an appearance, and I think that could be really cool.
I can't believe you spoiled that game to all 10 million people in attendance here today.
You think that was the biggest spoiler? What is the largest number of people who had something spoiled for them at once?
Well, do you want to like take over a whole stadium and then spoil the end of a video game?
Yeah, well, we could like buy out a stadium, invite everybody, and then just tell them what happens in Deadpool and Wolverine ahead of time. Set a world record for that.
Very
anyway,
mean.
I think, imagine the next Uncharted game.
Yes.
Let's say you don't play as Nathan Drake, but halfway through Nathan Drake shows up. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah,
and so they could do something like that with Geralt.
He's got white hair and a mustache.
Yep.
Takes over the Sully role. Yes. And he just yells, "No!"
Yep. All right, rest in peace, Sully.
In
this hypothetical next game. Okay, let's move on to some news items that popped up while we've been here over the week.
Yeah, there's been some big stuff this week. It's been awesome.
Capcom announced the Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster, or DRDR.
DRDR.
As it's being called. Interesting about this, Dead Rising, so an Xbox 360, an early Xbox 360 exclusive.
Yep.
That was supposed to, is a showcase for the hardware, just with how many zombies it could throw at you at once.
One of the first games designed for HD televisions in an era where most of us didn't have them. And if you remember, it was almost impossible to read that game. The text was
one of those games
so
where,
tiny.
There were a lot of complaints about the text was hard to read. And Capcom acknowledged it at the time, and eventually they were like, nope, sorry, there's nothing we can do.
Yeah, I have very fond memories of Dead Rising. Specifically, there was a trophy in that game that if you survived like 4 or 5 full days, you got the trophy. And the only way that I got it was you would stand on top of this little awning with just tons and tons of food, and the zombies couldn't reach you, and you would just sit up there eating snacks.
Stupid zombies.
Stupid zombies, they couldn't do it.
I have fond memories of that too. I believe that is the first Xbox 360 game I ever played.
Yes, same.
Because it was 2006, and I had just started at IGN, and I didn't have a 360 yet, but I'm in the office, and someone was playing in the office, and they were like, you want to check it out? And I was like, what is this back button? Why does this controller have a back button?
I loved being able to go into the toy store in that game and getting the Mega Man blaster, the arm cannon, and it would just shoot foam balls at zombies. It didn't really hurt them, but it was very fun.
It's funny, there's a lot of weapons in that game that aren't very useful, but they're for humor.
You could throw a juice at somebody's face in that game. That was great.
It's also, it's a little bit of a strange choice at the time, because it's from Capcom. Capcom already had a fairly well-known zombie series.
Yes.
But they didn't go with that. Their big first 360 game was a new zombie game where they had to invent a whole different lore and reason why the zombie outbreak was happening. And
no, totally. And it was fascinating because they injected a lot of humor in that game. Another thing they did was they said, hey, most players aren't going to be able to save everybody. So you won't be able to kill all the bosses. You won't be able to save every survivor. You're going to have to just do your best and then re-roll again. Play the game from the beginning.
Yeah. Had a time limit, so it's a kind of a sandbox game, but you had a time limit. You had to beat the game within 72 hours.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't unlock the truly open sandbox mode until you beat it that way a couple of times. It was ported to the Wii, which is interesting.
Chop till you drop.
Yeah. Never ported to PlayStation 3, which tells me their deal with Xbox must have been something like, port it anywhere you want, but this game can never come to PlayStation 3.
Yep. I remember the Wii version had 6 zombies on screen instead of 100.
Yeah. Okay, so Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster, no release date yet, but Capcom is having the Capcom Next on Monday.
That's right.
We should find out some more details then. Another news item this week, we've got Astrobot coming to PS5.
So excited for that
this summer, very excited. It's coming September 6th. It's a full, full-size 3D platformer, whereas Astro's Playroom, the pack-in for PS5, which was amazing.
Yes.
It's a little bit of a smaller, more modest package.
I need to point out that a lot of people don't know that if you own a PlayStation 5, there's a game on there called Astro's Playroom.
Who doesn't know that?
A lot of people don't know, and
Who
it's
doesn't
free,
know that?
and it's awesome, and you should play it. But yeah, I'm very excited for Astro to get a full-fledged platforming game. It's given me a lot of, Super Mario Odyssey vibes.
Yes.
It just looks incredibly smart and challenging, and also on a larger note, PlayStation I think needs games that work for all audiences, not just games where third-person dads have to save somebody from a horrible world.
That's me.
That's me too.
I mean, they have not just that then, along those lines, in their family-friendly lineup, they also have this Lego Horizon game coming later this year too. So it's like, they're kind of leaning into family games. But anyway, if anyone was wondering just how much bigger Astrobot will be than Astro's Playroom, we now know the file size. It's going to be 66 gigs versus 12 gigs for Astro's Playroom. So roughly 6 times the size of Astro's Playroom.
Damon, do you know the game Animal Well that came out this year?
Oh, I sure do, Brian.
Do you know that the icon for Animal Well on the homepage of Switch is a bigger file size than the game itself?
Oh,
I'm not kidding.
How is that possible?
It's a very big JPEG.
That tells me that Nintendo they need to optimize their icons on the Nintendo Switch. 80 levels in Astrobot, 6 galaxies, 300 bots, and over 150 cameos. I'm super excited for this game.
I know. I want to see the Bloodborne Hunter in there.
Yeah, that's going to be out September 6th. Okay, let's look ahead to today.
That's right.
Ryan, we're just getting started. We're lucky enough to be opening up the show here on the stage with our close personal friend, Pac-Man.
He's here.
We've been hogging the microphones this whole time. We haven't even allowed Pac-Man a single thing to say. What does he have to say? Thank you.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's good, Pac-Man. Okay, in a little bit, we're going to be looking at some indie games that are here on the show floor, and there are a lot of them.
Yes.
Over here at the Big Festival, which is right across the way, I mean, I think there's probably 100 games there, 100 indie games.
It's like a massive indie arcade. It keeps going and going. There's rows and rows of unique individual games made by small teams or individual developers. And they're all part of the Big Festival, which had its finalists last night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's one in particular that caught your nose.
That's right.
I believe.
It's called So Fart Away, and it is a puzzle game where you push your farts. And I don't know. Sometimes you got to be a 6-year-old and laugh at very silly humor like that.
We're looking at that there.
There it is.
He has some kind of a condition. Every time he eats spicy food,
he
flatulates. He can't help it. No shaming him. And you have to be strategic about in the order that you eat the food in order to exit the room, right?
Yes. And you can't block the door with your farts, which you shouldn't do in real life either.
Nope. Very inconsiderate. But over there in that same booth is legitimately one of the best games released this year is Balatro. If anybody hasn't played Balatro, it's the poker roguelike. It is amazing. It's incredible. It's like the game that I've played the most this year. I can't stop playing it, even though I like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Stellar Blade and Unicorn Overlord. I cannot stop playing Balatro.
I never thought you were like a card games guy, so that's really cool to hear.
Oh, I'm a super big card games guy. Not really a poker guy.
Right.
But Balatro it lets you break open poker and abuse all these different Joker cards, and you can you can win hand over hand after hand with just like a 2 pair. It's great. Balatro is legitimately amazing, and it's right over there. Okay, then later on, Nintendo is over there, Ubisoft is over there, and we're gonna be talking more about Nintendo and Ubisoft. Nintendo has a really big year. We kind of expect it to be the final year for the Switch. They've got the NES World Championships coming up. They've got a new Mario and Luigi game coming out later this year.
They've got a new Zelda game coming out this year.
Zelda game coming out in September, and Donkey Kong in early 2025. And then, of course, Ubisoft has Star Wars Outlaws and Assassin's Creed Shadows.
2 massive open world games that I'm incredibly excited for, coming out within a few months of each other.
At least they're like 3 months apart.
Yeah.
It's about the time it takes to finish one of those. And then, of course, Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. We've been teasing this a long time. We have a big sort of hands-on blowout that we'll be sharing with you right here on this very stage in just a little bit.
Yeah.
So that's what we have coming up. Please be excited for us on this very stage for the rest of the day. Now we're going to hand you off to one of our excellent hosts here for Gamescom Latam, and we will see you again in just a little bit. Let's go. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Yes. Yeah.
Millions of people.
That's the sound of 10 million people clapping. Woo! Scoop!
Thank you again to be here with us.
Yes.
Eles estão aqui de volta, estamos de volta, né? Agora a gente vai fazer o quê? A gente vai a fundo.
Okay, so we are back and we are going to get started at the journey stage. We have people talking about PUBG Mobile soon. We're going to talk about news for this Battle Royale. We also have an announcement for 2025 for the PMGO International Championship. By the way, should you have any questions, please send them our way with the QR code that we see on screen. This next panel will be held in English. So if you need simultaneous interpreting, please go get a radio receiver. We have simultaneous translation for everyone who's here. For the next 2 panels, we have so much amazing information to share with you. This is going to be really special. So a round of applause to our speakers from Tencent. Please come on stage.
Obrigado. Welcome.
You can sit.
Obrigado.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Good morning. I'm going to be switching to English.
Latam. And for you, everybody that is watching from home, welcome to Gamescom Latam as well. My name is Fernando Maza, but you can call me Maza. The only two people in the world that call me Fernando are my mom and my wife when they're really mad with me. So love you, mom, love your wife. And I'm here today to share like some really big news to everyone about PUBG Mobile. And I'm going to start first telling you what is PUBG Mobile. PUBG Mobile is a battle royale game. And a battle royale game, the easy way to explain to you is like you have like 100 people inside an airplane, you jump in an island, and the last one standing is the winner, or the last team standing is the winner. And about PUBG Mobile, which is like the OG of Battle Royale, we have like more than 1 billion accumulated downloads already, published over 200 countries and regions, and 50 million daily active users. We always like think about like a large scale. We are the first battle royale to have 100 players playing at the same time in our maps, and also we have the largest maps, 8x8, which help us to have like a huge immersive experience, and the players feel that they are the main character because of this. We also have like next level graphics with possibility for people to play with 120 hertz that before was only possible with PC games. And also the quality of the image is the same as the PC games, really realistic controls for a more simulation-like gameplay. And our game is hardcore. If you're a hardcore player, give it a try. We don't have, like in our ranked matches, we don't have aiming assist. You need to actually aim for real to take down your enemies in the game. And it is all about strategy. And that helps with the immersive experience as well. And let's talk about like I have like some notes here. I'm going to use my notes because we had like a lot of changes and new stuff like coming every day. This year, we have consistently upheld the gameplay philosophy with the message, anyone could be the one. And this philosophy is thinking as you play, you feel that you are the main character in the game. You feel the experience, and if you play using like headphones, your immersion is like even better because you really feels that you are on a real environment. And you can hear the steps of the other players, you can feel like the direction, the audio is amazing, the view is amazing as well. And in addition to that, with each new update, we introduced new kind of themes. And I have like the names here because it's different in Portuguese and English of the teams. So I'm going to say in Portuguese and English as well. So far, we have recently introduced Shadow Force, which is in Portuguese is Força Sombria. Sky High Spectacle, in Portuguese is Espetáculo Aéreo. And the current one available right now for you to play, it's Mecha Fusion. And in Portuguese is Fusão Mecha. And it is really fun. People are having like a great time with this new mode. But instead of me telling you, I'm going to show you so you can take a pic. Cool, right? Really nice. Woo-hoo! Great. Do you like James? Okay. And we are continuously updating our game. Every year, PUBG Mobile improve as a game, improve the experience for our players. If you compare PUBG Mobile from 5 years ago to the PUBG Mobile now, you see that how much we have improved, not only visually, but in the balance of the maps and in the gameplay experience, in the immersion for the players. And we constantly do those iterations every patch of the game, every new update. And we also collaborate with really important IPs. And like Blackpink, Spider-Man, and Arcane, and many others. And at this moment, if you like Goku, if you like Vegeta, you'll be able to play right now with those characters because we have like our partnership with Dragon Ball Super. And let's take a peek how it is. Nice. We also had like other partnerships with like Bruce Lee and Spy vs. Family as well. By the way, Bruce Lee is one of my favorite ones. Li Xiaolong is a really nice game. And okay, now that I told you already what is PUBG, what is a battle royale, how it works, some of the things that we have done in the past, I think everybody's curious here about the new stuff. Then let me show you what's coming next. Just for you that are not familiar with our updates, like every update of the game that we have like a new team, we use a number. Like we have like 3.0, then next update 3.1, and today I'm going to share not the next team, but the next 2 teams for the next 2 updates of PUBG Mobile. And I'm going to share the theme only. I'm not going to share much with you. I have like asked for, hey, can I have like more images, more videos? But then I said, no. Then you're going to spoil the experience of the players in game. So the next update, 3.4, it's going to be werewolf vampire transformations. Werewolf versus vampire. And in this new team, we're going to have werewolf versus vampire and vampire transformation skills. We have like new team areas with a castle and werewolf tribe and a new biological vehicle, warhorse. I asked if I can, when I saw this, I asked the devs, hey, can I have the warhorse in advance to test around, play during the game? And people said, Maza, no. You cannot have this before all the other players. And I said, just for 1 week. They said, no. And what about, let me show to the people at Gamescom. And they said, no, you cannot. Stop insisting, Maza. And okay, then I said, okay, we're moving to the next. And the next, the version 3.5, is going to be the Frozen team. And if it is as fun as last year, it will be amazing. I really hope that we have like a snowball fights in the game. It's going to be like really nice if we have that again. And again, I insisted, can I have a video? Can I have more information to share to the people? And then people said, Maza, no, that's it, and it's good enough. Then I made a sad face. It was supposed to stop here. And then the dev said, okay, he said, we kind of like him. Let's give more things for him to show. And I have like more for you. And it's about classic gameplay upgrade, which I think like all PUBG Mobile players globally will be really excited about this. And let's go on, we're going to have like a new transfer mechanism working in the game. For you to understand what is a transfer mechanism, it's not about like transfer money or nothing like this. It's like we have like today in the game like a zip line. You can transfer from point A to point B, and that makes a lot more fun to work. And if you can see in the picture here, we're doing this like instead of from one side to another, it's up and down, down and up, which is going to be really, really exciting. And then when I saw the dual-wield weapon, this one, it's amazing. It's the first time we don't have this. We never had like a dual-wield weapon in PUBG Mobile. And when I saw this, I asked again, can I have this now and play? I can test for you, for everybody to see if it's good until the day of the launch. And then they got like say, Maza, no, you cannot have the weapons before the launch. I kept insisting again. They said, no, you're not having, and they said, if you ask again, we're going to turn off the call and not talk to you anymore. Then I made a sad face again. And I start crying in the call. And then they said, okay. And they made me an amazing surprise. It was supposed to end here, my part. But they gave me another surprise. And it is the upcoming IP collaboration. Let me know now. Anybody here that likes fast cars, please raise your hand. And who likes super fast cars? What I'm going to show you now, it is our next IP collaboration. And it is fast, really fast. So prepare your phones, take pictures, make movies, because it's going to be fast and you need to watch in slow motion, because it is really fast. Let's take a look. Are you ready? Ready? Okay. Told you? I told you that it was going to be fast. It was really fast. Who knows which car it is? Who knows? Don't scream the name of the car. Just raise your hand. Don't spoiler for people at home. Let's see. Like, tag me on Instagram and say, hey, I know the name of the car. And, well, and this is my part. I hope that you enjoy really much. I'm really excited about this. I don't know about you, but I'm like thrilled about this. And I asked about the car as well, but you know the answer already. And I have a pleasure to now have like James here, that he's here with me. Whoops. James is the Senior Director of Global Esports Center, and he have like some really exciting news to share with everyone as well. Thank you. Thank you, James.
Hello. Thanks for introduction, Macha. And wow, that was the shortest and the most impressive introduction about our collaboration ever. Yeah, I also want to have one. So, hello, PUBG Mobile fans in Brazil and in the world. I'm James Yang, Senior Director of Global Esports Center, Level Infinite. And I'm here today to share very exciting information and new announcement about PUBG Mobile Esports. So, we have been building our global esports ecosystem since 2018. Already 6 years passed. Every year we made very impressive progress. And this year, we have one more global event named PUBG Mobile Global Open 2024. That happened in Brazil, this place, 3 months ago. It was so exciting. And the upcoming global event will be PUBG Mobile World Cup in Esports World Cup. That will happen in July. And also, you will see a lot of information today I will share. And at the end of the year, December, there will be PUBG Mobile Global Championship in London, in UK. So this is our top layer of a global event. And also there are pro leagues happening in offline in 4 different seasons. So PMSL Americas, PMSL South Asia, PMSL Central, and Southeast Asia, and also PMSL Americas. So there are 4 PMSLs happening offline. And also there are a lot of grassroots tournaments and third-party events happening. So before sharing all the new information and exciting announcement, I'd like to recall your memory what happened in PMGO Brazil this year, 3 months ago. Let's see the video.
2024 PMGO Brazil now in the main.
Using what cover they can, and he catches him from the outside.
PMGO champion is
I can still feel that passion, that emotion, that excitement, that heat happen in this Brazil. And I can say, Brazil audience, one of the most passionate audiences I ever seen. So it was so nice to have this event in Brazil. So that happened, and now I want to share more information about the upcoming global event, PUBG Mobile World Cup in Esports World Cup. So this is the first time we hold as a PUBG Mobile World Cup. Previously it was PUBG Mobile Invitational, and now it's rebranded as PUBG Mobile World Cup. As you see, the new brand new trophy with the cross and the globe, and it's really showing the concept of a World Cup. And there are so many bunch of things you can enjoy in the game and in the tournament. So that dedicated skins and items, everything are waiting for you. All detailed information will be shared in our social soon. This event will happen 19th to 28th in July, a month later. And there will be a group stage and survival stage from 19th to 24th July. And the main stage will be 26th to 29th of 8th of July. So I hope you can see more Brazil teams in this PMWC. Then let's see who will play this PMWC. There are 24 teams grouped by 3 as red and green and yellow. And I think you can naturally see where is our Brazil team. So there is a Team Liquid. It's a first time Team Liquid joining to global event. And also there is A7. And as you all know, A7 is the #1 team in PUBG Mobile Global Power Rankings. And also very strong team, Inco Esports. So there are 3 teams from Brazil will fight in PMWC. That means in group stage, 18th to 26th, you will see Brazil team gameplay every day. So please keep your eyes on this event, stay tuned, and please cheer your Brazil team to have a better performance. And among these 24 teams, 12 teams will go to the main stage. And the bottom 12 teams will have another stage as a survival stage. And 4 wildcard teams will come and play for remaining 4 slots. There will be another Brazil team. The Twisted Mind Brazil will also play in survival stage. This is one of the most competitive structure of esports game we ever made. So I'm so excited. I'm so expecting the great event happening in Riyadh, Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, upcoming months. And it's a really honor. PUBG Mobile is nominated by Esports Award for Esports Game of the Year and Mobile Esports Game of the Year. Woo! 2 titles, the best one. So we need your help.
Vote, please.
Vote,
Please.
vote.
Galera, vota em casa. Vamos lá.
Please vote us. Please let us win this tournament, in this award. And we'll do even better, more to make our esports to grow. Okay, now it's a time to announce the exclusive information for Gamescom Latam. We never announced this before. And the reason why we decided to announce this in Gamescom Latam in Brazil, because it's related to next year PMGO. This year, as mentioned several times, the PMGO happened in Brazil. And here, Brazil, I'd like to announce the next year country for PMGO 2025, and it will be Uzbekistan. Woohoo! This is one of the biggest countries in Central Asia, and it's the first time for us to hold a global event in Central Asia. So all the players in Central Asia and Uzbekistan, please be ready. Please make your team. You can also have a chance to stand on the very best stage of the global event, like Brazil players did in this year. That's all information I have today, and I'm so happy to come back to Brazil this time. I really enjoyed the barbecue yesterday with Matcha together. And really it's time to pass over to Matcha and be ready for answering the question.
I heard that Barbara has some questions to us, and she's going to join us here. But before that, before the questions, no, you can come, Barbara. Don't worry. I just want to make a comment that I just realized now that is a good sign. Brazil teams are in the green and yellow groups.
Oh.
So this may be a sign that green and yellow, Brazilian colors.
Nice.
We are in the groups with the Brazilian colors.
Perhaps the title will come.
Yeah, maybe it's this time.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. That was amazing. Such nice additions to the game, and announcing this here at Gamescom Latam. Thank you so much for this. This is so special for us.
It's really nice. Do you want to sit down? How do you do this?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, please take a seat.
Yeah, so we have a couple of questions. The first one is, what is the importance of Brazil in the PUBG Mobile esports scene?
Oh, it's about esports question. Simply, Brazil is one of the most important regions for us because there are 3 regions. Firstly, PUBG Mobile itself is very popular in this country, and I think considering overall population, there's even bigger potential to be even more popular than now. So because of the popularity of the game, Brazil is important. And second, overall esports ecosystem and the infrastructure. That's the reason why even we could hold this big global event in Brazil, so that esports industry and esports ecosystem, esports fans are all necessary to make this Brazil to be important for us. And finally, as I mentioned, the audience is passionate. As I mentioned, Brazil audience is really passionate audiences, so that all these 3 is making Brazil to be obviously one of the most important countries for us.
Brazil loves PUBG for sure, seriously. Thank you for this. So the second question is, after 6 years since its release, is PUBG Mobile still growing in our region?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
And I think we can see this on esports numbers. It shows we had PMGO early this year, and we had a record in audience already. And now we just had PMSL now, and we beat the record of PMGO. That was a global tournament happening here.
Seriously?
And PMSL is just Americas. And next semester, we have another edition of PMSL going on here in Brazil as well. So let's go for another record as well. And the community is really passionate about PUBG Mobile and really supporting us. And all of this is only possible because of the love of our players and fans. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. But your work is impressive as well. Well, what is the secret for PUBG Mobile still remaining strong after 6 years of the release?
It's always improving our game. Like I show in the presentation, constantly doing interactions in each team, each version of the game, improve the experience for the players, bring new experiences, work with have a great collaborations, like with Bruce Lee, Blackpink. We even have a virtual concert inside the game with Blackpink. So we are always pursuing to improve the experience of our players in the game, like when they are playing, in the lobby, when they are not playing as well. We're always seeking to provide a better and better experience for them ever.
You have collaborations for all of the profiles, right? All of different profiles. I love this. So the fourth one is, what can we expect for the upcoming collaborations of PUBG Mobile? Will we have any big names like we did with Dragon Ball? Oh, I love Dragon Ball.
Well, I asked if I could share more than what I share in the presentation. I think if you watch, you know the answer. They said no to me. I cannot share more. I already share. It was supposed to share 2 items, and I have share 5 new global items with all of you in the first hand globally here in Brazil. So we will have, but I cannot tell you what it is.
For now.
For now.
Perhaps gamescom Latam 2025.
Maybe.
Perhaps. Who knows? Okay, so the last one is, can we expect localized content for Brazil and Latin in the future, such as themed events, local skins, among others? This is so important, right?
We are always working on localized content. And by localized content, I don't mean translating. It's also content that makes the player feel oh, they did this for me. They were thinking about me here in Brazil. They were thinking about me there in Mexico. They were thinking about me in Thailand. So we're always working to create content tailored for each country and region that we have our game. So yes, of course, any opportunity that we have, we'll take this opportunity to bring even more awesome content for our players.
This is so special for the Brazilian audience and the Latin American audience as well. So thank you so much for this, seriously.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you so much for your presence for this. This is super important for us, guys. This is basically a new thing, so thank you again for this.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Vote for PUBG Mobile. And dev team, please don't kill me. I was playing around. I love you guys. You were amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. You can leave the mics here. Yeah, thank you so much. You can leave there. Thank you so much. A round of applause, please, for these amazing guys. That was so amazing. This is so important for us. This is the first Gamescom Latam, and we have such an amazing announcements. So, right now, we're going to... Well, já posso mandar em português, produção?
Okay, and we are back to Portuguese with Barbara on the main stage. Translation into English. So let's welcome our friends from IGN Brazil. Are they here already? Well, if not, meanwhile, let me remind you to please follow us on social media. We need to show our support. Please follow us on Instagram, tag everyone. That is super important. And also, remember that we have a lot of games for you to play. We have a ton of content for every taste. Now, help me welcome to the stage IGN Brazil. Hey, you can feel at home, you know, right? Okay, so I think we can sit right here. How's my big family? Benezi, Enrico Carnevali, and we are here with our very special guests. Please introduce yourselves. I'm Vinicius, and I'm Milena. And today they are here with these pretty smiles on their faces, but we are going to wipe those smiles away because they're going to compete on a games and franchise studios quiz. It's going to include everything. Are you ready? Yeah, I was born ready. I heard that someone wants to crush someone else. Yes, Milena is gonna crush me, I think. He's being very humble, isn't it? Quite competitive. Okay, and we are going to be with here today all day long and also Sunday with plenty of quiz, activations. So, should we start? Okay, who wants to start? We can do paper, rock, and scissors. Ties, many ties. They are really a synced couple. It's unbelievable. Okay, you won. Okay, let's do it. Can you ask him the first question? Yes, sure. Let me cherry pick a very nice one. Okay. What was the very first Call of Duty that had the zombie module? Black Ops? B. World at War? Modern Warfare? Or Call of Duty 3? World at War. And you are right. You nailed it. I forgot the other three options. Yeah, he wasn't even waiting for you to finish. He knew the answer right off the bat. Okay, now I'm gonna give you an easy one. Okay, Milena, what game won the Game of the Year award in 2021? Resident Evil Village? B. Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart? It Takes Two? I'll go for B. Okay, so A, Resident Evil Village. B, Ratchet and Clank. C, Deathloop. Or D, It Takes Two. B. B for ball. Are you sure? Oh, you're wrong. Now over to you then. Maybe you can answer it. But it was only the best indie game. No, it was the Game of the Year. Oh, my bad. And I thought it was an easy one, Milena. Okay, never mind. Do you appreciate Mortal Kombat, sir? Yeah, very much so. So, okay, let's go for this one. In what game of the Silent Hill franchise we had the Pyramid Hedge? Silent Hill, B. Silent Hill 3, C. Silent Hill, Homecoming, or D. Silent Hill 2? Pyramid Head. I'm gonna say Silent Hill 2. Okay. Why? Why are we going to guess D? Well, it is a new game. It's being redone now, and this is an iconic character. And I think it's been around for a while. And you were right. 2-0 over Milena. Milena, come on. Come on, girl. You can do it. Okay, another easy peasy for you. Okay, what is the most famous game when we play football, soccer with cars? Turbo Soccer, Rocket League, Disney Speedstorm, or Crash Team Race Nitro Fuel? Soccer played with cars. Rocket League. Yeah. You did it. To save face, this one, right? The next one is a bit more complicated, okay? Guys, I'm trying to imagine something that is going to be hard for him so I can help Milena. Okay, Xbox. Do you dig Xbox? Yeah, kind of. Okay, so let's try Xbox. Okay, what games from the Gears series are not, don't have as a protagonist Marcus Phoenix? Judgment, Gears 5, Gear 5 and 3, Gears 5 and 3, Gears 1 and Judgment, or Gears 2 and 3. So which of these don't have Marcus Phoenix as the protagonist? B, Gears 5 and 3. Oh, finally you got one wrong. Yeah, it was a curved ball, you know. Judgment and Gears 5. But he got it half right. Well, we're not going to give you a half point. Yeah, I knew that Gears 5 was the right answer, so... Okay. Now, what's the name of the biggest villain of Zelda? Ganondorf, Majora, Calamity, or Dark Link? You can look at the audience, you know. The people are dying. They are on the edge of their seats to give you the right answer. I'm gonna guess. I think it's Calamity. Calamity. Are you sure? No, I'm not. I'm gonna go for it anyway. What do you think? No, it is wrong. The biggest villain of the Zelda franchise is Ganondorf. But we have Calamity Ganon, but no, that was not the answer. So 2-1 for Lucas. But we're gonna get there, no worries. Okay, now let's... Crash Bandicoot. What was the original developer of Crash? Toys for Bob, B, Treyarch, Naughty Dog, and D, Insomniac. C, Naughty Dog. Do you like Crash Bandicoot? Are you a fan? Yeah. Yeah, I love it. I used to play it on Play 1. Do you like to study? He takes everything so seriously. Yeah, I love to study. Do you like potato? Do you like potatoes? Potatoes. Yeah, I'm just teasing you. The answer is Naughty Dog. 3-1 for my brother. Well, you have the 1 point, Milena. Okay, 3-1 is not so bad. Right? It's kind of decent. Okay, this is just, you know, to jog your memories, do some math. What year was released PlayStation 4 and Xbox One? A, 2012, B, 2013, C, 2014, or D, 2015? Okay, do the math. I'm gonna guess option C. So 2014? Because Play 5 was 2020. Oh, you were off 1 year. It was 2013, Milena. Oh, it wasn't. But you're still in the game, okay? Yeah, I'm just throwing him all of the franchises, all of the curvy balls to try and help you. Which of these is not a name of a Dead by Daylight killer? Nah, he doesn't know that. I can see on his face. 1, clone. 2, Pharaoh. 3, the night. Or D, singularity. Which of these is not the name of a Dead by Daylight killer? B, Pharaoh. It's getting more complex because again he got it right. We have 4-1. Milena, things are not looking very bright for you. Okay, which of these MOBAs has a character named Timo? Smite, Dota 2, Paragon, or League of Legends? Milena, would you like to ask for some help from the audience? We have some fellas in the audience that seem to be dying to help you, so. What's her name? Maria Eduarda. What do you think is the answer? Should I give the answer right off the bat? League of Legends. It has a character named Timo. The LoL fans are all around, right? Okay, well, we did try. But it was a closer call than what Lucas said. He said he was going to crush you, but, you know, 4-2, not so bad. We are not going to disclose it, but you are both going to get the prizes, okay? So you will not leave here empty-handed, Milena. And we will be back very soon. More quizzes. 4-2. Congrats, Lucas. Okay, guys. See you soon. Big hug to everyone. Thanks, Lucas and Milena. Hey, guys. It's amazing to have the IGN guys here with us, and we are back. Ooh, and you guys are promising gifts from IGN Brazil. Guys, are you enjoying the event? Huh? Come on, guys. Let's keep it up. Guys, if you're really liking this event, please do register the best moments and tag us, Gamescom Latam. Tag just CJ, Barbara, and myself, because we want to keep tabs on you and everything that you're doing. Yeah, that's how I like it. Okay, so this is a moment for the Honor of Kings fans, and I hope that you guys are as excited as I am. We know a bit of what's coming, and we are going to do some first-hand announcements of Honor of Kings, the most played mobile in the world, so we're going to know more info about its participation on the Esports World Cup 2024. So, it is my pleasure to welcome back to the stage Fernando Maza and Junio. Big hand for them, guys. They are almost here. They are bringing us news.
Hello again. For the people that is here at Gamescom, hello again. My name is Fernando Maza. I'm going to but everybody knows that everyone calls me Maza. I am responsible for Level Infinite here in Brazil. And it's an honor and a pleasure to be with all of you here in Brazil and the whole Latam, like all over the world. Good morning, bom dia, buenos dias. And for my brothers in China, wan chang hao to everyone. I have like really exciting news to everyone here today about Honor of Kings. But before I start with the news, let me share the agenda. We're going to talk about like a introduction to Honor of Kings, product announcements, then James is going to talk about really exciting things about esports and partnership programs. First of all, what is Honor of Kings? Honor of Kings is a MOBA. MOBA is a game that requires like a 5 versus 5 players that you play in a map, that you have like 3 different lanes, and each player have a different role. And Honor of Kings, in my opinion, it's one of the most well-balanced MOBAs out there in the market. It's all about team play. If you don't play as a team, it's really hard for one player to carry the rest of the team. So you must play together with your team, and even the support role can be the MVP in our game. And also, Honor of Kings is the most played MOBA game in the world, and this before the global launch. And last week, we have launched Honor of Kings globally in more than 100 countries. And everybody is super excited about this already. And I have like a really nice stuff to share with you now. But talking about Honor of Kings, a few numbers to share with you. We have like more than 200 million registered players, 100 million daily active users. Now, probably it's more now because we just launched globally. And 70%, it's the top one amongst all mobile games in China with a brand awareness of 70%. When I was in China, there was like, it's amazing. Like I can see like many different like stores, products, etc. I'm going to share more with you in the next slides for you to take a look. And it's the top grossing mobile game in the world as well. And let's talk about the characters. Honor of Kings draw inspiration from diverse cultural origins worldwide. Oh, I can see that they made a surprise for me. They put like Luara in this presentation. This character is really special. I'll leave Luara for the last. But let's see, I'm not going to talk about like all the characters here, but I'm going to share a little bit about each one. I think like Marco Polo, like the Italian guy that really famous back in the day, discovered a lot of stuff. I think we all know him. Athena is a Greek goddess, so the goddess of war, and really famous in many different stories, but it's from the Greek mythology as well. And we have like many characters in Honor of Kings that are inspired on real characters from Chinese history, which is the case of Lu Bu and Diao Shan here. For those that don't know, and I'm in love with this story of Lu Bu and Diao Shan, they actually existed in real life, and they also characters in one of the most popular literature works in China, which is the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. And their stories is amazing. Lu Bu, first thing, he's like the most badass warrior ever. I don't know if I can say badass, sorry. But the guy is like, for 1 versus 1, impossible. He fought like in one episode of the book, he's fighting like they send Zhang Fei to fight with Lu Bu. Then Zhang Fei start fighting with Lu Bu, and then they said, maybe it's better to send another one. Then Guan Yu goes to fight with him together with Zhang Fei. Then Liu Bei said, those two guys who are in trouble, I'm going there as well. the thing is, those 3 guys that I mentioned are legendary warriors, and even the 3 of them were not able to defeat Lu Bu in the battlefield in that fight. So this is for you to understand how powerful this guy was. And the thing is, on Honor of Kings, our dev team, they pay attention on every detail about the characters. In the case of Lu Bu, when you defeat Lu Bu in the game, he do not lay down in the floor. He bend the knee to show how powerful he was. And Diao Shan, her beauty, people said that the beauty of Diao Shan could crumble kingdoms. And she actually crumbled an empire in the story because of the love of Lu Bu with Diao Shan. Musashi here is like one of the most famous samurais on Japanese history as well. He's the one that created the style of fighting with 2 swords. And Luara, why Luara is so special? Luara is the first global character of Honor of Kings. She was launched to celebrate the global launch. And Luara was inspired in the Latin woman. She's strong, versatile, beautiful as well. And her powers, her skills, also she have a connection with our folklore here. And she have like the spirit of Boitata. And we had the chance to support, the teams globally had the chance to support on the development of Luara, and it was like a really exciting for all of us. And what about the music of Honor of Kings? We have like an amazing music, like Hans Zimmer. For those of you that don't know Hans Zimmer, soundtrack, like the score music for Lion King, Pirates of Caribbean, Inception, and many others. Joe Hisashi, some of like the most famous anime movies, like House of Moving Castle, Spirited Away, Howard Shore, Tolkien, Lord of the Rings. I don't need to say more. Alexandre Desplat, The Queen, and Ramin make like a passive ring that is like a really strong score for movie, and Iron Man. And Honor of Kings have like many awards on the music for the game. And also the care for the voiceover. We always have like a really passion and care when we do the localization and voiceover for the characters. And we pay attention on each and every detail when we go there. So we always choose like voiceover actors that the community will feel represented. So we have like Beto Castillo for Spanish, like Wendell Bezerra for Brazilian Portuguese as well. And in each country and region, we handpick the voiceover actor to represent best our players and community. Now, I'm not going to talk about esports, but I'm going to give just a glimpse here. Honor of Kings is the top mobile esports IP in the world, and for esports players to build successful careers. And one of the most, if not the most viewed esports globally. This picture here that you can see is from KPL. And we sold out more than 10,000 tickets in about 30 minutes. This is how passionate our players are about Honor of Kings. And we have like an IP system consisting in various forms, like a film, television, universal thematic teams, musicals, animation, and comics. Hey, Netflix, Amazon Prime, we have animations. Come talk to me. and spin-off games, music, variety shows, ice engraving. Ice engraving artists also come talk to me as well. We can make something together, and much more. And whoops. Okay, and just a showcase of previous partnerships. We have like a really nice partnership with SNK, which is super popular in Latin America, and it is a Japanese brand IP as well. And like another example is Bruce Lee, Li Xiaolong, which is amazing. Like one of my favorite skins. I'm a big fan of Li Xiaolong. And regarding like collaborations, Sprite, Adidas, Honor of Kings Mac, Honor of Kings Gillette. Oh, I brought a Gillette, but I forgot in my backpack to show to you. But I'll post in my Instagram later. But let me tell you a story of the Mac partnership. We have launched in China a line of lipsticks of the brand Mac. And it sold out in about 2 hours. So it is fast. Oh, thank you. I don't know, which camera can I show this? This is the Gillette of like a Honor of Kings. This is available in all drugstores in China. And Gillette, please, I want my favorite character here in Brazil as well. And I bet the players all over the world, they want their characters as well. This is really, really nice. Thank you, Fabio. Thank you, for sure. So, as I was saying, our Mac collaboration sold out in 2 hours. So, the only thing that we sell faster than lipsticks is tickets for esports. So, that we sold out in 30 minutes. So, this is really amazing. Like, people here in the audience is crazy with Gillette. I want that back, okay? It's not for you. I want the Gillette back. Okay. Let's go to, oh, I ran out of battery. So I'm going to ask the production to help me out with to go to the next slides. So let me check what is coming next. Let's move to the next slide, please. Okay. Our launch timeline for Honor of Kings. Honor of Kings will launch in 2015 in China. In March 2023, Brazil had the honor to be the first country to launch Honor of Kings outside China. And on February, we roll out like a pre-launch, like a warm-up for the global launch, launching in Turkey, Arabic-speaking regions, and CIS region as well. And last week, thank you, last week, we just launched Honor of Kings in more than 100 countries worldwide. So everybody is like super excited with this launch. Our players are crazy about this, and we all are also really humble and excited about having Honor of Kings globally. I have a new remote here. Let's go to the next. I talk a little bit about localization, but let me talk more about what is localization for Honor of Kings. Localization to us, it's much more than just translating to the local language. It's to understand the culture, is to use the local history and local people as well. As I said, Lu Bu example, like we understand who was Lu Bu, how important he was, and how important he is, and all the other characters. And we had the care to, when Lu Bu loses a fight, he just bend the knee to respect the character. We had like in our skins, we created like a skin, Mayene Capoeirista, representing the capoeira for Brazil. So it's something that we had to share and work together with the dev team. about local culture, local history, local people. And this happens everywhere in the world. Each country and region, we have the same love for what we do. And talking about Mari Capoeirista, she's part of the All-Stars Fighters Open as an example here. And inspired by local culture, our players lived and are proud of. The character is Mayene, and Mari Capoeirista is the skin of this character. But this skin, different from other games, these skins have like a background story. It's related to our culture, even music, and the work of the team combined with the dev team to develop this skin. It was amazing. We share like the berimbau, which is an instrument to play the music of capoeira. Capoeira, for those of you who don't know what it is like a martial art disguised as a dance. And Starfighters Open is all about martial arts in different regions and different countries. And we are proudly announced today that a new character is joining All-Star Fighters Open. And this is a global announcement. I'm really, really happy and humble to be able to make this announcement for everyone here at Gamescom and everyone that is watching us all over the world in your homes. And the next All-Star Fighter Open is to celebrate our brothers in Mexico. And it is a new character inspired by Lucha Libre. It's the Mexican wrestling. And our new inspiration here is Mexico. I apologize to my Mexican friends if my pronunciation is not correct about Lucha Libre. Lucha Libre. I think it's better now. Okay. And now I'm going to show you a glimpse of this new skin, which is like to complete. Now, I showed the team, and I'm going to show you the skin right now. Are you ready? Yay, let's see it. Okay. This is for you to take a look. We all had like a really passion working and making this with a lot of respect and passion for all our Mexican players. And now is the time, please, don't be angry with me, my Mexican friends. We have like a alojote that is like a salamander that represents the city of Mexico. As you can see, I think I have a pointer here. You can see here in the picture, not here, here, in the picture, which is like a toy from the daughter of this character. We also have like the wrestling suit that is inspired by the wrestling suit of Lucha Libre in Mexico. There is the tattoo representing the love of the father for the daughter, and the wrestling gold belt. So just by those elements, you can have a glimpse and imagine how amazing will be the story of this character as well. And this year, our fighters will be ready for All-Stars Fighters Open. And the 39 All-Stars Fighters Open will be held as scheduled this year with our fighters are ready to go. Just for you to don't be confused, like we have a lore inside of the game. It's the first time in real life of this tournament, but in the lore of the game is the 39th event already. But let me show you a glimpse of how this is going to look like. Yay! Are you ready? Well, now we have like a really exciting news related to esports, and I'll let James Young, our Senior Director of Global Esports Center, to share awesome news with everyone here in the first hand. Thank you, James.
Thank you, Macha. Hello, Honor of Kings fans in Brazil and in the world. I'm James Young, the Senior Director of Global Esports Center, Level Infinite. And I'm here today to share very exciting news and information about Honor of Kings esports and upcoming invitational mid-season, and even more information. So, are you excited? Let's move on. Okay, second time. So this is a brief introduction of Honor of Kings esports ecosystem. So most of esports ecosystem has this pyramid. And on the top, there will be a global event. So Honor of Kings have 3 global events this year. As Honor of Kings Invitational Season 1 that happened in Istanbul, Turkey early this year. And Invitational Season 2, actually 4. So Invitational Season 2, that's just happening now. It just finished about an hour ago, about S2, Season 2, and tomorrow there will be continuously happening group stage, and next week there will be finals as a main stage. Please watch it, it's so exciting. I couldn't move my eyes on the phone to really watch who will win. So it was just so fun to watch, very exciting. And there will be an invitational mid-season happening in Esports World Cup with $3 million prize pool. That's one of the biggest prize pool in Esports World Cup for single game. And in late this year, there will be an invitational championship as KIC happens. So this is the top layer of HOK esports ecosystem. And in the middle, there are a lot of more tournaments like Open Series, and also Choke BR. This is one of the best pro league we are holding. And viewership, popularity is growing multifolded every year and every season. And there are a bunch of other tournaments we are holding officially. Also, the players in LATAM, please be excited. There will be more tournaments coming to you, like university tournaments and so on. And there are grassroots tournaments by community tournament or third-party tournament. So there are already the chance for you to join to our esports ecosystem. If you think you are a good player, don't hesitate. Try and see where you are, how you can improve yourself. So this is the overall ecosystem we have. And it's an honor to be nominated as one of the finalists by Esports Award as a Mobile Esports Game of the Year.
Vota aí, galera!
Yeah, we want to win this title, so please vote us. And that will make us even happier. We'll do our even more effort to make esports growing faster. So now, let me share more information about mid-season at Esports World Cup. So, Esports World Cup mid-season will happen in early August. First and second for the group stage, and third for quarterfinals. And the finals will happen in the 4th August. It will be great, it will be hot, in the hottest place, maybe in Riyadh, Saudi, in hottest time in summer. And total prize pool, as I mentioned, $3 million. And it will be breakdown like this, and this is the first time we share this information. And as you see, number 1 team will take $1 million to bring back to their home country. That's great. And this is how 12 slots is distributed. And there will be 1 team from China KPL, invited team, and there's another team invited from Southeast Asia. And there will be a qualified team from Saudi local as a Team Falcon. And there is 1 more team as a last chance qualifier. And among these 12, 8 teams will be qualified from Season 2. Just a tournament that happened just now, so that please watch to see whether Brazil team will be qualified to Esports World Cup. So here, this is also exclusive information we announced the first time in gamescom LATAM. This is a full list, 7 teams of Honor of Kings partnership teams. There are 5 teams from Southeast Asia, 2 teams from Turkey, and 2 teams from MENA. And also we have the Honors Project team, Bibo Keystars and Loops. And there is 1 team from Eastern Europe as Butchers Pro, and another LATAM team, Isurus, great team. And also from North America, Korea, and Japan, and Western Europe. So all these 17 teams will be our partner teams. So they will provide them more chance to get invited or having more exposure. Also, these partner teams will help us to promote the game. So that this is a win-win business model. It's a great model with these great teams. So this is, but not the only exclusive information I have. One more thing I'd share. This is an exclusive skin for Esports World Cup that will be released this summer. This is a silhouette, but this character already looking great, isn't it? This is an exclusive skin for Esports World Cup for online. This is coming soon. So how to get this, or how this character looks like, or how you can enjoy this game, that will be all shared in our social soon. So that please keep eyes on Honor of Kings Esports and be ready to play this game. This game is really great. Please try.
Woohoo! Nice. Can I have this skin before the other players? Okay, this skin is really, really nice. Okay, I have like some more announcements to do. And I have like some last minute stuff that people are messaging me, hey, Maza, you can share more with all the players, and which is amazing and really nice. Okay, let's go first with the partnership program. This partnership program, it's like our focus now in this first stage is for Latin America. And this partnership program, it consists in a collaboration with organizations that have like more than 1 million members, customers, fans. And it is like a partnership that will provide like a specific download link for you. You're going to have like your own Honor of Kings game client. And with this game client, you'll be able to have like a revenue share regarding this. So the organizations interested in joining this, they need to submit an intro and a distribution plan on how this works. This is like an amazing opportunity. I never seen that anywhere in the world with any other game before. And after review stage, detail plan, it will be discussed, and then we were going to discuss the contract, etc. The path, how it works is like the players will check partners' promotional info on Honor of Kings, download the dedicated package, and then start playing. It's pretty straightforward. It's a great opportunity. So anyone interested, if you have like a company, a business, or like a fan base of bigger than 1 million people, you can reach out to me. You can send me a message on LinkedIn. You can reach out to anyone at Gamescom to get my contact as well. And we can discuss and talk about this. And I have like more. We have like the partnership program for content creators, which is like really exciting. And the HOK Studio is like a platform that is live already. You can look for it. If you're a content creator, you can look for this in any of our social medias. The link is already available, and you can subscribe and start creating Honor of Kings content. And you have like in-game incentives, exclusive creator titles, exposure online in the community, or offline events as well. And there's more. You have like more first-hand information about this. And one thing that I received this news this morning, that's why it's not in this presentation. To celebrate our global launch, we will be sharing $5 million worth of rewards, money included, to content creators globally. And this is available since this morning, already for you to get information, how it works. So you can check our Facebook and our other social medias about this as well. This is like a really, really nice opportunity, and it is like amazing. And there's more. I have like more things to share. This one, it's called like LBS Future, and it is available for the Brazil now, and it will be available later for other regions. If you have like a business, if you have like a restaurant chain, stores, or anything like a gamescom here as well, or an event, and you want to provide heroes and skins for your customers during your event, or in your restaurant, or in your store, something like this, we can make that a reality for you. If any one of you have Honor of Kings installed in your phone here at Gamescom in this stage, you can follow the same steps of the video, and you will see for yourself. But let me show you how it works. Nice, right? So this is really, really nice. And before I finish here, to wrap up, this is for the people that are here in the first Gamescom Latam in Brazil. We have created a special item for you to celebrate our participation on Gamescom. So on the next few days, Gamescom is going to send you an email with like an exclusive frame for your Honor of Kings account, an exclusive Gamescom frame, and we share with Gamescom like 100,000 of those codes for them to share to everybody that attended to this first Gamescom today. So this is everything that we have to share today. It's an immense pleasure having all of you here and sharing all this news. Thank you very much, everyone, and I hope you enjoy all the new stuff. And please, vote for Honor of Kings, download Honor of Kings, and let's play together. Thank you.
Woo-hoo!
Oi, fica comigo.
Opa, vamos ficar. Like, he asked us to stay. I probably have like questions.
Yeah, I have a question.
Sure.
It's made in Portuguese, so it's a large one. So can I make this question for you? Make this question for you in Portuguese?
Yes, of course. I'm going to change to Portuguese then. Okay.
Okay, because
Vamos lá.
It's a complex question, so I think it's better to do it in Portuguese. Okay?
You can do it in Portuguese.
Perfect, nice. So, hoje
Today, for those who are seeing from abroad, we see market plan, especially with influencers, to seek former players and other mobile narrators as a species of benchmark. But we see that such influencers, they focus on pinpoint information and then they no longer produce content. The new creators plan seeks to change that, thinking about consolidating one established community for Honor of Kings and not scattered from other games. Okay, well, first, the creator plan will not block anyone who is an influencer from another game to be part of our program. Everybody's welcome. And we do not control that. Our content creator plan, it is open for everyone. Of course, we do have some tiers, and to be considered in one of these tiers, you need a certain number of followers, of content, but it's up for the content creator to be part of the program or not, to continue creating content or not. They are not tied to us. We're not paying them monthly to create content for us. So if other games creators started to create content for Honor of Kings, that's because they started playing our game and they enjoyed it, and then they decided to create some content for us. And if some of them stop at some point to create content for us, that's because they are playing different games at the moment. We cannot control that. Our program is open for any content creator. Okay, perfect. Anything else that you'd like to add to comment about this question? Well, I believe that to gather more information, you can check online, because online we have all of the Rocky Studios info available. And also, the previous content creators program that we had, all of its info is in our social media. Now, if you cannot find the answer to your question, do DM us in our social media. And so you can find all of the HOK HOK content, the new programs content. If not, message us. Thank you. Thank you so much. It is amazing to go straight to the source, right? And to get the answers. A big hand for them, guys. Thank you so much. That was an amazing panel. And now we're going to spicy things up a little bit. Warm up the floor, because my IGN friends are going to be back to talk to us. Are you there already, guys? Where are you?
Hello.
Really nice to
see you all again.
Receive you here again. The stage is yours.
Sit right here. Hello. All right. I'm Damon Hatfield from IGN. This is Brian Altano. Hey. And we're joined by a VIP. Gustavo here is the CEO of Gamescom Latam. Welcome to the stage with us.
Hello, guys.
We wanted to talk about some indie games. You got the big festival booth over here. First, let's start at the beginning. What is the big festival?
Well, Big Festival has started we started everything as Big Festival. It used to be called Big Festival because it was a festival. I come from the movies industry, so I know the importance of having a festival to spotlight and to showcase the best games that are selected in a year. So it started from year one as an international selection of games from around the world, and then we divide the games into different categories based on the 5 main categories, which are art, gameplay, innovation, sound, and narrative. These are the main categories, and then based on that, we divide into best casual game, best games for kids, best mobile multiplayer, and so on.
We got to wander around and check out some of these games the other day.
We did, yes.
We put together a little package. Let's roll that now and take a look.
What's up, everybody? We're here on the show floor at Gamescom Latam, checking out some indie games. Brian, correct me if I'm wrong. Indie stands for individual games.
That is true, and there are a ton of small games here made by small groups of developers, sometimes just a solo developer, and I think we should go play some. Let's do it.
I hear it.
I can see it.
Some of these games from smaller devs have a big opportunity in front of them. The Best International Games Festival, or Big Festival, has been celebrating indie games and giving fans a chance to play them early for over a decade. This War of Mine, Overcooked, Grease, they all won the Big Festival's top prize and went on to popular success. Let's get a look at just a few of the finalists for this year's big prize.
All right, Brian, you seem to be enamored with this game called So Fart Away. What's this game all about?
Well, Damon, we caught wind of this game on the show floor and just had to play it. It's about this guy with a big nose and an even bigger dumper who has to go into a restaurant or a museum of sorts and eat tacos without farting on them. So he has to eat all the tacos, and when he eats one, it creates a fart cloud, which then creates sort of an obstacle he has to work around. He eats all the tacos in a room, move on to the next one.
Is farting mandatory after you eat a taco?
In this game, yes. I actually can't tell what kind of tacos these are because they sort of look like hot dogs. Go down here, do a little fart that one out, push that fart into the corner, push this fart over here, knock this fart back over to here, door opens, on to the next room to do some more farting and taco stuff. So Far Away reeks of being strong competition, but now we're going from Stinky Butt to Halibut. Harold Halibut is a staggeringly gorgeous narrative game which brings its story to life with digitally scanned stop-motion miniatures and sets. Fans of movies like The Nightmare Before Christmas, Coraline, or Mad God should feel right at home here. You play as Harold, a worker on a derelict spaceship which crash-landed on an ocean planet after fleeing the Cold War. Incredible aesthetics are just one side of the coin, though. It's Harold Halibut's thoughtful approach to its characters and dry sense of humor that really make it an unsinkable triumph. Feel free to check out IGN's review if you want to know even more.
Oh, Harold, just think what wonders await us down there.
All right, I'm here with Ariel. Tell us about your game, The Amazing Crackpots Club.
Well, The Amazing Crackpots Club, it's a hybrid between a fighting game, a sports game, and a platform fighter in a way. And it's about a school of wizards in which they want to kick each other's ass because they're bored. And we try to revive the spirit of Pong and mix it with the classic gameplay of defeating Mega Man bosses, but in a versus setting. So it becomes some sort of supercharged Pong tennis hybrid.
Okay, I think we're back to us. So there's some technical difficulties there, preventing us from showing you the games. Let's get back to the big festival. When are the winners decided?
Sorry, I didn't get it?
The winners of the big festival. Is there one game that's named Best in Show?
I can't understand you.
You want to try?
Sure. The big festival has an award show at the end, right?
Well, the show has been set up to be a way to showcase all indie games from around the world, and of course to showcase Brazilian games. But it has grown to become one of the big awards and celebrations for indie games in the world. We've been going on for 12 years, and we have more and more, it's becoming difficult even for Brazilian games to compete because they're getting better, but everybody's getting better.
Right.
So we had, for instance, many games yesterday that were awarded that already have a publisher attached. So everything is becoming more professionalized. We can see that in the last 10, 12 years, publishers getting really attached to the projects early on. And so the competition is really, really at a high level, and we are very glad to continue to do that. Yeah.
That's awesome. The big festival games, they're not just from Brazil, they're from all over the world, correct? We spoke to one of the developers yesterday who said he works a job all day, and at night he works on his game. Do you see a lot of stories like that, where people are basically making the game in the hours after their day job?
Well, one of the funny things is that when I started, like when we created Big Festival, some Brazilians would complain that it was an international festival.
Yeah.
Like, you're awarding all the foreigners. And I was like, do you want to create an important festival or you want to create, just celebrate amongst ourselves? And of course, people got it. And now when a Brazilian game wins an award, like yesterday we had a couple, it's really meaningful, meaning that we don't cut any slack for Brazilians. And we have more and more foreigners coming to the event, so that you saw yesterday, I don't know if you were following, but there were like many representatives from different publishers here, getting the awards, receiving the awards, and celebrating this whole thing. And we are really proud to see whenever we received games from more than 70 countries. When somebody gets an award, everybody puts the seal on the game, so it's really a seal of approval. It's one of the big festivals. The name is Big Festival. It's one of the big. We started small, with an ambitious name, because it's actually an acronym for Brazil's Independent Games Festival, and then since we were becoming more and more international, it became like Best International Games Festival. So, and a fun fact, actually, the first people who saw the games this year were not the Brazilians. We had a special showcase for big festival games, very innovative and artsy games that were showcased at Annecy Festival in France in May. So Annecy Festival, which is an animation festival, very the most important, the most prestigious festival for animation in the world, or at least in the Western world. It started with this section for games, and they called us and said, "Oh, do you have games? Can you preview? Can we have a preview of the games here?" And then we said yes. So it's already a French festival too now.
Very cool. So you, as CEO of Gamescom Latam, you put on this whole event to invite all these companies, these publishers, developers, and of course all the gamers and fans. This year, what do people seem to be excited about here at Gamescom Latam?
Well, I'm excited about many things. First of all, because we are Gamescom now. That means, there are many practical aspects for it, but there is a symbolic aspect, which is we're fucking Gamescom. So on top of that, we are doubling the audience. We are going to cross the barrier of 100,000 visitors. That's double of last year. We have most of the most important publishers are here on the show floor with booths like Epic, Warner, Nintendo, Niantic. We even have a pavilion from Indian games. So it's something that makes it very, very international. And if you consider the games that are being showcased on, they're available to play on the show floor, we have more than 70 publishers. If you consider the B2B area, the business area, we had more than 160 publishers. So it's booming. So it's great to see it's booming, and all the international press is really impressed. They are a little psyched about the fact that it has become the biggest industry event in the Americas.
Right. Yeah.
So it's kind of, what is happening in Brazil? Did you see the article yesterday saying if you want to get excited about games, you have to come look for Brazil, because everybody's a little down with the mood and everything. So something is going on here, and it's very grateful for me to represent that up-and-coming energy from the South.
Gustavo, what is it, do you think, that makes the video game scene in Brazil so special? What is it about Brazil and video games that come together so well?
Well, there are a few aspects to it. We have a culture of creativity, and we are really, really good with design and creation in general. We have good programmers, and people love games. So you combine all of these, you have a bunch of people who really want to make it. And I come from the movies industry, so I used to see this in the 90s, in the end of the 80s, everybody like, I want to make my movie, and now it's the same thing with games. People you see in their faces, they really, really want to make it, and they make it. So they've been learning, like, of course, it's not overnight, it's a progression. We've been on the road with the show for more than 10 years, so a lot of learning, lot of exchanging with publishers, with game developers that come from other parts of the world, a lot of traveling by the studios to other shows, a lot of professionals that go work with bigger studios and then come back and bring that experience. So I think it's coming together. And we are a huge country, so lots of people, that helps too.
Sure, for sure. So right over here, there's the tech toy booth, and they're showing off the Xenix, just new gaming hardware for the Brazilian market, a handheld gaming PC. We got some hands-on time with it. Felt good, looked good. I'd just love to hear your thoughts on, the fact that they seem to be addressing the Brazilian market specifically, where you can't buy, where the Steam Deck isn't being offered.
Well, you mean about the Gaucho game or the Xenix?
The Xenix.
Yeah. Tectoy is like an icon for us.
Really?
Yeah. We didn't have, like, when I was a kid, I come from, like, I was probably the first generation that was born with a controller in their hands. And we couldn't have any imports back then. And all the consoles were either reassembled or copied.
Right.
So Tectoy was like, you could buy a Tectoy console. And then they went out of the business. Well, they continued to do other stuff, and now they're coming back to games. So it's really exciting. So there is this factor, especially for people from the 80s and the 90s. Everybody's like, oh, it's Tectoy, so it's part of our childhoods, you know. So there is this factor that makes it very exciting. And for us, it's really important because we don't really have publishers here. So I've been trying to push Tectoy, come on guys, come back, you have to become a publisher. Yeah.
There are big booths here, there are little booths here, there's big companies like Nintendo, there's small indie games. How long did it take to get all of this together? I mean, there's so many different moving parts in here, and it's such a cool convention. How long did this take?
Well, we're already working in the next edition, so,
right.
So it takes more than a year.
Yeah.
So, and of course, it takes a lot of, it's a progressive thing because, you know, the publishers come here, they see it, and oh, it's for real. We have quite a few publishers that don't have a booth here, and they were saying like, oh, next year we're surely going to have one. So it's, you know, every year a step up, and that's how we like to do things. It's not like just for show. It's really something that we do together with the industry, and it's something that is very satisfying for me because at first I thought there was a big difference between indies and AAA studios and publishers. And at the end of the day, I mean, there is a difference in the budget, in the structure, how many people work. But at the end of the day, it's really the same kind of thing because they just want to make it. And once I realized that I could have the same kind of, you know, conversations with the big publishers and the small studios, it made things much easier because everybody's trying to make it. And I heard a very nice comment from a top executive from a big publisher here saying, actually, this integration between the indies and the big guys is super cool. And I was thinking, in the back of my, I was thinking like, I've been trying to tell you that for 10 years, yep. But now it's finally working, so it's super cool.
It is very cool. Gustavo, thank you so much for joining us on stage. Congratulations on a very successful Gamescom Latam. We're happy to be here. Very, very cool.
Thank you.
That's it for our time right now. We hand you back over to your excellent hosts. We'll see you again later.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Obrigada, Gustavo. All right. Aliás, okay.
All right. I was speaking English again. All right, everyone. Good afternoon again. How are you doing? I love how excited people are, and I hope you're as excited as we are. Such beautiful people here. I'm so happy to be here with Gamescom Latam, Slovakia. What about you? Yes, I'm so happy. I don't want to leave ever. We have lots of stuff going on here, even backstage and on our stages. So please go to latam.gamescom.global to check out our schedule. And since you have your phones on you, please follow Gamescom Latam and please follow us on social media too. Yes, please go follow Gamescom Latam on all of our social media. Let me ask you a question, my friend. Do you like Fortnite? We call it Fort Nelson here sometimes. Do you like Fortnite? Oh, people are excited. Look at them. They are so excited. They're gonna love our next panel. Our guests will be talking about the ecosystem that Fortnite has become. It's beautiful, it's live. We're gonna see what Fortnite offers to brands and creators. There we go. So now we have Flakes Power and Leon Carvalho, a marketing director at Epic Games. A round of applause, please. Hi guys. Hi. How's it going? First and foremost, thank you so much to everyone at Gamescom, and thank you to Flakes for being here to talk to us. We want to share about the evolution of Fortnite. Flakes and I will be sharing some insights. We'll be talking not only about how Fortnite has evolved from a game into an ecosystem, but we want to hear Flake on how this has had an impact on him as a content creator and as an entrepreneur. So let's learn about our evolution and our history, and we're gonna have a conversation here. We don't have videos, we don't have any crazy stuff, but we're gonna learn how things have been changing with Fortnite and its creators, right, Flakes? Right on. Let me give you some backdrop. You're a content creator and you're a businessman. So can you please share some of your background with us? I'm sure many people here know you, but they may not know your entrepreneurial side. Of course. Hi, my name is João, and my internet name is Flakes Power. I have the biggest channel in Latin America, 7 million followers, 1.0 billion views. I was also the first Latin American content creator to have a skin on Fortnite. So you can play as Flakes Power, which is insane. Sometimes I go into a battle royale and I'm fighting someone with my skin on and I'm shooting them. It's really funny. I'm also the co-founder of HeroBase, an esports organization that started with Fortnite. We've been in this industry for a while and we're working with Rocket League and Valorant. I also work with Level 8. We have 6 studios right now, and every month all of them create over 10 experiences for the UFM. This is crazy. We're gonna delve deeper into that later. But it's interesting to see that throughout our history with Fortnite, you've always been up to date with trends, and you made progress not only as a content creator, but in your presence in this ecosystem. Now, why are we talking about this? Why are we saying that Fortnite is no longer a game and it's an ecosystem? This has been around for a while, but I think the biggest point of this evolution was last year. In December of last year, Epic released 3 new games inside Fortnite as a platform. They had Lego, Fortnite, Racing, and the Festival. And we had a big bang for Epic and Fortnite at that point. And this was really cool because it brought to people not only new experiences in this ecosystem, but it brought Fortnite to other people. For instance, if people like music games, great, they can use that. They like racing, then they can go to Rocket Racing. So I'd love to pick your brain. We've seen evolution since December, but what has changed for you as Flakes, as a content creator? Can you try out new stuff? And what has changed for Flakes as an entrepreneur? Did you see new opportunities? You know, it's been a few years since I started telling people that Fortnite is no longer a game, it's a platform. When they say, well, I play Fortnite, what do you play in Fortnite? Because it's not only Battle Royale, this is the most renowned genre, it is the most famous one, but we've had a lot of experiences in Fortnite for a while with big fan bases. But yes, December of last year was a big bang, and more people actually understood what's happening. Because the creative module, the UFM in Fortnite, used to be very limited. We didn't have the technical capacity, we didn't have enough memory to create very complex experiences. So people thought that this was very simple, not as big. But when they got Lego Fortnite and the Fortnite Festival and Rocket Racing, it blew people's minds. What do you mean we can play a huge Lego game within Fortnite? Their response was amazing. The Lego mode was the most played mode during its launch. They had so many people playing simultaneously. There was so much hype. I think this helped people understand the future of this game and where Fortnite is headed. This really created lots of possibilities for us as content creators because we have lots to talk about and we can address different audiences. With a Battle Royale for a while, we saw pushback from people because it is more complex. You have to train, you have to learn how to play, and many people didn't get into it. But now with these new modes, we see new communities popping up. This game is split into many different communities, and I think many doors have been opened to Flakes as a businessman. And we can show studios that, hey, this is the future. It's worth being here. Let's invest in it together. Let's create for people. I agree. You were talking about the ecosystem, and many people here may not know that we're talking about the games that we released in December, but there's this whole ecosystem of games created by the community themselves. People like you and other people. Studios, companies, and also individuals. What I also find interesting, and many people may not be aware of it, is that since we are talking about an ecosystem and since everything is embedded into one single platform, there's an interesting level of interoperability. So if you have a skin for Flakes and you're playing Lego Fortnite, your skin representing Flakes becomes a Lego toy. And you don't have to buy it again. If you want to go to a Fortnite festival to play the guitar, you can use the same skin, you can wear it. So these are separate games, but they are actually connected. And they actually enhance the experience. They take this ecosystem to another level because everything is connected. I know this is crazy, right? I can play in the Fortnite festival. I'm wearing my skin. Somebody looks like the Hulk, somebody looks like Travis Scott, and somebody looks like the Batman. Where else can we see that? It is really cool to see pop culture through so many skins. You know, it brings joy to our lives. And it is a new game. The Lego Fortnite Lego is a new game, and people would easily pay for it because it is a cool game. It is complex, but it's free of charge, and you can reuse everything you bought before without having to pay extra for it. And people know that. They are in love with this. Agreed. We were talking about December of last year. So let's talk about your current state with the newest releases. And things have been changing. We know that things progress really quickly with Fortnite. In a couple of months, everything changes and we don't have the same things that we were used to. So let's talk about what we have released since December. And did this have any impact on you? For instance, we released Fortnite Reload last week, I think. I think it's been 7 days. It is a faster-paced battle royale with 40 characters in a smaller island. We also had an update for the Fortnite Festival, not only with a new mode, which is basically a music battle royale, but we also had a theme season with Metallica. A short while ago, we also had a new season for the battle royale. We've been getting updates for Lego Fortnite all the time. We've had kits with Star Wars, we've had updates for fishing, we've had updates for petting farm animals. We also had an update for rocket racing. We had this whole neon theme. So we're updating our ecosystem. This is what the community was asking for. We had released so many songs in the Fortnite Festival and people were saying, hey, this is really cool, but can I listen to these songs in my lobby? And later we can talk about the new releases and features that we have in the UFM. So this is where creators are able to develop their experiences. I'd love to pick your brain on that. What does it feel like to be a content creator, an entrepreneur, and a player in such a robust ecosystem? And you have to be really paying attention to everything because things shift constantly. You get new opportunities all the time. You know, I'd say that from the get-go, we got used to how fast-paced Fortnite is. Even with their Battle Royale, right off the bat, it was insane. We had new content and new items every single week. New events, things being added to the game. This is incredible for us as content creators. Other content creators working with other games would say, hey, I envy you because I've been working on a game with no updates for 3 to 4 months. I don't have anything else to talk about. And you have so many new stuff with Fortnite. And Battle Royale is now the bomb with the reload mode. Did you expect Fortnite to be this successful? Well, if you don't know what happened, recently they released Fortnite OG with the first chapter of Fortnite from 5 years ago. Yes, from 2019. In their game numbers, the figures increased exponentially. So many people had stopped playing Fortnite, but now they're back to playing Fortnite OG. We couldn't really believe our eyes. We were seeing people playing on TikTok and YouTube and the trend of going back to this game and people saying that they were going to resume playing. Really successful. I think they had 11 to 12 million people playing at the same time. Insane. And now Fortnite OG is in the reload mode, which is more casual and fun. So if you're unable to play it every single day, if you're unable to adapt to the structure, because the game is not that simple, sometimes people struggle, but with the reload mode, great, you can play it. If you get taken out, you're gonna respawn, and it's great. You have even more players than you do with the traditional Battle Royale. So as a content creator, I have nothing to complain about. We have so much content to cover. And it's great to welcome new communities into our ecosystem because sometimes you have different audiences for Battle Royale and Lego and the festival. You have different tribes in Fortnite, and we have to keep that in mind. This makes us welcome new types of people into our channels. And as an entrepreneur developing games for the UFM, it's insane. We have to update everything all the time for the UEFN. You have to go in there and take the updates into account. But it's great to see how the UEFN is growing month by month. If we had something huge right off the bat, I think people would take a long time to adapt to it. But the way it is right now, we're able to onboard new people into the team. They can learn about the UEFN, and then as new things are thrown at us, we get to learn about it, and it's easier to do it. That's really cool. And this may not be the perfect word, but you have a responsibility as a content creation community. You're saying that people start playing because of a new season or a new game. So would you say that when you get like Lego players, you have this whole new audience that you can talk to and offer new experiences to? Or is this more into the future? You know, right now we have trend analysis because we want to figure out what people want to play. We can create experiences for rocket racing or Lego. We're also focused on Battle Royale. We had some experiences for Lego, and it was great to be able to cater to these audiences. My content is more focused on the Battle Royale mode. So the experiences that I create personally are more focused on my audience because this is the community I'm talking to. This is who I'm catering to. But in Fortnite right now, you have the discovery option, and the game algorithm is able to deliver your content to people who may be interested in checking it out. So yes, we're up to date on that, and we want to create brand new content. The community expects that from us. Sometimes they say, hey, when are you going to bring this to your map? Are we going to have saves? Do you have anything new for us? And we want to do that. And we also get updates from Epic. Of course, this has an impact on what you do, not only for the items, but for what people are looking for. For example, with Reload, what is going to be the impact on maps? Of course, now we have the Reload version, and of course we're going to get a bunch of maps with the Reload theme. Or we're going to see an update for Pirates of the Caribbean. Of course, we're going to have maps focused on Pirates of the Caribbean. Because it's trendy, there's engagement, and everyone wants to go the extra mile. If you go into Fortnite and there's an update for Pirates of the Caribbean, when people like it and they are focused on it, if they see a game that offers boats and pirates, of course there's going to be engagement. Excellent. Since we're discussing creating within Fortnite, which really doubles down on the idea of an ecosystem, should Epic have 4, 5, or 6 games inside Fortnite, it still wouldn't be as complete as it is right now, with creators creating maps and creating content for the community through these islands. So let's talk about the history of how they created an ecosystem that is made by their community. Let me ask you about some case studies. I think it's interesting for people to hear about it. So if you're not aware of it, at the end of 2018, Epic released a creative mode. This was a very simple toolkit for anyone to use on PC or consoles to quickly create their own maps, their own games, and their own products. Something very simple at the beginning. However, as it usually goes with Epic, and we were mentioning first-party games, we're always making progress, we're always developing it further. Even before Fortnite, we used to develop tools for creators with the Unreal Engine, and we wanted to do that. So this is exactly what we did. In March of last year, we announced and then released the UEFN. The UEFN is a very similar toolkit to the Creative Toolkit. Our goal is to give people tools so that they can create their own islands and experiences, but it's a way more robust tool. The UEFN is the Unreal editor for Fortnite. So we take the power of the Unreal Engine, which is the toolkit that allows for many creators to develop the games that we see at Gamescom, and to then bring it into Fortnite. It's really easy to do that and to bring it to the platform where we have Fortnite. And you see, we've been talking about all of this, and all of this has been released in the past year. Fortnite has been around for over 6 years as a battle royale, and we do believe that this toolkit is very promising. And it's only been around for a year. And as Flix was saying, this year, we also increased people's capacity to develop games. So if you love rocket racing and you want to come up with your own track, we have a pipeline for that. You can create your own track. So if you love Formula 1, you can create the track of your dreams. We did the same with Lego. Now we have an official pipeline at the UEFN, and if you want to create Lego experiences, that's a possibility. So we have hundreds of Lego games inside Fortnite. I love Lego games, so if you're interested in developing that, that's an option. And this is so cool. It goes to show how our tools have been evolving and the innovation and potential of our creators. So you've been here from the beginning. You've been talking about our progress, but could you please tell us about the cool things that you've done, or the things that you see out there in your communities, maybe with the UEFN or Lego or rocket racing, anything that is really cool? First, I want to say that the power of UGC is huge. The possibility of users creating content for other users is something that makes us fall in love with this game. When we started working with creatives and creating content for Fortnite, there was no money to be made in it. People just made it out of love because they wanted to come up with maps to play with their friends. And then other people beyond your friend bubble started getting interested in these maps. And there were lots of restrictions at the beginning, but people started using it for training and for playing, and things grew little by little. People started getting better too. And even though right now we have a more complex tool, it is more complex because it gives us options for development, but it's not hard to do it. This is why we're seeing studios that used to create for Fortnite at 1.0 with the traditional creative process where everything was simple. And we're talking about creators that never made games in the past, but they are using the UEFN and they are very successful. You know, they were doing something simple for Fortnite, but now they learned verse because they understand coding logic. And it's not hard to learn verse. So the learning curve with the UEFN is really steep. It's simple to learn. If you've never developed for Fortnite, you can get tutorials from YouTube, and very quickly you're going to understand verse and coding, and you're going to be able to make a game. You don't need to do everything from scratch. You can use the ready-to-use assets. You can use the Unreal library for Fortnite. UGC brings us this possibility. And you know, users know themselves really well. They know what they need. They know what they want to do. And we're making games for ourselves. We say, hey, would I have fun with this? How long would I spend playing this? Is this nice? Is this good? We have very interesting cases. One of the best ones we have with Fortnite, with the Hero Create, is Hero City. We came up with our own city in Fortnite. And Hero Based is focused on heroes. We say that every hero needs a base. This is why we're called the Hero Base. And we created our own city in Fortnite. And since we're superheroes, why not having superpowers and having people face off big bosses? We had over 20 million accesses for this map. We had over 18,000 people playing at the same time. We still have many players 8 months after its launch. And we had many brand activations in this project too. This is cool. Fortnite enables us to do that. So as a content creator, I can have my universe for my fan base. If anyone else is interested, great. they're also welcome, but it's a space for my community to get together, and we're able to have brand activation without relying only on my social media. So with Hero City, we had activations with Samsung, with Bradesco, with Listerine, where we created a concert by L7 Lennon in our map. You know, you had Travis Scott and Marshmello, but we had L7 on our island. We did modeling for him. We did motion capture for him. He was singing in the concert. We had live stream. Really cool. And then I had a live stream on my channel, and my community was watching it with me in my city within my game. This is really cool. It goes to show how the UEFN is really powerful and gives us possibilities as content creators.
And it's great that you talk about music as well. We had the Metallica music experience that was created in UEFN. It was sponsored by Epic, of course. And it's great to see, you know, it's not only Epic that can create musical experience. So you already had L7 Lin. That's really great. Flakes, you're a content creator, you're an entrepreneur, you're an investor, you're an experience maker, and you're a gamer, right? This is what inspires you, you've already said. What do you see in the future of UEFN? What would you really be excited to see happen? What would a dream be? I mean, a lot of things are on the roadmap already. There's a lot coming. Our main challenge in Fortnite is memory. There are challenges when it comes to some tools, but you can have makeshift solutions. It's harder, but you can go around. You can work around some problems. But now a customized or a custom vehicle is something you can't do. You can have a vehicle from the game, have it as see-through, put a skin on top of it, change the wheels, and it's custom made. Of course, it's not perfect. It's not like an Epic official vehicle, but it's there. We can use creativity to work around the UEFN limitations. But memory is the biggest challenge, of course. For complex games to be made, complex enough for users to come back to my island, we need more memory. We have two options. You either create a large game with very simple content, where there's not a lot for players to do because there's not enough memory, but they'll come back, or you have a very complex game but with a 1 hour experience. Gamer will play for an hour and he won't come back because there's no content left. In that 1 hour, he's consumed everything he had to consume. So this is definitely the biggest challenge. We have to get more memory so that we can have more complex experiences, so that we can bring more people onto the platform. Because if you have this complex game, people are going to be more excited to be within the UEFN. And there are custom items. This is also on the roadmap. And more analytics tools, so that we can understand the audience behavior better and see where we can improve. All right, awesome. I think we've talked about the points we wanted to talk about. I think the main objective here was for everyone to understand that Fortnite has been growing, it has been expanding, and you even mentioned this at the start of the conversation. When you say Fortnite, you have to explain, what do you play in Fortnite? It's not only Fortnite, it's not one single game. It's an ecosystem. So it's great to see this development, how it's evolved. I hope you have already played some Fortnite experience, some level 8 experience. If you haven't yet, we invite you to go to our booth right over there. We have some experiences that Flake mentioned. You have Fortnite Festival, you have Lego Fortnite, there is Fortnite Reload that we've just released, and there are other games created by Brazilians. So pay us a visit to really take a look at that. Flakes, do you want to say anything else? I think everyone's played Fortnite at least once. It's impossible to be a gamer and never have been curious to see what Fortnite is like. But if you haven't played it in a while, go to the Epic booth. The game is new. It's a brand new game. And in 2 months, everything's going to be brand new again. The platform is evolving really fast. There's more novelties by the hour almost. And it's great to look back and see what used to be done 6 months ago and what's done now. And you see how the curve has changed, and it's but the beginning. There's the Disney investment that was announced. They're going to invest in Epic Game. The whole Disney ecosystem is going to come into the environment, into the ecosystem, and the game is going to grow a lot. The platform is going to grow a lot. And if you dream of developing games, think about Fortnite. It is a simple tool. It's an open source tool. It will be easy for you to take your first steps in it. It's a very thorough tool. And you say, hey, Flakes, oh, I can't, promote my game. But you can have a TikTok channel. And if a few people start experiencing what you've created, they're going to talk about it to other people, and organically you will grow. They're going to discover it, and you don't have to invest that much in marketing. So it's a great way to start if you dream of making games. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here, and that was great. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Valeu, gente. Que conversa maravilhosa.
Thank you. That was a fantastic talk. Let me sit down for us to chat a little bit, shall I? Well, this is our moment. Wonderful. And remember, there's loads to be done here. Not only these sessions that you can see on the journey stage, there's also the quest stage. We have our content partners. They have a lot of good content on social media. And people should follow us on social media, right? Please do. You are probably following us already at Gamescom Latam and at Jacidio and at Gutierrez. I was talking about Gamescom Latam. You can follow us too. We're not going to be sad about it. And before we talk about what the event has to offer, we want to say that tomorrow on Sunday, we're going to have the second part of the Big Festival Awards 2024. This is the most important, the biggest games award ceremony in Latin America. And last night, you were there, right, Jacidio? Well, I was. We had some big moments. It was great to announce the winners and to have people come onto stage. I've been saying this from the first day, we really feel like we're at home. We feel at home. We see people who like the same things as we do. We see so much good content, so much good stuff in one place. And you can also be part of that. At this event, there are QR codes, and you can scan them, and you're going to be directed to the voting platform. You'll be able to cast your vote for the best game by popular vote. Because people may say, no, I don't agree that that is the best game. We had a fantastic jury. Big specialists, experts. But if you disagree with the results, well, then do something about it, huh? Yeah, we're here to celebrate. We saw the selection made by the technical jury last night. But now you can put your finger in it. You can say, I like this one. And tomorrow we see who the big winner is by popular vote. at this great event that started on Thursday. Absolutely, and there are the other categories that are going to be presented tomorrow on this very same stage, starting at 2 p.m. And those who are watching us remotely, if you're watching the event online, you should vote too. What have you been enjoying the most in this first Gamescom Latam 2024? I love how much exchange there is. We take part in a number of events, we speak to a lot of people, but I think people have some warmth here that makes this exchange more special. We're all here together, and when it's Gamescom Latam number 10, number 20, we're gonna say, I was there at Gamescom Latam number 1. And what we're doing here is really amazing. We're here just to be a channel, to help promote stories. I'm very proud to be here. Since 2016 or 2015, I've been participating in the big festival event, and it really is dear to my heart. And IGN Brazil is also really dear to my heart. I have done a lot with them already, and I think we can invite them onto the stage, right? Yep, let's spice things up. IGN Brazil, where are you? Let's give it up for them. No, this is IGN US, not IGN Brazil.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. The stage is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello, everybody. I'm Damon Hatfield from IGN. This is Brian Altano.
That's right.
And maybe we should talk about some video games.
I think we should. So there is a giant Nintendo booth here at the show.
That way.
And it's right over there. And something caught my eye when we were walking over there. I noticed it's sort of a victory lap of all of the big games that they put out already and the big games that are coming up in the rest of the year.
Yeah.
And theoretically, after this year, that's the end of the Nintendo Switch. Next year will be the Switch 2.
Theoretically, yes.
Yeah. And so it just got me thinking, you know, this has been a really amazing console. This is a system that's basically gotten every classic Nintendo game. It's gotten modern versions of every Nintendo game that are excellent, Game of the Year worthy, and it's still got more to come, including a Zelda game coming up.
It is the best-selling Nintendo console of all time.
That's right.
And we thought the Wii would be hard to top.
Yeah.
So it's phenomenally successful, there's no doubt about that. I have seen some people say that they feel the Switch is their favorite game console of all time.
I think it's a contender for the best video game system ever made.
What an incredible turnaround, you know, from the Wii U.
Well, what's fascinating about that is that it wouldn't have existed in the state it's in without the Wii U, because a bunch of the best games on Switch, or the best-selling games on Switch, are Wii U games. You know, stuff like Mario Kart 8, which was a smash hit on the Wii U, but that's a system that only sold, you know, just over what, 13 million units, 10 million or something like that.
Yeah.
Whereas the Switch is getting close to outselling the PS2.
It's knocking on the door of the PlayStation 2, which is something we thought would never be possible.
Yeah, and I think what's going to help is another game that's coming out very soon. It's The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, which I was very excited about.
Let's hold off on that.
Sure.
I want to talk about that for sure. So we want to talk about games. I'm glad to have you here, because you're just about the biggest Nintendo fan that I know. Out just this week is Luigi's Mansion 2 HD, and this is a game I've never played. I've never played this one.
Is a HD remake of a 3DS game, which is pretty fascinating, because the first Luigi's Mansion was a GameCube launch title. So just to show you how long it took to get to where we are now. Now, we've obviously had Luigi's Mansion 3 since then, but yeah, Luigi's Mansion 2, brand new, restored version of a 3DS game, which we originally had to play on a very tiny screen. Now it's got a whole, HD remaster to it. They redid a bunch of textures, music and sounds and visuals everywhere. And IGN gave it an 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10. I wonder what the original on 3DS got.
Oh, yeah, I did not look that up. I am excited to play this on my flight home.
Do you think you'll be missing any of the 3D effects from the 3DS?
I always thought that was like one of the best things about the 3DS. I put the 3D effect on as long as I could, so I do miss that. I hope that one day, maybe they'll put out 3D glasses that I can use with my Switch.
Maybe the next Switch will be 3D.
Yep.
Okay, so that's out this week. The next up for the Switch is the NES World Championships.
Yes.
This is one I'm really excited about because
what a surprise.
I liked NES Remix 1 and 2 a lot.
Yep.
And this is kind of in the same vein, right?
NES Remix 1 and 2 are two of the only games that are the exception to the rule I just brought up about the Wii U and the Switch. Those games are still stuck on Wii U.
Yes.
So instead of porting them over, Nintendo said, hey, we're going to make a brand new thing. And I think this is really awesome. A couple years ago, they did their own Nintendo World Championships in real life in New York City and actually had a whole bunch of gamers compete with each other. And some of those gamers were in the commercial for this, which I thought was very clever. This takes a bunch of classic Nintendo games and lets you compete against your friends in bite-sized challenge versions. We put a preview the other day written by Ryan McCaffrey, and he said that some of the games are only 2 seconds long.
So it's like WarioWare at this point.
So you have just, half of a thought before you lose or win.
Do you think this fills the place of NES Remix, or is it a different thing?
I think it does actually. I think this is kind of what I was looking for from the sort of the last year of the Nintendo Switch, right? This is when you get titles like this where they probably wouldn't have made sense in the first year or two, but right now they're sort of like rounding out the portfolio. They're getting to some smaller games and sort of filling the gaps between the last few big ones they have left.
I like that Nintendo is so willing, so often to bring back their older games with the original 8-bit pixel art style. I guess they were around before their competitors, but so no one else can even do that. But Nintendo is not trying to hide that at all. It was even a big part of Mario Odyssey.
Yeah, they very much celebrate the 8-bit era. They know that people grew up with those things. Virtual Console was a big thing for them. Nintendo Switch Online and that whole library is a big thing. The NES Classic and the SNES Classic, they're really smart about saying, this is the most iconic version of Mario that so many people grew up with.
Yep.
He's 3D now, he's in movies, but yeah, he's still 8-bit in a lot of people's brains.
Okay, so after NES World Championship is a big one.
Yes, The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. This was revealed at the Nintendo Direct recently. Very early in the morning, I was hosting that for IGN, and I had a big iced coffee, but still I needed something to sort of wake me up a little bit, and I saw Link with his, tunic on, but also like a hoodie on. And I'm like, what's going on here? And then you see him fall into the earth. Camera pulls out, and what do you get? Zelda, who's finally starring in her own video game. Now, she was playable before in Hyrule Warriors, obviously. But more importantly, Spirit Tracks for the Nintendo DS, where she was killed early in the game.
Oh my goodness.
And then came back as a ghost. And
I don't even remember that.
Yeah,
oh my
and helped
gosh.
Link out throughout the game. But now she gets her own game finally. What's cool about this is it's taking, I think, a lot of the traditional top-down 2D level design from The Legend of Zelda. It's taking the art direction from the Nintendo Switch remake of Link's Awakening, which is gorgeous. And it's taking some of the creativity of gameplay that we saw in stuff like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, where you can solve puzzles using a lot of different things. Remember the first time you were like, how do I get across this area in Breath of the Wild? Oh, I'll use something to knock down a tree, topple it over, I can walk across it, but I can also bomb jump or, hang glide. Here, Zelda is like, all right, there's a big water geyser in the way, what do? I'll just put a couch there, How do I get up these steps over here? Oh, I'll just put a bunch of beds down and climb up to the top.
And she's not going to have a sword, right? There's no traditional combat, right?
She is not traditionally fighting anyone, although she can copy the abilities of enemies and use those to fight other enemies, which is very funny. So I think she's going to have this sort of like trophy gallery, basically, or like, I wonder if you can 100% this game by collecting every item you can possibly copy.
So Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom were both very open world sandbox games that gave you tools and gave the players a lot of freedom with how they would approach problems. It seems like they're doing that here. I hope it's not just very shallow.
I agree. The idea of just being like, you can, put a tree down in front of a fireball.
So throughout the game, you're just, I'll just put a tree down here.
Yeah, or a bed, but it all has the same function. I would like if each one of those things had different sort of like, weather resistances and like different effects that would change depending on what you're doing. What I'm very excited about with this game is that it's using the same art style as Link's Awakening. Zelda was not in Link's Awakening. Link's Awakening is the story of Link getting shipwrecked. showing up on an island, or he thinks.
Yeah.
And then eventually he goes back and the rest of the Zelda games take place, according to the timeline, right? So I'm wondering if this is like, he gets back after Link's Awakening, he's like, Zelda, I had the craziest dream out there, I got shipwrecked, it was awful. What do you need? Do you need any help? And she's like, yeah, Ganon's back, go fight him. He falls in the hole, and she goes, oh, I gotta save him now. Great, here we go.
It's been, she's been saved plenty of times by Link. It's time for her to repay the favor.
I agree. I actually see some Zelda cosplayers in the audience right now. Amazing costumes.
Looking
so
good.
much cosplay at Gamescom here. It's been awesome.
Yeah. Looking
Go
great.
Zelda.
This is actually a big year for Nintendo heroines. Because Princess Peach got her own game this year too.
Princess Peach Showtime was a big hit in my house. I have a 6-year-old, and she absolutely loved it. I worked the preview event for in New York City and got to play it early, and came back and just wouldn't shut up about it. We had a calendar in our kitchen where my kid was counting down the days into it. Really awesome. Yeah, like Princess Peach got her own game, Zelda's getting her own game. Nintendo's really just like digging into their entire roster of characters and celebrating them.
I mean, that kind of seems to be what these final years of the Switch are like.
Yeah.
Because there have been so many remakes. We just got Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door. There was Mario vs. Donkey Kong earlier this year.
Yeah.
Last year there was Mario RPG. They're really sort of like spending the last years of the Switch celebrating their past.
That specifically, that we got a Super Mario RPG remake this year, a Paper Mario Thousand-Year Door remake, and we're also getting Mario and Luigi. What's it called?
Brothership. Yeah, that's coming out later this year after Zelda, yeah.
So awesome year for RPGs, specifically starring the Mario Brothers.
Yeah, this one kind of has a new art style for the series. What do you make of it?
I really like it. It's got that sort of like black outline, cel-shaded, cartoony look to it. It's gorgeous. It's really fun. I was a fan of some of the ones on the GBA, but like this is a full-fledged Nintendo Switch RPG starring the Mario Brothers, and I love it. Like this has just been an awesome year for Nintendo RPGs.
So then getting into next year, we know that in January we're going to get Donkey Kong Country Returns HD.
Yes, and there's been a lot of discussion around that one because they're charging $60 for it, and it was ported to the 3DS and was originally a Wii game. So this is a game that went from the Nintendo Wii to the 3DS to now the Nintendo Switch, and it's $60, and that's probably a lot more in Brazil. It's so. What do you think? Do you think it's worth it?
I know. Yeah, I think that's a little bit of a tall ask.
It is.
For a Wii game. I never played that particular entry, but I've liked some of the other Donkey Kong countries.
Right.
I would understand if people balk at that price. I would understand.
Yeah, I completely agree. But yeah, that's one of the games that I think they're using to round out the last few months before their next system comes out. And they've specifically said they're not really talking about that this year. And they've also called it the Nintendo Switch successor multiple times.
Yeah, that's
and not the Nintendo, the next Nintendo system. Yeah. So, do you think it's going to have Switch in the title?
I almost think it has to because the Switch has been such a huge success. Because they did that with the Wii.
Yeah.
They made the Wii U, right? I don't think it's going to be the Switch U. But I think, such a huge success, it has a lot of brand recognition. I think they kind of have to use the Switch name going forward.
Some of the names that we've been tossing around, that fans have been tossing around for a while now, are the Nintendo Switch Pro, the Nintendo Switch 2, and the Super Switch.
Super Switch is the one I like.
Super Nintendo Switch, which I like that a lot. Yeah.
Everyone likes that one.
That could be good. Or the Virtual Boy 2, which we revealed as our April Fool's joke at IGN.
So, moving beyond Donkey Kong Country Returns HD, a little bit of a question mark is Metroid Prime 4 Beyond.
Beyond. Yes, great title. We saw that the other day at the Nintendo Direct. Huge surprise. Like, this is a game that was in development for 7 years as just a logo revealed at E3 2017.
Exactly.
I was in the room with you. We were flipping out. We were all so happy. It said Metroid Prime 4, and then we didn't hear anything for a very long time. Bandai Namco and some other studios were working together on that game. And then 2 years in, it was announced that Retro, who worked on the Metroid Prime trilogy on the GameCube and the Wii, were taking over development and basically making it in-house. So it effectively restarted development a few years in. So it makes a little bit of sense that it went radio silent for so long. But during the Nintendo Direct the other day, we got to see it again. We got to see gameplay. We got to hear it. There's a new logo. So it's real, it's happening, and there was a release date of 2025.
there was some talk that, well, what did you make of the gameplay? Some people, I'm excited for it. Some people were not impressed with the visuals. What did you think?
I thought they were gorgeous. Yeah, especially considering this is a Nintendo Switch game. You know, like we've had a lot of tech breakdowns saying that this is actually running on Switch hardware based on what we looked at. I do believe though this will be a sort of Twilight Princess, Breath of the Wild style bridging of the console generation game for them. I think that this will be a game that launches on the Switch, but also launches as a launch title on the Switch 2 or the Super Switch. So you have an incentive to go get the new console because it'll look so much better on there.
Sure. Yeah, I can see that happening. What about the two Switch Zelda games, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom? Maybe a package that includes both of them for the next Switch?
I mean, Nintendo is all about repackaging and reselling their games. I did the math once that I have bought the original Super Mario Brothers 14 times.
And you're probably not done.
Yeah, and I'm not done. And
probably
every single time they sell it, you know, like right now I guess I'm renting it through Nintendo Switch Online.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we just talked about a whole bunch of games, Luigi's Mansion, Donkey Kong Country Returns, games that have existed on old hardware and are getting re-released on newer hardware. Nintendo will do that forever. As long as we keep buying them, they'll keep selling them.
Okay, so things are looking good for Nintendo.
Yes.
Lots of exciting stuff. But speaking of handheld gaming platforms, there's actually a new one being revealed here at the show at Gamescom Latam, over at the Tech Toy booth right over there. They have a new handheld device for the Brazilian market called the Xenix, and it's hoping to solve or fill a hole in the market where Steam Deck is not being sold here.
Yeah, not legally being sold here. So I mean, you know, there's a gray market for handhelds like that here, but nothing made specifically for the Brazilian audience in Brazil.
Yeah, the Xenix hopes to rectify that problem. You actually got to go hands-on with it.
I did.
You spent some time with it. We took some footage and we put together a little package. Let's try to throw that package right now.
Oh hey, it's Brian Altano here at Gamescom Latam in Sao Paulo, Brazil, where I got my hands on a brand new PC gaming handheld device out to compete with the Steam Deck. Let's check it out. With the absence of the Steam Deck in Latam, the Xenix makes a formidable option for people who want to take their games on the run. The light model of the Xenix features 8 GB of RAM and 256 GB of storage with an AMD Athlon 3050E processor and an AMD Radeon graphics card, while the Pro model features 16 GB of RAM and 512 GB of storage and packs an AMD Zen 3 Plus Ryzen 7 6800U processor with 8 cores and 16 threads, along with an AMD RDNA 2 Radeon 680 graphics card with 12 compute units, making it pretty beefy compared to the Steam Deck's Zen 2 processor and 8 RDNA 2 compute units. So what was the sort of philosophy behind creating the Xenix?
Well, the first thing is I want a thing for myself. I think that I would like to have. So I wanted a lot of liberty to use wherever I want, whenever I want. It's a full-fledged Windows 11 PC that runs almost anything well.
There's two versions of this system, right? There's the Pro version and the Lite. And the Lite seems it's more designed for sort of like slightly older games, 2D games and stuff like that. But the Pro version, you've pretty much thrown every game at it and it seems to be working, right?
We have a Lite version that will be more suitable for 2D games and older games, but it's still a very nice Windows machine. We thought the Lite version, the first computer for a kid. They will be able to play some games, but also to connect to a screen, a keyboard, and a mouse, work their homework, or anything like that.
Now, one of the things I wanted to bring up was I have a Steam Deck, and I've played the Xenix. My Steam Deck is bulky and heavy, but more importantly, the Steam Deck is not available in Brazil, correct?
The Steam Deck is not available officially in Brazil, but we want to give to the people a product that they will have ways to pay it and a guarantee, a warranty that if something goes wrong, they can call us and have a replacement or something like that, and a full support for and from the community. So we are on our website, xenix.gg. We have a Discord community, ads and everything like that, and we are talking to the customer.
Tell me a little bit about sort of the sticks, the button placement, some features like rumble and the shoulder buttons and stuff like that. Like, what were you trying to get when you were designing this thing?
Okay, for the sticks, we have a magnetic Hall sensor effect, so no drifts on the thumbsticks and on the triggers. We have a very nice cooling system, so a lot of copper is inside. And for our USB port, it's 40 gigabits.
Wow.
So if you want to try a Thunderbolt 3 external GPU, you may try, you may be surprised.
Tell me a little bit about the battery life, because that's obviously the one thing people are most worried about. What kind of battery life can you expect playing something like Starfield?
If you want to go all full specs that the Xenix can handle, you have about an hour of gameplay. However, if you want to turn down things or play games that are a little lighter, we can go 4 hours with no problem at all.
Awesome. Last thing, price and release date. I know you're not talking about those just yet, but you're getting close. Can you give us a tease about either of those things?
The light version will be very affordable, mostly for the Brazilian public. As you may know from the Brazilian system, we sell a lot of things on installments, so 6 months you can buy it, and just a couple of weeks we will be talking about pricing.
Eddie, thank you so much. That is the Xenix by Tectoy. You can play it right here at Gamescom LATAM in beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil. For all things Gamescom and video games, handheld, portable, stuff you plug into the TV and everything else, stick with IGN. Yeah.
Nice job, Brian.
Thank you. I really like that thing.
Yeah, it feels nice.
It's like I said in the video, you know, I have a Steam Deck. I bought the launch model, and it's just kind of big. It's a little bit heavy. It's a little bit clunky.
Yeah.
It's obviously, you know, Valve's first foray into making a handheld gaming device, but it's been really cool to see that market open up now and other competitors kind of come in and try their own efforts.
It's been surprising to see the handheld gaming PC market really explode.
Yeah.
You know, I think it owes a lot to the Switch, and then the Steam Deck kind of being the first to usher that in. And then all the, you know, the Asus Ally or the ROG Ally, and now the Legion Go and all this. There's just many options now. It's become a crowded market in a short amount of time.
And within the same couple of years, we saw a resurgence of things like the Analog Pocket, the Playdate, which is, you know, and then there's like the Nintendo Switch Lite, which is a tinier version. So handheld gaming, which is something I thought would have been, you know, or I always hoped would stick around forever because I love it. I did think that, you know, when the Vita went away and the 3DS kind of was standing on its own, that would be it for a little while. Maybe there would only be one company making handhelds, and it seems to be the opposite now. Everyone is interested in them. It's great.
Maybe even Xbox.
Phil Spencer has been talking a lot about making an Xbox handheld, and I would be all about that.
Sony has the Portal, which is a different thing. It has its own purpose, but not a full-handled, dedicated device.
You know, and I think that's great if you're home or maybe you're traveling and you're on a good Wi-Fi connection. But you know, I'm really into Elden Ring right now, and I'm playing it on the Xbox, and I can't access that game from here. And I'm annoyed by that. So I want to be able to play my games natively on the go on my Xbox, just like I can with Nintendo.
And we'll be talking more about Elden Ring a little bit later today. But right now, let's talk about Ubisoft.
Yeah, Ubisoft is
has
here.
a booth over there. They're showing X-Defiant, and they're showing Star Wars Outlaws and Assassin's Creed Shadows. I spoke to Johnny. We're on a first-name basis, Johnny and I spoke to Johnny over the Ubisoft booth about both Star Wars Outlaws and Assassin's Creed Shadows. Let's take a look at what Johnny had to say. If that's right. What's up, everybody? Damon here at the Ubisoft booth, Gamescom LATAM. I'm here with Johnny. He's the Communications and Events Manager for Latin America for Ubisoft. Thank you so much for talking with us today.
Thank you so much. We're so excited to have you, IGN US here, so thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Awesome to be here. So Ubisoft has two big games coming out later this year, Star Wars Outlaws and Assassin's Creed Shadows, both big open world games. What differentiates the two? And is it more than just one being science fiction and one being historical Japan?
First, I have the Star Wars Outlaws, and the chronology launched the window. So this is the first open world game dedicated to Star Wars franchise. We're super excited for it. It just showed to us how much Disney trusted Ubisoft to develop such a game. I had the opportunity to put my hands on the game, and the game is really amazing. I'm really amazing. I'm not a speaker dedicated for the game itself, but I can speak on a more institutional way that people can expect a lot from the game. It's a first-time experience for such an open-world title, for such a franchise. So I can tell that both Star Wars fans and just mainstream casual gamers will have such a blast time playing it.
And what can you tell us about Assassin's Creed Shadows?
That's personally one of my favorite. It's a game that people have been asking us for a game from the Assassin's Creed franchise, taking place at this game set, and it's been a while. The game is amazing because it really shows the both worlds between how is it to be a samurai and how is it to be a shinobi. So how much people can play using the strength and how much people can play using the stealthy. In Brazil specifically, we're so excited about this game because I'm not sure if you had this information, but in Brazil specifically, it's the country with the biggest amount of Japanese immigration. So we have a lot of cultural representation for Japan in here. So that's why I can precisely tell you that we are super excited for how much you can expect for such a title.
Very cool. Well, let's stay with Assassin's Creed Shadows then for a second. You have your two protagonists, Naue and Yasuke, I believe. Can you choose who you play as, or does the game automatically switch you between them at certain times?
Actually, this is the idea. The player will pretty much be able to decide which moment it's the moment more to be stealthy, or which moment it's the moment to be a little bit more of samurai with Yasuke. So the idea for the whole game is to give to the player the sense of this is a moment I need to just kick some asses, or this is a moment we just need to be stealthy and do some things in the shadows. Let's put it that way. In the moments you are playing with the shinobi, you will always be playing with the shadows. And the moment you will be playing with the samurai, with Yasuke, you will be playing with a big man that is ready to kick some asses. So the game is really amazing to give a little bit of both ways and both worlds of how many people can expect a little bit of this both worlds.
Do you have a personal preference in play style? Do you prefer to be stealthy or just go in guns blazing, so to speak?
To be stealthy. I think it's more elegant, let's put it that way. You know, like you just make the things happen so and nobody's just watching it. You know, when you see it, things are figured out and made it without any drop of blood.
So bouncing back to Star Wars Outlaws for a second, one thing, so we've got Kay Vess. Kay Vess is our protagonist here. What can you tell us about her?
Kay is amazing. Kay is pretty much, we wanted to, the developer team wanted to build this reckless character that it's pretty much willing to do whatever she has to do. So I'm pretty sure that she's the reason why even the people that are not really Star Wars fans, maybe because they're just from another generation, they will have really a very nice time playing the game because the character is built to have a really empathic connection with the player, mainly because she's a new character. People have never heard of her before. So the idea here is pretty much to make the people have a connection with someone who doesn't have some roots from the other the products of the franchise. And she's really amazing. Yeah.
One thing that I know fans are wondering a lot, Kay has her own ship. Will Kay be able to, inside her ship, will she be able to get around, look around, explore, maybe talk to some other people while she's in her ship in space? That's something that's really important to fans.
That's the thing that I think is pretty much a spoiler that if we tell, we'll just kill part of the hype that people get when playing the game. This is part of a little bit of how the decision of the open world is made once you play it. So I'll let you to put your hands on Star Wars Outlaws, which pretty much just like a little bit more than 1-2 months, you will be able to figure it out on yourself. Yeah.
Johnny, thank you so much for talking to us today. We're super excited to play both Star Wars Outlaws and Assassin's Creed Shadows later this year. All right, it is true. I'm excited to play both of those games.
I very much am. Great work, Damon. I can't remember the last time I've been so excited for two big open world games coming out so close to each other from the same studio.
From the same studio. Luckily, they're 3 months apart.
Yes.
That's good. So I like the Ubisoft open world formula.
I do too.
I like Far Cry. I like Assassin's Creed. The fact that they're going to be like skinning that with Star Wars sounds absolutely perfect to me. I know you're obviously a huge Star Wars fan.
Yeah, I'm wearing my Star Wars shirt today. I have several Star Wars shirts. I love Star Wars. I have always loved Star Wars video games, and I've always wanted one like this.
Yeah.
We get a lot of Star Wars games that are about ship combat or about Jedis and lightsabers and all that, and I love those. Those are great. You know, there's a lot of first-person shooter Star Wars games. There's strategy Star Wars games, all sorts of stuff like that. But to get one that's specifically about the criminal underworld is something that has been attempted several times in video games and canceled several times in video games. The amount of, it was 1313. It was there was like a sort of bounty hunter smuggler game that was in development a few years ago. We famously saw like 4 seconds of it. Walking out in a Tatooine, and those games just never came into fruition. And this one has an actual release date, and it's this year. I've spoken to Julian Garrity, the creative director of this game, several times now, and every time I talk to him, I'm convinced that this is a team that cares about Star Wars, that knows what they're doing, that they get the assignment. And the idea of having an open world Star Wars game where you can piss off the stormtroopers and get a wanted level system like Grand Theft Auto, like to have GTA but Imperial cops coming after you, I am so excited about that.
And we know there's going to be some familiar faces. We know Jabba the Hutt will be in it.
Jabba's in it. The Rancor is in it. Lando Calrissian is in it.
I'm excited to see Jabba. I hope it's authentic to his Return of the Jedi presentation.
I agree. I agree. And not the one they photoshopped into the special edition of A New Hope.
Or the one from Episode 1 of Phantom Menace. Where that's not the same.
No, it's just weird.
I like my practical effects Jabba.
Yeah, I want him just disgusting and immovable.
Exactly.
I was told that the Jabba the Hutt mission is basically a stealthy one. It's one where you have to sneak into Jabba's palace, go around into like the sort of dark tunnels and corners of that, and figure out what there is to do. Now, what was fascinating to me is you will meet the Rancor, and you'll probably fight the Rancor.
You will.
But you won't kill him because this takes place between The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi.
Unless he has like a stable of Rancors. Because there are Rancors in the Star Wars Jedi games, right?
There are several Rancors. There's one in the Book of Boba Fett. Yeah, there's one on my shirt. I couldn't be more excited about this game. Just the idea of getting all these different parts of Star Wars coming together in an open world game. I love her like scooter that you see her whipping around on. I love that there's some Metroidvania elements to this. Like there's certain doors you can only open with certain upgrades. You've got like some really cool weapons. You've got this sort of grappling hook. You have Nix, who is your sidekick. And he's able to interact with the world in really interesting ways where you can almost do some like Watch Dogs style hacking. You can sort of send him to a terminal and he'll go and break it. It'll piss somebody off, they'll walk over to check it out, and you can sneak up behind them and hit them in the head. So you can go guns blazing, you can go stealth, there's Metroidvania stuff, you can hop in your ship and fly off into space.
I asked Johnny about that. So Kay Vess is our new protagonist, an entirely new character for Star Wars. Seems interesting. Ubisoft is describing her as a scoundrel. I like the idea of this. I just hope, in order to be a scoundrel, she has to be a bit of a jerk. And I hope Ubisoft will allow her to be a bit of a jerk, because that would be interesting.
She's got to double cross some people. And it's not pretty. Lando did it. Han does it. It's not pretty, but it has to be done. You can't be just a clean-cut good guy scoundrel that doesn't get away with anything.
Let her be a little bit of a jerk. She has her own ship. And I was reading on the Star Wars subreddit. People they're hoping that you can explore your ship, walk around while you're in space, like you can in the Star Wars Jedi games.
Yes, that's a really cool element of that, where you can sort of hang out in your ship while you're going from place to place. There's like a garden in there. There's other characters you can talk to. Her ship looks really cool. I really like the design of like a lot of the original designs they're bringing into this game. One thing that I'm interested in is that famously, for a very long time, one of the only games to take place between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi is Star Wars Shadows of the Empire. Shadows of the Empire was made in the 90s. It was basically part of like a big initiative to make everything for a Star Wars movie but a Star Wars movie. So you got a comic, you got a video game, you got toys, action figures, all this fun stuff. They put out a soundtrack. All that stuff was there. There was just no movie to go see. And famously, in that story, Han Solo was fridged or frozen in carbonite. And so they created a character named Dash Rendar, who was sort of Han Solo-esque. And I think it would be really cool if he made an appearance in this game, because the time periods line up. Now, Shadows of the Empire is no longer canon, but it'd be cool to have a little Easter egg to Shadows of the Empire in this game.
Do you think we'll make it through the entire game without seeing a lightsaber?
Ooh, that's a really good
question. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, I do wonder if a lightsaber
or force use.
I think there will be probably one fight in the game that involves a lightsaber, and it won't be you using it. Obviously, you'll go face to face with somebody who has the Force or a lightsaber.
Yeah, so that would be interesting. You not being a Force user, having to battle someone who is, that could be interesting as well.
And they're just deflecting your blaster, and you're like, I'll throw my
Nix at them.
I'll throw my Nix at them. Yeah.
Okay, so that's Star Wars Outlaws. That's coming out in August.
Yeah,
and then in
soon.
November is Assassin's Creed Shadows. The Assassin's Creed game that people have been asking for years.
So long, and the more I hear about it, the more excited I am for it. The entire concept of having two protagonists who have very distinct play styles is, I think, really smart for the Assassin's Creed games. They've done the dual protagonist thing before, but they're usually just sort of like, swaps of the same kind of attributes when it comes to a character. But this one, you have a character who walks onto the screen and he's massive and gigantic. You have NPCs in the town looking up at him in shock and awe. And then people stupidly challenging him to fights. The gameplay demo we saw at the Ubisoft Forward the other week was just incredible. It's everything I wanted from this game.
Yeah, the two protagonists, it seems like they represent two different play styles.
Yeah.
Because over the years, Assassin's Creed has become more of an RPG.
Yep.
Stealth is still there, but they've introduced other options, so if people want to play more as a tank, they can. And so instead of just having one protagonist that you sort of customize, now you can sort of pick which one, and they're already sort of pre-built for that.
Yes, yeah, and they're doing a lot of really good stuff in terms of world design here. One of the things they're implementing this time around is a weather system, which will sort of dynamically change the way.
World.
Yeah, so there'll be like a pond that you could swim across usually in the spring, and pop up, grab a guy, bring him under.
Yeah.
But in the winter, it's frozen, so you just gotta run across it and hope it doesn't crack, I guess.
Yeah, I just wonder, is it possible to play as one or other character for the entire game and never play the other character? Well, I typically prefer to be stealthy as long as I can.
Me too.
In Assassin's Creed.
Me too. Although the Yasuke stuff looks really fun for combat. Like for me, when I play FromSoft games, I like to do a pretty heavy strength build, but with still a little bit of vulnerability and the maneuverability. And so I want to be able to beat people up with him, but we haven't seen him climb onto a roof or anything yet. We don't know if he'll climb onto like an old Japanese house, fall through the ceiling.
They're not built for that kind of weight to be up there.
So it's tough to say.
It will also be interesting to see how this ends up in a post Ghost of Tsushima world.
Right.
That being, probably the best Japanese samurai game ever
Completely
made.
agree.
I think so.
And it came out in 2020. We were all locked up during the pandemic, and we got to run around beautiful fields in Japan playing that game, and it was a blast. And so they haven't announced a sequel to that game officially yet.
Which, come on.
Yeah, no, get
4
it together.
years, come on. At least announce it.
Tsushima. Until then, this is going to hold us over. And honestly, we got Assassin's Creed Mirage last year. It was really cool.
Yeah.
It was
smaller game,
scaled,
but great.
But this is back to the big open world thing. And I liked Origins, and I liked the other one,
Odyssey.
Yep. They were cool, but
and then Valhalla.
Yeah, but this is what I want. This is the setting. These are the characters. The combat just looks brutal.
Yeah.
It looks really, really fun. The stealth stuff looks like a blast. So I'm completely into this.
Yeah. Looking forward then, I think Ubisoft is trying to get more Assassin's Creed games out the door. Not all of them giant RPGs like Shadows. I think we can expect to see more modest entries like Mirage last year. But then we're also talking about yesterday how they announced they're going to be doing some Assassin's Creed remakes.
Yes. Yeah.
So I think they're going to, it used to be an annualized franchise. New Assassin's Creed every year. Maybe they're trying to get back to that.
Yeah, and I think a good way of doing that is taking some of the games like 2 and 4, and maybe even giving 3 like a fresh coat of paint, and chopping the tutorial down a little bit could help. Yeah. But there's also stuff like Assassin's Creed Hex that they're making. So they've got several in development.
The Witches one?
That's the one that's like it's got a very Blair Witch vibe to it, or the Witch vibe to it. And we haven't seen a ton of it yet, but I'm excited for that one. I hope that's like a Mirage style, smaller scale, more intimate, but very creepy setting. It's going to be Assassin's Creed doing horror basically.
Most of the recent Assassin's Creed games have had kind of light fantasy elements with like mythological creatures, even if it's like a hallucination or some sort of explanation, they're in there. That opens up up the door to some interesting things with Shadows, with Japanese mythology, right?
Yeah, and I do wonder how much of the sort of animus stuff is going to be involved there. Not particularly my favorite. I always wished it was something that you could just, read in the options menu as lore. Just email everybody a PDF. And that they can read if they're interested in that. I don't need that breaking up my gameplay. It actually takes me out of that world when I have to do that stuff.
And then thinking about Ubisoft looking past 2024, they sort of re-announced Prince of Persia: Sands of Time remake for 2026. That's a couple years away. I wonder what else do they have that could be in 2025?
Well, it's been a while since we've heard from the Far Cry franchise, and there were some interesting rumors.
2021, I guess.
Yeah, and that was Gus Fring basically.
Gus Fring
running fake Cuba, which I loved. That game was amazing. It brought me back to some of the classic Far Cry feeling of this is a tropical environment. You've got some goofy animal sidekicks. There was an alligator and a hot dog. It was great. I loved it. And so I'm very excited for them to do more of that. I don't know what's next, but there were some interesting rumors that there were theoretically 2 different Far Cry games in development. One of them was single player focused, and one of them was multiplayer focused. So we'll see if those combine together into one project, or if they remain 2 different things. But either way, I want more Far Cry.
There's also that original Splinter Cell remake.
Yes.
Which is happening, but haven't gotten any updates on that. I would love to revisit Splinter Cell.
No pun intended. We have been in the dark on that one for way too long, and we need the lights, all 3 of them, to pop on.
And they insist that Beyond Good and Evil 2 is still being worked on.
I believe they just put out a remastered version of Beyond Good and Evil. What is it, the 25th anniversary of that game? Whew, we're old.
Maybe the 20th.
Maybe a 20th.
Yeah.
We're not that old. Great, awesome.
we just got 5 years back.
Got 5 years back. It's amazing. So that's Beyond Good and Evil 2 was shown almost a decade ago at this point. And we haven't seen much of it at all. So please show us Beyond Good and Evil 2. We want that game. We want that franchise to come back. The children deserve it.
All right, that's a look at what's to come for Nintendo, Ubisoft, and even new hardware for the Brazilian game market. Thanks so much for listening to our ramblings on all the games we're excited to play. We will be back a little bit later on to talk about Dragon Ball and Elden Ring and other fun things. But right now, we will hand it back to your Gamescom LATAM hosts, who are waiting for us right behind the scenes, I believe. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Muito bom, é sempre bom receber a galera da IGN aqui, IGN Brasil, IGN Gringa.
It's always great to have IGN folks here. I know, I agree, but our next panel will be amazing. I'm so looking forward to it. We're going to have a very interesting conversation, but before we get started, please cast your votes for our Big Festival Award for tomorrow. Tomorrow we have the biggest awards. If you haven't cast your votes in, please go to our booths and look at the QR codes. You see, I can see the QR codes from here. Come on. Yes, just use your phone, cast your vote in, and we're going to have a big moment here tomorrow celebrating our winners by popular vote. That is true, and we're going to have other categories too. This is our opportunity to reward the biggest and best games that we have here. I love it. I've always loved the big festival, and now we have Gamescom LATAM, and we are prioritizing our games still. Yes, we actually cherish our domestic art. We have the Artists Alley, and at the big festival, we are appreciating indie art. All right, so now we have a crazy conversation with the biggest names in Brazilian voice artistry. We're gonna have some icons of gaming and film voice artistry in Brazil. You definitely know who they are, and I won't say their names beforehand because we want the surprise, right? This is gonna be live. So now we have the people who are in charge of the incredible voices that we use here. We have Marco Ribeiro, Fernanda Barone, Sergio Cantu, Rafael Rossato, and Manolo Rey. A round of applause.
Podem sentar para lá, podem sentar para lá.
You may take your seats, please. Please make yourselves comfortable. You also have the sofa here, so you may sit here as well. All right. Well, this is a star-studded cast. We have these very famous voices here with us, and we're gonna have a bit of a game here with our audience. So now, everyone, please close your eyes. No cheating. Close your eyes, and each one of our guests is gonna say a famous quote from their character. And you have to shout out their names. You have to, okay? All right. So let me start from my left. Close your eyes. I see people whose eyes are open. Don't cheat. Okay, they're closing their eyes. Good.
E aí, galera, vocês sabem quem é?
Do you know who that is? Yeah, that's right. Porky Pig. Very, very good. Now again, close your eyes.
E aí, galera?
What about that one? Do you know who that is? Do you know who that is? Absolutely, yes. You may close your eyes. No one's going to steal your stuff. It's safe here. Close your eyes again.
E aí, quem que é?
Sheldon, well done. Well done. Again, close your eyes. Yep, Penny. Well done. Close your eyes again.
Boy filantropo. Eu sou quem eu sou.
Pam, pam, pam. E aí, galera? É o quê? Homem de Ferro.
Iron Man. Very good, Iron Man. That was easy. Well done. Very good, very good. Thank you for being here. And today is the day of the voice actors in Brazil. We're gonna have a chat with this team here. It's gonna be a very good conversation. You have voiced fantastic characters, fantastic actors and actresses. When you're gonna voice Scarlett Johansson, Chris Pratt, Ryan Gosling, Tom Hanks, how do you find the right voice, the right tone, the right profile? Do you think about what the actors would sound like, or do you think about the character, regardless of the actor thinking about the character themselves? Hi everyone, it's a pleasure to be here with you. I think we need to find a match, first of all. the director will first of all think about a matching voice. So if you've never voiced that actor, then that's the first step. If you voiced that actor before, you're going to be called for a hearing, right? You're going to at least have a test. And finding the right style is about understanding the character, the way they breathe, the way they talk, what that actor wants to convey. And you have to really put yourself in their shoes so that you can act that part. Exactly as Fernando said. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all your love. Thank you. And, well, it is Voice Actors Day. And we are a bit more old school. And you can sort of voice the image as well. Not only thinking about the original voice, but what actually is happening in that scene. Because the viewers won't listen to the original voice. They won't listen to that sound, that audio. They're going to see those videos, that image. So I think that Brazilian actors are very good because they're not really dubbing, they're just creating a new version. A Brazilian version of it. I think the highest form of compliment for a voice actor is someone says, "Oh, I watched the movie yesterday," and you ask, "Was it with subtitles or did you see it with the voiceover?" And then the person says, "I don't remember if it was voiced over or subtitled." And that's great, because our objective is to fool people, to trick them, so that people forget that they're not listening to the actual actor. I think this is the main thing. And the voicing directors, they will choose the voice actors and help guide them to get where the actors need to be. Sometimes you're chosen for a role, but then you don't know exactly how to do it at first. But the director has more information at hand. He's probably seen the movie a couple of times already. And so the director is going to help you get where you need to be. Or if it's too long a line, you want to cut it down, they say, no, you have to speak really fast. This is a characteristic of this character. So a director is absolutely instrumental in helping the actors get there. And to be a voice actor, you need to be an actual actor. This is key. If you're not an actor, you may not be able to reproduce, replicate what that actor is doing. Because you're no longer yourself when you're voicing someone. You've become the person you're voicing. You have to speak like them. You have to breathe like them. That's why we have to be trained actors too. It's very nice that you mentioned that, because there's a whole process to develop this skill. It's not just like getting into the sound booth and then recording, right? Absolutely, yes. And you have to have like a card, like a pass. You've been voicing some actors for a long time, right? Was there any moment where you looked at a couple of lines and you said, this actor would never say this, or this character would never say this? Can you give this feedback? I can give you an example, especially in Big Bang Theory, because you have a bunch of nerds, a bunch of geeks voicing it, and the translation was good, but people would go like, no, this is a bit more like this, a bit more like that. And sometimes I would look at my text and it was all messed up, and I said, but this is my character. And I would speak to the director, because we get to know the character, you know. Porky Pig, for example. That's All Folks was translated in 2 different ways. But I will voice it according to how he's moving. And as time goes by, you gain a command of what that actor, what character would or would not say. And we have some freedom to adapt. The best jokes are the ones that come up in the studio, because the director has that idea right then and there, the sound operator or the voice actor, and then someone says, hey, what do you think about this? So of course, you need a good translation, that's the very base. But it's a living process. So it will change based on your experience. You say like, hey, I've just had an idea, maybe this works. And this is what makes people, or rather, the voicing resonate with people. They see a meme that they had seen on the internet the day before, so we need to adapt and adjust it all the time. That is the difference that a human makes, because a machine cannot create a joke like this. It will compile jokes, maybe get a now dated joke and use it, but the machine won't have this quick ability, you know, this quick thinking. That's why we need actual actors, humans. Let's have a hand of applause for human actors dubbing, right? Yes, you need a human soul. It's an artistic type of work. Like when you're drawing or when you're illustrating. Like music. And this is what we do, we adapt. And that's why Brazilian voice acting is one of the best in the world. Used to be one of the best and is coming back to that position. And we have to value good voice acting. There is bad voice acting as well that won't follow all of these criteria that we have laid out. So not all voice acting is good. So you have to really value those who are done by professionals, because that person who is doing it may not be that good, but because people want to cut down on costs, they will have less professional people doing it. It's complicated to talk about these things, but we need to value proper voice acting. Yes, you said that voicing is a living process, right? And I think when you talk about art, it's what happens. You have your background, you have your experiences that actors and actresses will bring into the work. And a machine will compile information, of course, but it will not have that human warmth. It will not live that moment. Well, I was a bit touched, so I'm sorry, but let's move on to the next question now. Is there a difference, or is it different when you're voicing an actual person, like flesh and blood, or if it's an animation, or if it's a game character? Do you build it differently? Is the process different? I think games are the ones that are the most different, right? Because you have live actions, you have cartoons, but when you're doing a game, you don't have the scenes yet. We only have the text. So we just voice it. So the reference we would have from the image of the characters, we don't. So when you're starting to voice games, it's a bit of a challenge, but then you get used to it and you can do it easily, so to speak. But I think this is the main difference. We don't really have the video then for video games. Now, when you think about real characters and cartoons, I think it's different too. Maybe a cartoon, you'll need to be a bit over the top, or I mean, some cartoons are really real life-like. So the more natural, the better. So when you think about live action movies, you have actors overdoing it a bit, you know, like with pulling faces. So I think it really depends on the actual movie or video. Is it going to be flesh and blood, or is it going to be a cartoon? I think it really depends. And again, you need a director to help guide you. Yeah, so the director is absolutely key to good voice acting. Sergio mentioned cartoons and live action movies, right? Think about The Mask, you know, like and Jim Carrey. If it's the cartoon or the live action movie, it's very over the top. So we maintain it, but it's important to notice these differences. I agree with Sergio. I think the base, the foundation is the same, but the actual character, if it's more of an extrovert or more of an introvert, if it's more of a caricature or if it's a more natural character. And you find these features in live action movies and in cartoons. The more natural you sound, the better. Let me give you an example. I think everyone has probably watched this, The Lion King. Come on, everyone's seen that movie. You have to be as natural as possible, even if it's the cartoon. Of course, you have got Porky Pig, you have got other characters that are a bit more of a caricature, and I try to have it sound as natural as possible, but you have to be true to what you're voicing. And then we can actually convince people the original was also Portuguese. And that's what will engage people, right? You talked about directors, and I want to know more about that. How is it that voice acting is directed, be it for a movie, a TV show, or mainly for games? You've been directed, right? Have you directed already? We have 4 directors here, right? When it's a game, it's a bit different. Rafael said that nowadays you almost don't get an image when you're voicing games. I directed Wally, Infinity, and others. Injustice 1 was revolutionary for me because it's a movie. It's really incredible. It's amazing. And we got the videos and we had to base ourselves on them. And each video was in 100 different sessions. So you have to record one line in one session and another voice in another session. Do you remember you almost killed me with Woody? Come on, we want to hear what the gossip is. It was a game, wasn't it? And then he would edit it one after the other. Come on, everyone, quick, go, do it. And I can't even breathe. That game did not come out to the market. I think it was called Fantasia. I did Oswald. I did a test, I passed, and there were quick one-liners. And he was an ET with long lines. And I would just say like, hey, how you doing? And then I was done. And then he would be talking on for a long time. So he had a lot of work, and my lines were shorter, quicker. You would be done in 5 hours, and he'd be working on days on end. Yeah, and not be done after days of work. All right. He's reporting on you in public. Tell us a little bit more about your experience in directing and being directed. You said you have 4 directors here. What do you mean? I directed Lego Star Wars, the Skywalker Saga. And all of the cutscenes were basically taken from the movies. They were adapted. So we wanted to have the same lines that were used in the movies. So then we knew exactly where to find it, and I knew how to guide people. Because again, we didn't have the final video, what the game was actually going to look like. But these were known lines, well-known lines. So I could say, this is the scene, this is probably what's happening. But we had a cheat sheet, so to speak, because it was based on movies that everyone had already watched. but you don't normally have a lot of references. The directors have access to the whole of the script, so it's easier for the director to guide the actor. But the actor oftentimes has got his one line, and then he doesn't know what came after or before it. So every project is a different project. It depends on whether you're familiar with the character or not. And in some cases, a lot harder than in voicing. Even if you don't have to have a lip sync, then it has to make sense for when the gamer is playing. And the game is more tiring than voicing a movie. Because when you're voicing a movie, you have different scenes. The character's not only speaking the whole time. Now, when you're recording a game voicing piece, it's one line after the other the whole time. You don't have a break. Sometimes you have to sync it with the wave. You don't have the lips, but you have the wave. And you have like 10% more or 10% less, or it has to be 100%. So it is quite challenging and tiring. I don't direct, but I had an interesting experience with Resident Evil Village. That's a very good game. That was harder because we didn't have the video and we had no idea what the character looked like. No one knew what it'll look like till now. So these were endless reactions and waves. You know that he is quartered and torn. So we have that, but I didn't really know what was happening with him. So the director really plays a very important role because he goes like, he's screaming here because his hand was cut off. Or a dagger was plunged into his chest. Because if you're just voice acting, you don't know it sometimes. Still thinking about direction. What if you're directing a guest voice actor who isn't really an actor, like an influencer? Turn off the cameras. I think silence has spoken louder than any words, right? Whatever happens in gamescom latam stays here, and whatever YouTube channels we have. To be a voice actor, you have to be an actor. If you direct someone who is not a voice actor, but who is a good actor, that's very helpful. I mean, it's already very good. And so if the person has a good ear or is good at being directed, that's great. Then you would normally just schedule longer sessions than you would with an experienced voice actor, but you can get them where you need to get them. Now, if it's not an actual actor, then they get a special authorization from the Voice Actors Union. Yeah, you need that. It's well, there's a law that says to be a voice actor, you need to be an actor. Or you may have an actor's ID, but you don't have any actual experience, and then it's not good. You can only do so much as an actor, as a director, right? And there's only so much that unexperienced person can do. Sometimes it may be a challenging character that would be difficult for an experienced voice actor. So if you're not a seasoned one, then you would struggle. There are some examples out there, right? Unfortunately. Let's not name these examples, shall we? Not do it? One of the great cases that people talk about happened to me at the start of my career. Oh my God. Let's get Oprah Winfrey in the room just to help us moderate this conversation. Well, I was prepared at the right time, the right place, and then I was approved and Disney chose me. And Luciano Huck, a famous TV host in Brazil, was selected to do it in my stead. Last minute. Inside Out 2 is in the movies right now, and there are many star talents who are not voice actors normally, but the result is incredible. It's amazing. Rodrigo Andeatro was the one directing the voice acting work. He worked really well, and the result is great. So you can see these people are not experienced voice actors, but they were directed, and then the result is great. But again, they are actors. I don't know if you can talk about this process that you mentioned to me. There's a different process now, right? More recently, starting a few years back, distributors, whenever they want to start talent, they ask the voice acting director what he thinks. And that didn't used to happen. And now they normally listen to the director's opinion. They say like, hey, if he says, hey, this is not going to be good, or this is going to be good, maybe. So the last projects I was involved in, I saw that happen. So the distributor has been asking the voice acting director, and their opinion has been heard. So we've seen better results. You need to listen to what the expert has to say, right?
And here's the thing, we need to rely on our directors. They are really key. Sometimes they have very novice voice actors working because sometimes they are less expensive, more affordable, but it's not good. And sometimes we see games and people complain about them because they suck. But I've had amazing experiences. Rodrigo Lombardi is wonderful. Leandro Hassoun is wonderful. Nobody believes that he's Gru. And sometimes we see their work and we see that they actually added value to their characters. They went above and beyond what anybody could have expected. So yes, we have amazing voice artists, but with the right directors, they're able to get it cleaned. They are able to get it done. Yes, but sometimes you have lots of people who are not as experienced. But if they have plenty of time and directors can work with them, then they can find something within what is reasonably expected. Now, since we're talking about the universe of voice acting and directing, something we love here is translation and localization. How much influence do voice actors and directors translation and localization? Yeah, you know, let's talk about translation. I do have a few anecdotes here. There was this movie called Shark Boy and Lava Girl, and it took me 1 hour to translate what's up. And anybody would say "E aí" or "Qual é?" But in this scene, they had this eel in their hand, and they were like, "What's up? What's up?" It was about electricity. It took me 1 hour. I drank lots of Coke. I ate a lot of cookies. I was feeling really nervous, and I felt like I wouldn't make it. But then I started writing many words related to electricity, like watts and amperes or volts. And I said, "Vou te pegar, vou te pegar." It took me 1 hour, a full hour. You had to drink an energy drink to get there, huh? Yeah, we also had another anecdote with teamwork. There's this movie called Tá Dando Onda, or Surf's Up, and the translation was beautiful. We made it so fun. We did lots of research, and they made it better in the studio. It's now really famous in Brazil. We have a few phrases that got famous because of this movie. So translation is key. It is one of the most crucial steps. We worked on Iron Man. Sergio was the director, right? For Endgame. And we changed one of their sentences. And Sergio was doing the translation. And as we were adapting it, we said a phrase that became very famous in Brazil. We also thought about how a kid, how a child would say something. And it was about a number. And we thought that, you know, sometimes kids do not really understand numbers. They don't talk about very high numbers. So we did some testing. We talked to a girl, and she said something that in Portuguese is like, I love you 1,000 million. This was how we adapted it. And during these moments, directors need to really pay attention to what everyone is suggesting. They can just say, hey, this is the official translation, so this is what we're going with. And I say that as a translator, sometimes I translate something, and then we get to the studio, and a voice artist or a technician come up with something better. Or everyone reads it, and then a supervisor says, hey, in this scene, why not using such and such? And then we can do it again. So this is the kind of work that the more, the better. Everyone can look at it, and we can get to great solutions. And these kinds of jokes become memes. People say, hey, do you remember this phrase from this movie? So it's teamwork. It's not up to the translator, it's not up to the director, it's up to everyone. I've also worked a lot with adapting texts. I'm not a translator, but I've adapted movies. And as Sergio was saying, it's about teamwork. You have a director, a translator, a supervisor, and the one creating the adaptation. In Hotel Transylvania, which I adapted, we had a huge problem with screen cheese. They said, do you want scream cheese? And we saw toast with a piece of cheese that would scream at the person. We spent over a week thinking about it until we got to polengrito, which makes lots of sense in Portuguese. Wow, polengrito, that's wonderful. Really creative. I love it. You know, this is why it's unforgettable. This is why Brazilian voice acting is so wonderful, because we have so much hard work in the backstage. And then we remember these phrases and we talk about it to people. This is why we say it's not merely a translation, and it's not merely about mimicking someone else's voice. It's about doing lots of hard work. This is why voice acting needs to be appreciated. Live acting, acting with a soul. We need to really cherish it. We have a whole team behind it. We have people adapting it. We have techs. We have our right hands who sometimes have wonderful ideas. Sometimes if a tech says something, I suggest it immediately. And then I try to steal their idea, of course. No, I'm only joking, obviously. And we need to remember the other people who work with voice acting. Today is voice acting day, but we have translators, directors, techs, mixers, reviewers, editors, people working with traffic, cleaners, project managers. So many people behind it. We have our coffee ladies helping us get coffee throughout the day. You know, it's a lot more people than what we can imagine. Let's hear it for all of these people who are amazing and who are the backbone of Brazilian voice acting. Now, let me ask you a question for fun. We're here at Gamescom Latam. Are you gamers? Are games important to you? Well, Rafael is a gamer. He's addicted to it. Whenever we see each other, he tells me that he walked through a game. If there's a new release, he knows the power he needs, he knows how much it costs. We've always played. all of us have played at some point. I don't play a lot because I don't have enough time to watch shows and movies and then to play. But this guy here is a fan. He plays so often. I have an arcade that I bought, and it's basically there. It's obsolete. I don't have time to play it. Sometimes I play on my phone or on my computer, but this guy here, he loves it. Well, you know, I don't play as often as I wanted to, but I still play a lot. We're working all day, we're recording all day, but maybe in the evenings or overnight. And I do prefer to sleep fewer hours to play. Otherwise, we end up giving it up. You know, we're always tired, we just go to bed and we never do it. So I watch my shows and I play my games. I've played since I was a kid. My first game was Turbo Game. I played my dad's Atari, then he got me a Turbo Game, then a Super Nintendo, and I spent a lot of time with Super Nintendo. I'm a big fan of Mario. Oh, you have a tattoo? Yes, I have 2 other tattoos. And after many, many years, I got the opportunity to be the voice actor for Mario. This was so special because Mario is a part of my childhood. I was in tears when I got this opportunity. Oh, come on! We want to hear your Mario.
O pessoal tá aqui falando e nós estamos aqui de bobeira. Quer um cogumelo?
Não, cogumelo não. Já distribuiu nossos cartões para eles.
Arrasaram.
Então, assim, falando como gamer, esse foi o ápice da...
As a gamer, this was the very top of my career. I still play very often too, not as much as I'd like to. But games are an escape for me. If I'm under lots of stress, if I'm busy. For instance, recently I started playing Dragon Age Inquisition again. I'm really looking forward to the next one. So I already walked through it, but I'm playing again to use other characters and take different paths. So when I want to relax, I play games that I've played before, maybe Diablo 4, and I'm just farming and farming for a long time. This is my escape. Oh, my last console was Master System. You know, I liked the 2D stuff, where you saw the character. Now with these new games where you have to click every button, I just die. So yeah, this is my experience with gaming, but I am a voice actor for many of them. Well, I used to play FIFA, but my son would pull my leg all the time. And I used to play Burnout as well. I loved racing games. Gold medal. All right, folks, thank you so much for being here. Let's give it up for them again. Thank you so much. This is such a special day. Thank you. Thank you for having us. It's been a pleasure. These were Marcos Ribeiro, Fernanda Barone, Sergio Cantu, Rafael Rosato, and Ray. Shall we take a picture together? Yeah. Should we all stand up? Let's stand up. Let's take a selfie. Let's take a selfie with everyone. We've got so many people in the audience. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Excellent. I love it. You've been amazing. Thanks again. This was so incredible.
Eu também. E agora?
Vem pra cá.
Vem pra
Vem pra cá, fica com a gente, fica aqui
Agora
pertinho aqui, ó. Fica pertinho aqui. Isso, aqui.
Assim.
Pro nosso momento.
Come on, Barbara, come join us. So what now? I could spend another hour talking to them. I could spend another 4 hours in this panel. They have so much to share. I know he was talking about Diablo, and I wanted to talk about your cosplay, Slovakia. I know it was an honor for me to work with the production for Diablo 4. It was really cool. I would like to thank Blizzard for giving us opportunities as LGBTQIA+ professionals. This is a statement for our community to have a queer cosplayer cosplaying as a woman who is a protagonist for their games. I was really happy to represent our community. Good for you. And now, again, we're gonna have folks from IGN US. Yes, and they've been walking around the trade show and they are bringing us insights with a foreign touch. I know we have our Brazilian flair, but it's always great to get outside perspective on what we're doing here as Gamescom Latam in our very first historical year. So now we're going to have a session in English. If you need simultaneous interpreting, please get a radio receiver and we have simultaneous translation into Portuguese. We do. We want everyone to feel at home, and to feel at home, we need to understand it all. So if you feel more comfortable with translation, please get a radio receiver because we have simultaneous translation available to you. We don't want you to miss out on anything for the first ever Gamescom Latam in São Paulo, Brazil.
Venham pra cá, gente. Uma salva de palmas.
Welcome, friends.
Hello, hello. The stage is yours.
What's up, everybody?
All right, we're back.
Hi, I'm Damon Hatfield from IGN. This is Brian Altano.
Good to see you all.
We've been here periodically throughout the day talking about some of the biggest games here at Gamescom Latam. I think it's about time to talk about maybe the biggest game here.
Yes.
Let's talk about Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree.
Do we have any Elden Ring fans here?
Yeah,
there you are.
Yeah.
Everyone here is amazing because they took a break from playing Elden Ring, where they kept getting their butts kicked, to come here to hear us talk about Elden Ring. I took this trip. The only thing that I miss about being back home is playing Elden Ring.
Not your family?
Not my family. No, I love my family.
Not your own bed?
Yeah, not my own bed. Just Elden Ring. I'm on the final boss of the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC. He's kicking my butt, and I put the controller down. I got in the airplane, and I came to Brazil, and I said, I need a break. And I came here, and what did I do? I played Elden Ring on the show floor. So
it's maybe one of those situations where now you're gonna, when you get home, you're gonna fire it up and you'll beat him on the first try.
I know.
That's a real thing.
It'll happen. So yeah, Elden Ring is here on the show floor. There's a whole bunch of playable kiosks. There's some amazing cosplayers here too.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because you actually went out in the field and you got some footage of them.
That's right.
And we have a little package of Elden Ring cosplay that I think we can play for you right now.
Amazing. Incredible costumes there.
Yeah.
I actually shot a video for them that we put on IGN's TikTok and Twitter and Instagram where Millennia hit me with a sword.
And you died.
And I died, which is very true to how many times it's happened in the game.
But you resurrected back here backstage.
Yep, I'm back.
And now you're good to go. I think we were talking earlier, it's funny that Erdtree specifically is playable on the show floor, because Elden Ring is not a pick up and play game.
No, it's not.
It's famously pretty difficult to get into.
That's right, and the Erdtree DLC is some of the toughest stuff that FromSoft has ever done, to the point that it was actually getting review bombed on Steam because players were mad that it was too difficult, and I think that's very funny.
Yeah, I thought we were past the point of, argument like that. It's the identity of the game.
It is true.
Who's like, oh, surprise Pikachu face, Elden Ring is hard.
Yeah, we have a little saying for people like that, and it's get good.
Yeah.
But it's tough. I understand. The Erdtree DLC is interesting because it has its own economy. In the same way where when I come to a different country, there's its own currency.
Yeah.
Erdtree has these collectibles that you find that make your character stronger. So going in at level 200 doesn't really mean anything unless you start leveling up within the DLC itself.
The Skadu tree.
The Skadu trees, yeah.
Seeds, I guess that's what they are, yeah.
Or Scad bucks, Erd dollars, whatever you want to call them. We have all sorts of fun names for them.
Yeah, that works.
Demon, you're playing Elden Ring, right?
I am. I'm playing Shadow of the Erdtree, and it's difficult. So I ran into the Lion Head Divine Beast boss, which you might see in this trailer here. And that has presented a roadblock of sorts to me in my progress. The most frustrating thing is that I've gotten him down to like millimeters of health and then died.
That is the kind of thing I will scream at my television about.
Yeah.
I saw a meme going around on Twitter today that had a picture of him, and it was a guy saying, "So when is it my turn to attack?"
Yeah, so like what I was saying, it's playable on the show floor. If there's a build for Erdtree that allows players to just jump in and not get killed right away, man, I want that build.
I want that build too. What kind of character do you play as? Because I like to play as like a strength build who's also pretty quick and pretty tanky. I can take a lot of hits, full back, heal up, but then I bum rush and I just stab the heck out.
But we might just keep talking anyway. Yeah, I play a samurai, and I like finding all the high-powered katanas and affect the enemies with blood loss. Anything I can do to sort of give me an edge. I beat all of Elden Ring. I surprised myself.
Yeah.
But I could not have been able to do it if I couldn't cheese my way through the whole game. And I have no shame in that. I cheesed my way any possible moment I could.
Well,
but as I was playing it, people had already discovered these methods of cheese. So what I'm hoping is that we were playing Erdtree before release. We got our codes a few days early. So I'm hoping that by now, it's been a couple weeks when I get home, maybe someone will have discovered a way to cheese the lion head guy.
I hope so
that'll
too.
make it easier for me.
I hope so too. Get him stuck in a corner somewhere.
Yeah, I don't care.
His brains in.
I have no shame.
Now, the creator of Elden Ring, Miyazaki-san, recently did an interview where he said that he's not good at video games.
Yeah, he said
he's not good at Elden Ring.
Rubbish at Elden Ring.
And he loves to use any sort of things in the game you can to beat them. So
he put them all in there.
Yeah. So if he says you can do it, then you can do it. Anyone can do it. You can cheese your way through Elden Ring if you have to.
Yeah. You use mimic tears?
What's up?
Do you use the mimic tears?
I do.
I know there's just a level of player who refuses to use mimic tears.
Good for them. Yeah. Good for them. I also use a little stool in my kitchen to reach things on the high shelf if I need it. It's okay to use the tools at your disposal.
So IGN gave Erdtree 10 out of 10.
Yeah,
which is what the base game got as well.
I agree. Yeah, and you know what? I'll be honest with you. It took me a little while for Erdtree to click. At first, I was pretty frustrated with it. I didn't like the way the land was connected, but then I realized that a lot of it is interconnected in really smart ways. You have to go through a very specific door or area that will bring you down a very long-winded tunnel or path through a bunch of very horrific bosses and monsters and fights, and then you'll end up in a whole new area, and it's such a reward. It reminds me of the first time playing Metroid Prime, where you walked into Phendrana for the first time, right? And you got this huge, beautiful vista, or in the Elden Ring base game where you stumbled into an elevator that took you all the way into hell. I love that about that. And Shadow of the Erdtree has so many of those moments for me.
Yeah.
And the boss fights. The boss fights are just awesome. They're big spectacles. They're fast. They're rewarding. It's fun to learn their patterns. It's fun to get your butt kicked by them. There was a limit I had. There was a boss we showed earlier. He has like a red sword and a blue sword. And I spent a full morning fighting him.
Wow.
And I may have cursed a lot in front of my 6-year-old. But you know what? I defeated him, and he's dead, and I don't have to fight him again. again, and I feel good about that.
And she learned an important lesson.
Yeah, and
cursing will help you solve your problems.
It's true. It's true.
So you're at the final boss.
Yeah.
Do you think after you beat the final boss, do you think you'll be done? Or do you want to hang out and explore some more?
Well, the thing is, with the base game, I went back and I fought every single boss in the game.
Oh my goodness.
I found a checklist of every single boss in Elden Ring. You too. I love it. I love it. And I made sure I went through and I was like, I don't want a single enemy in this game to be still alive. I need to go down this list and kick everyone's butt in this entire game. I don't need 100% it. I don't need to platinum it. I just want to make sure every bad guy is dead. And I did it. And you know what? I'm going to do that for the DLC as well.
Oh my gosh. You're committed.
I am committed.
So when Erdtree came out, you had already defeated Moog, the Lord of Blood.
Yes.
Because I had to do that.
I did it on New Game Plus, and that was not fun. It was not fun. But yeah, no, I went into Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree pretty cocky. I was level 205.
Yeah.
And I had a maxed out katana blade. I had, put all the rocks in my armor to make myself super strong, and showed up and just got my butt kicked by the first guy in the first area.
Yeah, that guy's fast.
Yeah, and I was humbled very quickly.
Yeah. It's been out for about a week now. There was a light controversy. It's Steam user review briefly came down to a mixed reception, partly because of the difficulty, like we were saying earlier, but partly because of its performance.
Yes.
And I do notice on that Lionhead Divine Beast I'm playing on PS5, the frame rate does crash a little bit on that boss.
They are not the most, you don't really come to FromSoft games expecting 4K, 60 frames per second and all that stuff. But there are some standards that I think by 2024 we do expect with some video games. And on PC, there are a lot of frame dips down to the single digits and stuff like that, and crashes. So I understand that. I'm sympathetic to that. The people who are complaining it's too hard, not sympathetic to them.
Yeah. But it sold 5 million copies in a week, and I think the review the rating has gone up and been positive.
And I will say one game that they have been talking about recently, Miyazaki's brought it up in some interviews, it's my favorite FromSoft game ever made, is Bloodborne. And it's in an interesting spot. Shout out to Bloodborne. Who likes Bloodborne? Oh, my people. I love you so much. I love you, Brazil.
Too.
Amazing.
We like hearing people cheer.
Bloodborne is one of the best games of all time. It turns 10 years old next year, and it is stuck on the PlayStation 4. You can play it on PS5, but we haven't gotten a remake or a remaster or anything like that. It's still just lost in time. So you can go play it. It doesn't, it doesn't run super well. It doesn't run even at 30 frames per second or 1080p, but it's my favorite game that they've ever made, and I would love to see a sequel or a remaster, a remake, a movie.
So let me ask you this, Brian. After the incredible success of Elden Ring, why does Bloodborne remain your favorite FromSoft game?
Well, Bloodborne does a really good sort of understanding of horror that I think the Elden Ring games, the Elden Ring game does, Dark Souls does as well, but it gets into gothic horror a lot better than anything else does. Elden Ring does a lot of sort of like medieval fantasy setting stuff with tons of horror involved, obviously, but there's an element of Bloodborne that has remained untouched when it comes to FromSoft, where they just go full evil. It is full gothic horror, evil, just awful monsters everywhere. Some of the most terrifying settings they've ever done. There's somebody in the audience that is completely agreeing with everything I'm saying here, and I love it. I respect you. So yeah, Bloodborne is just one of those things. They've never made another game like it. They've scratched the surface here and there, but I would love to see a return to that. Sony owns the rights to it, so it's tricky. It's an exclusive basically.
So many people call for a remaster or a remake or something. You would think, even if FromSoft wants to move on and do something else, Sony just hand it off to Bluepoint. Yeah, hand it off to someone to polish it up for PS5.
Yeah, we reported on IGN recently that Bluepoint is working on an original game, and I was very happy about that, but I would also like to see them do Bloodborne next, so here's hoping that happens.
As for Elden Ring, it seems like FromSoft is done with it now. Yeah. They've gotten their big Erdtree DLC out, super well received, and I think they can put Elden Ring to bed, so to say. Yeah. Turn their eyes to the future. Regardless of what they might be working on, what would you want them to start working on?
Well, aside from Bloodborne 2, or Bloodborne Remake or Bloodborne Remaster, everyone is just going to want more Elden Ring. Like, honestly, the game sold 25 million copies. The DLC sold 5 million already. Yeah, and it's been out for a week and a half or whatever. And so I would love to see them take that world and continue to build on it.
Well, the tricky thing for them is they may have reached their limit with what they can achieve as a development studio as it is. Miyazaki himself said, this is a direct quote, he says, Elden Ring is really the limit. So a sequel to Elden Ring isn't necessarily going to be like a lot bigger.
Sure.
So
Yeah, if you look at
it might be hard to meet expectations for what a real sequel would be.
If you look at the original Dark Souls trilogy, right, they made sort of some natural evolutions from game to game.
Yeah.
It wasn't really like, you know, retelling the entire story or reinventing the whole book or anything like that. But they made smart adjustments from game to game. And by Dark Souls 3, it was, you know, a full leap above the first one. So I'm convinced that if they stick pedal to the metal on more Elden Ring, it's just going to get bigger and better.
I would certainly understand the appeal to make a sequel, considering its success. But Dark Souls is the only game that they've ever made a sequel for.
Right.
In the modern days.
Yeah.
There are more than one Kingsfield game back in the day, but ever since Demon Souls, right?
Yeah.
Well, I guess from their Armored Core also. But
yeah, and
Souls-likes.
we haven't gotten a second Sekiro game. I know some people want that. So yeah, it's tough. You know, they're not a gigantic studio. They've got enough people to pull off some really cool stuff. But Shadow of the Erdtree is basically the size of a sequel. Like, that is a much bigger game than even they told us it would be.
Many other standalone games.
They told us it would be the size of Limgrave, which was an area in the first game, and it's significantly bigger than that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, respect.
Let me ask you this: Would you like an Elden Ring movie?
Sure. Why not? Who's going to write that? Not George R.R. Martin, right?
No.
He seems busy. Yeah.
I don't know. I know people get into the lore. I think it's all a little bit. Like, the lore is not the reason that I play.
Sure, yeah.
It could be a tall order to make that all sort of make sense in a movie, a 2-hour movie, but we'll see.
I like the idea of making a movie where somebody just goes around and they just get their butts kicked by huge, ugly monsters.
Yeah.
And that's it. Do you think you'll be able to invade the theater, like NPCs?
Run into someone else's theater?
Yeah, run into a different movie and start fighting them?
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Whatever it is that From Software ends up doing next, I'm very excited to see, because I wasn't really a fan before Elden Ring, but I am now.
You're in. Yeah,
for sure.
That's how it goes.
So, Shadow of the Erdtree is here at Gamescom Latam. If you want to get your butt kicked by a tough boss in public, we've got lots more coverage coming up. We'll be talking about Dragon Ball a little bit later and some other fun things. So, thanks for listening to us talk. We'll hand it back over to the Gamescom host, and we'll see you guys soon.
Thank you. See you soon. Estamos de volta, né? É o grande momento.
We're back. It's the great moment. Are you ready for what's to come? Let me warm you guys up a little bit. Are you ready? So, if you're ready, you're not going to leave it. No, guys from row number 2 are staying. Did you like it? Do you understand what I said in English? Oh, this is so good. This exchange is so positive. We were talking to the back, like, let's come close to me, I don't know why, Talk a bit about a few things that we liked. I was thinking, I haven't talked about the Banco do Brasil booth. Some great experiences they're having there, and they're here with us. Gamescom Latam, the first edition, and we have to value the brands that are here with us to bring it. It's not just a brand, there are great experiences there as well. So if you haven't walked by the booth, what is it? You're going to be a teller? A bank teller? No. No, it's like, it's a great, it's a rope adventure there. Like you slide down the seat hanging on the rope. The voice of God said something. Did you get that? So we're wrapping our part for today. You missed me. Thank you. You're great. Thank you. Kisses, and please don't leave. And we'll see you guys soon. Enjoy Gamescom Latam 2024. Don't go away.
when I drop on the beat. Taking down my hair, got your eyes on me. This lollipop is poppin', this lollipop is poppin', this lollipop is poppin', 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 poppin'.
This lollipop is
on the beat. Taking down my hair, got your eyes on me. You need it, you want it, but can you handle this? This lollipop is poppin', 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 pop. This lollipop is
This lollipop is
I'm all kinds of bad when I drop on the beat. Taking down my hair, got your eyes on me. This lollipop is poppin', this lollipop is poppin', this lollipop is poppin', 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 poppin'.
This lollipop is
Boa tarde, boa tarde.
Good afternoon, Gamescom Latam. How are you guys doing? I'll let the darkness. I am right behind you, my friend. All right, let's get to work. Hey, everyone. So still to come, we're going to have a panel on Elden Ring with the lore from Elden Ring, which is difficult to understand. If I were a YouTuber, if it weren't for the YouTubers, I would never know what's happening in that game. And later on, we have a panel on Tibia. Yeah, I played that a lot when I was a kid. Yes, they are 27 years old. Oh, okay, so I was already an adult. Ale and I are here to talk to you about a great launch from Claro. Claro, and I've been representing them for 9 years, since I was a kid, has always attempted to make technology more accessible. I think you probably have heard this, but they really do that. If you look at our motto, Claro connects you to what you love, that's really making technology more accessible and affordable. They're taking the best from the world and trying to reach as many people as they can. And if you look at the story behind Claro, they had many firsts. Yeah, to be honest, I recently learned that 4G was brought to Brazil by Claro. At the time, it was a huge tech innovation. Quality and speed, I mean, we had no idea it was possible to have 4G. And 5G has also been brought by Claro. So they have always taken a lead in bringing in tech innovation and revolutionizing how we communicate in Brazil. They're always open to what is new. They're always innovating and bringing all the crazy stuff for those of us who really like technology. Yes, and there's one more on the way. This is going to be an important one for video game fans, especially you who want to play your favorite games anywhere. Maybe on the bus, maybe at work, during lunch break, or maybe at your grandmother's house. Claro is going to connect you to what you love the most. And this is a very important partnership with Claro and NVIDIA. This is Claro Gaming GeForce Now, A Little Darkness. Yes, powered by Abia. What does that mean, guys? We're going to be able to play wherever we are. On our phones, on a TV screen. Imagine playing Cyberpunk on a computer browser. I remember there was a meme we liked about downloading a video card. Now you can actually do that. Does it run Crysis? Yes, it does. And Claro has brought wonderful high-speed connection, Wi-Fi 6, 5G+, and this is all allied to GeForce Now, allowing us to play with high quality, high speed, without any issues. Sometimes when we play, you might have a save game, and if you need to travel, you can't bring it along with you. But now you can continue it on your computer or on your phone, anywhere you go. I used to play on my OneDrive, and then I would download it to where I was and bring back my save. You no longer need to do that. You can continue the same game from your computer, cell phone, or browser, wherever you are. We have a video with some of the features from Claro Gaming GeForce Now, and I'll give you some more details throughout this presentation. People might be wondering, wait, can you really play on a browser? Take a look at this video and we'll give you some more information.
Oh!
So to help us to talk about this, we're going to invite on to the stage someone who's been working on this product for a long time. Marcio, the COO from Claro, is going to join us. Let's give him a hand. He's one of my bosses. Welcome, Marcio. And now we're going to cross our legs because this guy's tough. Welcome. So tell us about your vision for the future with Claro. I am probably one of the persons who comes to you the most. Yes, you're our favorite product manager. Tiago, folks here might not have been born, but a long time ago, we couldn't even talk on the phone if you weren't home. We only had landlines. Internet was also something that started at home and then was made accessible to your phones, and now we can carry it anywhere. And this is another change to how people play. We're breaking away from, the chains that tied people to their consoles or computers so that now they can play from any connected device. Obviously, this is only possible because they are processing all of this information on the cloud with all the performance that NVIDIA can deliver. And the user is receiving the best connection possible by Claro. Yeah, you're saying this is something of the remote past, but sometimes you wanted to play a cell phone game on the TV, and that was difficult enough. So today I said I'm going to use Claro Gaming. I saw that the website was there. So I got the Game Pass, and I decided to play Starfield. Starfield was running on Claro Game GeForce Now. The Creation Studio, which is something new for this update. I tried to download a mod and run it, and I do that through Claro Gaming GeForce Now. And it ran the game with a mod this morning, and it was Starfield. This is such a great product if you don't have a top-line computer, and if you want to, maybe make the best use of your time looking at a cutscene, you can do that while you're waiting for a dentist's appointment. But the only thing was on my phone, I needed a gamepad. So that's an important detail for you to use the service. You need a gamepad, and Claro is bringing 2 to Brazil to make this easier. These 2 gamepads are official Claro devices, which will be available on their website. Yes, each Bitido is very famous abroad, and they produce great controllers like these, which Claro is officially bringing to Brazil now. So we will no longer need to hide this in our backpacks when we're traveling. We will have them available in Brazil officially. Yeah, take a look. These are 2 great partnerships for joysticks and game controllers and gamepads. This one is a little bit different. Take a look. And when we say there are over 1,900 games, if you've never used a service of this sort, and if you're curious, when you go into the website, it asks where your games are, and then you can load your Steam library, your Ubi library, your EA library, and your Game Pass. So all of these games will run there. So if you have, for example, Cyberpunk on DoD, or GOG, excuse me, it will run in Claro Gaming now. And I would say that most games can run on Claro Gaming GeForce Now. I showed you my phone today. I have 1984 games available. So again, over 1,900. Right, so I don't want to get in the way of your conversation. I'm really only here to thank you. Thank you for helping us share the news with everyone else. People are already testing this service. We have some partners at ABIA, which is the representative for NVIDIA in Latin America, and obviously the Claro team, which made this happen. And as Tiago said, our role is to have a new boom every day and connect people to what they love. We're sure that you love to play, and it will be even easier to play now with Claro Games GeForce Now. And yes, we've recorded an ad. We have an ad, which will be on social media, and also the movies. And it's going to play for you firsthand. Let's take a look. So with Claro Gaming GeForce Now, you now have a new way of playing. Tiago, I can play these games anywhere? Yes, at this level of quality? Yes, of course, with Claro Game GeForce Now and 5G Plus, you can play anywhere with cloud gaming, and you can use any device. And I can play from here? Yes. What about from here? For sure. What about from here? Yes, everywhere. Can I play without HD? Yes, there are over 1,900 compatible games, and over 100 of them are free. You can play from your friend's house. You can play from your grandmother's house, wherever you want. All you need to do is to take your phone and your gamepad. This is Claro 5G Plus, the fastest G Plus in Brazil. And can you play with the best graphics? Yes, they are NVIDIA standard with RTX on. And Fibra Plus is ultra high speed. It's a new way of playing. I'm glad you like it, but yours in front of my gameplay. Claro Gaming GeForce Now, a new way to play. Available as of today. With RTX on. We can download a video card now. Guys, we have a wonderful squad here who's going to talk to you here on the stage, and we're going to have a game that you'll be able to take part in. So let's welcome Paji, Zigueira, Taiga, Zulu, Brava, and Niki. Let's give them a hand. What a squad. All right, Zulu, how many microphones do you have? We have several here. Okay, so let me see who I'm going to ask the first question. G and a Brava, 1984 games on my phone. So I'd like to hear your opinion. So if you're waiting for a plane or a doctor's appointment and you really want to play something, what would you play? What games would you like to play anywhere? Look, I really like games, and in fact, I'm in the mobile world already. I play on my phone all the time, but I'm really excited that now I can play Cyberpunk anywhere, because I think that's really a game that you have to experience intensively. Yeah, they didn't do justice to them. That's right. I was so excited when it came out, and now I'm excited again because I keep play from anywhere. My achievements will be logged on my phone. That will be great. What about you? Well, I play a little bit of everything. I play anything that has ever been launched, but I am the most excited for the fact that, well, I've always said that games have always been an elite sort of entertainment because you always need a device for new games or games in general. And now we're going to have the opportunity of playing from any device wherever we have a good internet connection. And we'll be able to, you know, have access to something that wasn't so affordable before. So it's not about being able to run your game. Now we can run anything anywhere. Yes, getting a video game card is like getting a car for a gamer, right? If someone gives you an NVIDIA card, I mean, it's like, wow. And now you'll be able to play these games with an NVIDIA card quality anywhere. That's incredible. Yeah, that's great. We know there are many mobile games that really revolutionized the market, and now kids are going to be able not only to play cell phone games, which are quite limited usually. Oh, you're going to get a lot of hate comments for that. Well, how else would you bring a PC gamer to a small device? I'm happy for them. Now they'll be able to play all of these games, and that's great. And Taiga, as we saw on the video, she said it's very versatile. You can play it anywhere. How did you get this news? In the beginning, I didn't really understand it. I thought, what does that mean? That didn't make sense in my mind. And then someone told me it was cloud computing, and I said, wow, you can literally play from where I am, from the stage. So it does work. And what's also great is that I'm a gamer who has many non-gamer friends, and they always have an excuse for not playing. And now they no longer do, because we can play with Claro Game GeForce. and we'll be able to have a gameplay on our phones or our computer. People used to say that they didn't have consoles or a gamer PC, but that's no longer an excuse. And the connection is no longer an excuse either. Zulu, you like competitive games, so you know that lag is always an issue, but it's a way of blaming the lag as well, right? But with Claro, that will no longer be possible. That's one of their concerns from the beginning. Their first meeting involved having servers closer to the users, reducing ping times, so unfortunately we no longer have that excuse. Yeah, we won't even be able to feel the lag with Claro fiber. We get a very good connection. Your lag is not going to be an excuse anymore if you're a bad gamer. It really works wonders. Yeah, these are two necessary services, right? That's right, it will run light, and now we no longer have an excuse. That's right, we can no longer blame the lag. Nick Zigong. So, graphics. Playing on a cloud with everything on ultra. Have you ever imagined that? Did you ever think that you would get to this level someday? Well, when I got the briefing, I told my assistants, is this true? Something must be wrong. They said, yes, it is. And you no longer depend on having a good device. We know that in Brazil, not everyone can afford the best hardware. She mentioned Cyberpunk, and I think that's really a game that everyone needs to play. Of course, you will need to have a gamepad, but it's cheaper to buy a gamepad than buying a high-end console. So it really is witchcraft. It's magic. When I read the briefing, I said, that's crazy. What about you, Nick? With these graphics and everything at your fingertips, how do you feel? Hi, can you hear me? Hi. So, I hate ugly games. Apologies to those of you who are ugly, but beauty is essential. And I don't like ugly games. No one likes ugly games. We really don't like it when it looks like a clay figurine. So I was gagged. I thought, how are we going to have this much quality? Because in my mind, I might have a big head, but my brain is not so big. So I started thinking, how is this quality going to come from a video card to a phone? And I had to mull it over, and then I tested it like Thiago said he did. And it's true, it's not a lie. The T is real, and you know, it's like getting a new phone because graphics really look like they do on the best of the best computer. So you no longer need a gamer computer. All you need is Claro Game GeForce Now. This feeling of, you know, this isn't possible is what everyone gets. And, you know, if you don't believe us, buy a day pass. Actually, we're going to give out some day passes. Right, so let's have a game. Should we have a quiz? I see some folks from Claro there. No violence, please. They have a day pass. But you need to get the answers for this trivia quiz. You're wearing the Arsenal shirt, so you should get a year pass because you're wearing the right shirt. Do we have microphones? Otherwise, we'll come down. All right, what's the first question? First question. Where are you coming from? This is the first question. So who's going to answer this one? Who's going to answer the first question? There's some people back there. You're too quiet. So they're going to choose. They hold the mic. Yeah, we can't really play favorites here, guys. So, all right, we have the first player. Here's your first question. What is cloud gaming? Hold on, hold on. He's anxious. We have options. Hold on. A, playing with physical discs. B, playing with remote servers on a cloud. C, playing offline in a console. Or D, playing with wireless controllers. B, that's right. You got it. Let's give him a hand. That's right, remote servers. Wow, he really got it, and we gave him no tips. That was wonderful. If Claro wants to hire someone, if they wanted to hire someone, it wouldn't have worked. You're incredible.
Second question. We got more rewards here. Come on. Who's going to answer the second question? Make some noise, you guys. Come on. Make some noise. Woohoo. Thiago said, no chaos, and I'm here, the agent of chaos. What's it going to be now? If I were in school, I would really pick on the teacher on that one. What is the advantage of cloud gaming? Letter A, better sound quality. B, automatic updates. C, you don't need a powerful hardware to play. Or D, lower power consumption. That's a difficult one. I think it's letter C. C, oh, you got it right. I had to think. Yeah, that was a hard one. Big round of applause, big round of applause. You don't require hardware to play. Fantastic. Yeah, we said you can play on your mobile, but you can play on the browser of your computer. You know, the Chrome or Internet Explorer, you can play on your browser. Even on Safari. So, if you think it's impossible, somebody having a Mac here, but if you do have a Mac, it does run on Safari. Wow, can you imagine? You can play on Mac on Safari. That is genius. Another question. Thiago, you want to ask one? Okay. This one? Yeah, this one's gone. What is needed to use a cloud gaming service like Claro Game GeForce Now? Yeah. So the question, once again, what is needed to use a cloud gaming service such as Claro Gaming GeForce Now? And I ask you, letter A, latest generation console. B, a good internet connection. C, a computer with an advanced video card. Or D, a 4K TV set. You know, honestly, it's difficult. Yeah, difficult. I would say B. Bro, you got it right. Unbelievable. Invictus. These guys are unbeatable. Great, great. Thiago isn't worth a dime, man. What a fantastic audience, these guys. Surreal. You want some more? More? One more? Production. Come on, come on. Who's going to answer now? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Come on down. What is the role of NVIDIA in cloud gaming? Letter A, manufacturing consoles. They put this one, you know, that was to upset you guys. B, to supply graphics servers for processing. C, develop exclusive games. Or D, produce gaming accessories. Let me repeat the answers. A, manufacture consoles. Supplying graphic servers for processing. C, developing exclusive games or producing gaming accessories. I think it's B. Yeah, you kind of think, you feel it maybe, and the answer is correct. Correct. All right. Our giveaways, we're going to run out of giveaways. Everybody getting the right answers, Thiago. Guys from the stage here, maybe they're not helping. Nah, they're not helping. They have a code already, man. They have everything. Next question, Thiago. This one. What is? Who's going to answer? Me. What's your name? Arthur. Arthur, all right. What is the key technology used with cloud gaming to broadcast games or to stream games? The optic discs technology, B, video streaming, C, augmented reality, or D, Bluetooth. Oh, for the love of God. My opinion, it's a B, it's video streaming. Yes, yes, correct. One more? I think this is the last one. Last. You sure? Oh, look at so many questions I got here. Wow. Let's ask. This is the cloud gaming contest here. What's one of the benefits of Claro Gaming GeForce Now? One. Humbleness, respect. Exclusive games that are available only through this service. Who's going to answer it? Exclusive games that are available only through this service. B, the possibility of playing in different devices. C, need to install every game. Or D, playing without having internet access. Letter B. Hey, hey, hey. So everybody knows everything. This was a tricky one. Yeah, that was a tricky one. Yeah, I was gonna skip. Oh, you got the sweatshirt. You're giving away a sweatshirt. Wow, that's gonna look great. One more. Production guys, where are you? Which one of these is not a challenge faced by cloud gaming? Which one of these options is not a challenge of cloud gaming? Latency and, like lagging. B, depending on a good internet connection. C, need of latest generation hardware. Or D, keeping consistent graphic quality. What would you guess? I would go B with everything. I'll guess another B. I'll go with C. Didn't trust it. Is it possible? Didn't trust it. C. You got it right. Tiago wants the sweatshirt for himself. Yeah, that was easy. But when you go into the settings of the service, there are lots of things that you can tweak to adapt. You say you want to spend a lot of internet, you can put more data, or you go into a tunnel, it's going to decrease a bit of the video quality, and then it brings it back up. It calibrates by itself. It's crazy. It's like witchcraft, like you said. Yeah, and you'll always have the best possible quality, right? Thiago, you want to hit this one? What is the role of a data center in a cloud gaming service? A, store player data. B, process and render games. C, provide technical support. Or D, sell games directly to the players. It's a data center, okay? So, what do you think? I want the help from my friends. They don't know either. Again, store players' data, process and render games, supply technical support, or sell games directly to the players. B. Right! Bullseye. Unbelievable. This was a picky one. Thiago has never had to deal with such a messy piece of paper. At Big Brother, I had like it's like duct tape. I used the same card the whole season. So I know how to take care of my cards, man. Professional. So yeah, one more question. Where is it? Boy over there? Thiago. Very last one, we have to say goodbye. One more. Boy over there, maybe interesting. Talk to him later. On vacation already? Are your grades? So you gotta get this one right. how can it bring benefit to casual gamers? Allowing access to games without him having to spend a lot of money on hardware. You don't have to buy the PC and video game, offering games, just puzzle games, kind of. C, allowing to play only in specific consoles. Or D, requiring download of each game. Didn't even think about it. Big round of applause.
Vão lá e acessam o serviço.
So you go ahead and access the service, take a quick look at the website, and there are some messages if you're a Claro client. If you're not, come to Claro, because you guys deserve what's new. Claro connects you to what you love, gaming. Thank you so very much to our influencers. Thank you, Marcio and the Claro team. Ale, pleasure sharing stage with you, being here. Thank you, everyone. There is an Elden Ring panel for you to try to understand what's happening. I'll see you later, folks.
Kinds of bad when I drop on the beat. Taking down my hair, got your eyes on me. You need it, you want it, but can you handle this? This lollipop is poppin', 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 pop. This lollipop is
This lollipop is
E aí, família? Quem tá...
Hey guys, make some noise if you like Gamescom Latam. That's the way I like it. This is wonderful. And let me tell you, we were listening to this, we were missing you. We had a split stage. We were wearing headsets, and we really didn't like the silence. People had to switch channels. That was a different sort of experience. It always is, but, we like to feel the warmth of the crowd and knowing that everyone can hear us. Hi, everyone. My name is Aturiana, and I have a message for you. Gamescom Latam was selected as the premier place for the global tour of in-life gaming by Quidia Gaming. It was launched in December 2023, and Quidia will be the home for the first esports and games district in the world, and they're presenting this experience here. Not only do we have a meet and greet with several influencers, but we also are helping gamers here to explore the Temple of Lost Souls. You'll be able to run for rewards, including a gold-plated bronze statue. That is a great message to give, and that's very important. It's very easy. It's closer to Esports Arena, right here to our right. Just go beyond that portal and you'll find it. And we didn't introduce ourselves, right, Rauleus? Tell us who you are. My name is Raulis, or Raul. And I'm really happy to be here. Right, the Journey stage is now being hosted by the three of us. My name is Ana Xde. I'm a host and gaming influencer. And now I'd like you to hear more about Omelete.
Olha aí. É o Kidia Gaming, que você acabou de comentar com a gente.
Quidia Gaming. They have a beautiful booth. I loved seeing it. Yes, and I even have their bracelet here. Exclusive access. But before we continue with our program, Thiago has said that this is going to be a very important panel. But before we continue, we also have some folks from IGN Brazil who are going to have a trivia game with you. So yesterday I answered a few of the questions and I was sure, and I really was sure when I got them wrong. I'm glad I wasn't playing. Yeah, it's harder than it sounds. You might think it's easy when you're watching, but it's not really that easy. But if you really do get it wrong, make a mistake with gusto. And like Thiago said, we're going to have a panel on the Souls-like Elden Ring. But before that, let's receive some folks from IGN. Where are you guys? They might need a hand to get on stage. Let's give them a hand. Hey guys. So we are IGN Brazil. I am here with Enrico Garzingvali. Did you like that quiz game? Because we have a lot more coming. Yeah, we're not alone. We have some guests that we brought along. Please introduce yourselves. Hi everyone. My name is Rafiki. I am from Brazil, but I haven't been here for a long time. And I have my friend here with me. Are you nervous? Yeah, they're a little bit nervous. A lot of eyes on the stage here, but... Hi everyone, my name is Will. I am Brazilian, and I hope that this is a clean competition. Yeah, I'm sure you'll be equally matched. And let's cut to the chase. This is how it will work. You're going to play one versus the other. You're going to play against each other, but you'll also participate in this quiz to help them, but also to add some pressure. So, and the winner is going to get an award. We have our producers ready, and let's get started. All right, question number 1. What was the first game developed by From Software? A, Demon Souls, B, Dark Souls, C, Kingsfield, or D, Armored Core? A, Demon Souls, that was correct. So you get 1 point, Rafiki. Are you ready, Will? You must be ready. So, who won Game of the Year in 2012? A, Assassin's Creed 3, B, The Walking Dead, C, Mass Effect, or D, Journey? The Walking Dead. The Walking Dead, that was correct. All right, that's a tie then. The next one is for the audience. If you've played Devil May Cry, you're gonna know this answer. What is the name of Dante's sword in Devil May Cry? I can give you some choices, but you might already know. I see someone raise their hand. I see a hand raised right there. So A, Rebellion, B, Yamato, C, Ebony, and D, Cavalier. There's someone ready to answer there. Rebellion. That's right, very good. Let's give him a hand. That's 1-1. Rafiki, over to you. What was the latest Halo made by Band? Halo 3, Halo Combat Evolved, Halo 4, or Halo Reach? C, Halo 4. Is that right? There's someone saying no, so they know. D, that was correct. But he already knew. The guy in glasses at the back knew the answer. And Sony fans, this is for you. Which of these games has never been a PlayStation exclusive game? Crash, Jack and Dexter, Spyro, or Beyond Good and Evil? Spyro. Spyro is a PlayStation exclusive game. You know. This guy knows. Get up, get up. D, Beyond Good and Evil. Correct, Beyond Good and Evil. This one is for you. This will be an easy one. What year did the original Xbox get launched here in Brazil? 2006, 2007, 2005, or 2004? A little kid here. Let's give him a chance. You have to get it right. It must have been the year you were born. 2001? Sorry, what were the alternatives? 2006, 2007, 2005, or 2004? 2005. That is incorrect. We're sorry. Let's continue. Was it 2004? You are incorrect. So when did the original Xbox get launched in Brazil? 2006 or 2007? 2007. You must have been terrible in guessing. It was 2006. Everyone got it wrong. That was when Xbox was launched. All right, Rafiki, going back to our competitors. How many games does the Elder Scrolls main franchise have? Games that have already been launched. 5, 6, 7, or 8? Main games, 5. Very good, that was correct. Let's give him a hand. Will, which of these Mario games is not 2D? Super Mario Sunshine, Super Mario Wonder, Paper Mario, or New Super Mario Bros? Super Mario Wonder. Super Mario Wonder, you got it wrong. Let's see who can answer this. We have a lot of Nintendo fans. All right, where's the mic? Where's the mic? What were the options again? Which of these Mario games is not 2D? Super Mario Sunshine, Paper Mario, or the New Super Mario Brothers? It was Sunshine. That is correct. This is another question for the audience. If you know this without options, you're a genius. How many games are in the main Call of Duty franchise? 37, 20, 17, or 24? Again, if you get it wrong, get it with gusto. So I'm going to say 20. And you got it right. Let's give him a hand. Rafiki, you have the responsibility now. The moment comes down to this. What game has a character titled Big Daddy? Bayonetta, BioShock, Deus Ex, or Bloodborne? Can you repeat the question? Of course. So what game has a character called Big Daddy? Bayonetta, BioShock, Deus Ex, or Bloodborne? Bloodborne. That's not where Big Daddy is. Does anyone know? BioShock. BioShock? You're right. It was BioShock. Okay, I asked about Call of Duty, and now let's talk about Assassin's Creed. How many Assassin's Creed are in the main franchise of the series that have already been launched? 13, 14, 15, or 18? What were the alternatives? 13, 14, 15, or 18. And this doesn't include Assassin's Creed Shadows, which is yet to be launched. A, 13. That's right. You got it. All right, this one is for you. What about Baldur's Gate? Do we have any fans? All right, so let's give Baldur's Gate a hand. There's a big fan of Baldur's Gate there. So what is the standard name for the protagonist of Baldur's Gate? Mike, Kev, V, or Max? I see that some people are screaming at the back. You here. Can you repeat that, please? What is the standard name for the protagonist of Baldur's Gate? Mike, Kev, V, or Max? 3, 2, 1, Mike. It is not Mike. So those guys at the back have been making noise for a while, so let's take the microphone to them. I love your jersey. Now get the right answer. Let's see. Tev. B, is that right? You are correct. Congratulations. Well, we're out of time, but IGN Brazil will be back to this stage later at 7 p.m. and we'll bring you another quiz. And let's give our guests a hand. Will, you guys did really well. And give yourselves a hand as well. All right, so let's get Anna back on the stage. I was right here. Yeah, we're going to include you in our trivia next time. Be careful though, I'm competitive. Let's give them a hand. All right, Howleys. So this is the moment everyone has been waiting for. I hate, stopping the hype, but don't forget that tomorrow we're going to have the Big Fest ceremony, and you can test the games and vote in our popular vote categories. So you can scan QR code, vote, and try to choose the best game. But now we have a massive panel. We're going to have 2 specialists at Elden Ring. They are experts in Souls-like games, and they're here to talk about the new DLC, Shadow of the Erd Tree. Have you played? I haven't yet, but I know that this DLC has just come out, and it's already the best reviewed DLC in history, even better than the DLCs for The Witcher 3. So I'm very anxious to play. Who here has played this DLC? I see a lot of hands raised, so Howleys, go ahead. All right, the time has come. We're going to have 2 specialists for this panel. I know that you know this guy unless you have literally been born. He's been on YouTube for 14 years, starting with Call of Duty videos. He's a Brazilian who lives in Canada, but his heart is 100% Brazilian. BRKS Edu. I know you've been waiting for this. All right. And I was also going to introduce everyone else. Let's pretend they're not here. Hide behind me. I haven't called you yet. I have a little text to introduce you. And a legitimate Souls-like player with over 500,000 followers on his social media. He is a host of the A Nerd Games channel, and his name is also Eduardo. Let's give a hand to Agis Plays.
You see, we had a proper introduction for you, so we had to go through with it. Yes, please take your applause back. But before we leave the stage, I have to ask you, what was your first Souls-like and your favorite? My first Souls-like was Demon Souls in PlayStation 3. I started playing it right after it was released, and it was incredible. I really fell in love with this genre. But the best one, my favorite one, is a tricky question because I love games by From Software. Maybe Demon Souls, maybe Sekiro, or maybe the Elden Ring. I can't really pick one. Yeah, each one of them is special, right? What about you, Hades? The first one for me was Dark Souls 1 in 2011. I fell in love with how the character moved. And I tried playing it. I struggled a bit at the beginning. I had to take the path of those skeletons. I got the path wrongs, but then I fell in love with it. I know this is why we love Souls-like games. It's the dichotomy of feeling frustrated, but then feeling very joyful when you're able to beat it. Yes, and we end up knowing the paths by heart because we have to try it so many times. Yeah, and you gotta try it and try it and try it and try it again. You're always in pain when you're playing Souls-likes. I can never stop it. Yes, I think you spend years playing it, but you remove years of life because it's so stressful to me. Some people say that they are afraid of playing Souls-like games, but it's relaxing to me. I don't know why. Maybe it's the way I look at it. You know, I know that I'm playing, I'm having fun, I'm enjoying it, and I feel like I'm making progress, so it makes me relax. I highly recommend it. Some people are afraid of it, but when they play it, they see that it is indeed relaxing. Yes, I think people are a bit cautious when it comes to it. But when you understand the mechanics and you start exploring it, you see that you have many different ways to get to the same point. It's not really rocket science. I agree, and I think you're going to bring lots of people food for thought just in case they haven't been playing Souls-like games. Please take it away. Thank you. Shall we sit down? Alright everyone, so today we'll be discussing our experiences with Souls-like games. Hades, can you please tell us about the beginning of your experience? How did you get to your first Dark Souls? I started playing it because I saw videos on the internet, and I saw that it was from the same creators of Demon Souls, and I hadn't played it. What drew my attention was that I saw those characters rolling and the weight of the armor, and that caught my eye. I thought it was interesting. And I thought it was interesting to see those fetch rolls where the weight of the character could really be noticed. So I started playing. I kind of gave up at the beginning of this journey, but then I resumed playing and I fell in love with it. I loved it. As I listened to people talking about it, I also found new ways to find a weapon, for instance. With Dark Souls, for instance, you can go to Nito and you can get the Grave Lord, which makes you really powerful. And you have many different ways to get to certain places and find weapons that you can't even imagine. I find this interesting. I started with Demon Souls in PlayStation 3, and we didn't know what a Souls-like game was, because only Demon Souls was around, and I didn't know they had an invincibility frame. If you're playing a From Software game, you can dodge, and while you're dodging, you're unbeatable for maybe 20 to 25 frames. So you're dodging blows so you don't take damage. But I didn't do that. I was always holding my shield up. I was trying to tank it. So I did that throughout Demon Souls, Dark Souls 2, and then I reached Bloodborne. And then I had to learn how to dodge because I was playing them in order. But that's when I figured out the invincibility frame. I'm trying to get better with that. I'm playing the Elden Ring now, and the DLC is phenomenal. And I struggle when dodging, but at least I have a shield. And instead of only using a shield and a weapon, I have a shield-only approach because it is an attack shield. I've tackled bosses without a weapon, only with my attacking shield, and I was successful. And Hades, you were saying that you use the dodging a lot. How did you get the timing right? Yeah, it started with Bloodborne. At the beginning, I would use shields a lot too. I would always look for the shields with 100% of physical defense because less than that was not enough for me. But with Bloodborne, since it was more fast-paced, I had to use it. I think they have 2 shields that nobody really uses. So I thought dodging was better. It's very unlikely that I'll try to use a shield nowadays. But the weapon that you mentioned is really cool because when you use it for attacking, it also defends you. So when an enemy is attacking you and you use it, you can also defend yourself. Yeah, I really like it. And you know, I was talking about the From Software games, Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Sekiro, Bloodborne. I walked through Elden Ring when it was released. I'm playing Shadow of the Erdtree. I like Nioh 1 and 2, clearly inspired in From Software. But what I see, what I notice is that of course you can, just tank it. You're not gonna buff your character. You're gonna use items to make your character better. You're gonna try and use as many weapons as possible, but it is possible to have a better experience, to have an easier time. And as we were saying at the beginning, lots of people are a little bit cautious when it comes to From Software games, but you do get to enjoy many things that could make your journey easier for you. Yes, especially with the Elden Ring. I think it is a good entry point for people who haven't played Souls-like games before. Contrary to previous games, it is a very open game. You can go to a dungeon, and if it's a very hard boss, you can just retrieve. And when you go back and you have leveled up, you're gonna kill him immediately. I always say that, especially if you start with the Elden Ring. If you get to a certain part where you're not making progress, spend half an hour there, and if you're still there, let it go. Go somewhere else. Go get better equipment. Go get more ashes. Go level up. Go get better as a player, and then you go back to that certain place, and you're gonna be a better player with a stronger character, and you'll be able to make progress. This is something good about the Elden Ring. Of course, you can do it with Dark Souls, but not as much. But what about Elden Ring? What else can you do to move forward more easily? I didn't have lots of information at the beginning, and I was actually stuck at a boss that wasn't really hard with the twins. Something else that helps me a lot in this game is something that I used here, the summoning. And when I upped my summoning, I was able to beat them in my second try. So with the Elden Ring, it's very, very useful to have the summons ability, because it's a kind of distraction. Sometimes people talk about using a mage because your summons is going to be distracting them and you're going to be attacking them from afar. In previous games, you do get aid, but not for certain bosses. But can you play as a mage? Yes, you can. Are you sure? Yes, even Miyazaki, the creator himself, said that when he plays the DLC, he uses everything that is available to him because he's not that good. That's a lie. Because you know what? I had the honor of meeting Master Miyazaki. I've spoken to him 3 times, and it was like a dream come true every single time. I had the opportunity of talking to him when they were releasing Sekiro, and he walked through Sekiro. He completed Sekiro. He has to be a good player, especially because of the last boss. It's really tough. Yeah, I think he's humble. He says that he only greenlights a boss if he's able to beat it. So I think he's humble because if he beat the last boss in Sekiro, wow. Yeah, I think he's humble. With Elden Ring, if you're getting started, remember to get the Forge Stones. Use your preferred weapon, up your weapon, level it up, because it does make a difference. And try to remember the scale of your weapons. You may have strength, you may have dexterity, you may have faith. So if you have lots of strength, but you level up your faith, it's not going to be as impactful, as powerful. Now, the con of having the perfect build is that sometimes you're going to have restrictions on the amount of equipment you can use. But something I'm using a lot in the expansion is that we have lots of new pieces of equipment. So I'm using the weapons that we find in the DLC. So I have a lot of dexterity, strength, faith, intelligence, and arcane. It's like a dumb build. Because it's not a build for performance, it's a build for possibilities. Can you please tell us how to get the perfect class for performance? Here's something that I always look at. I look at the type of weapon that we're using. You have to see the stats. You have to see the best scale for it. Depending on the weapon, you can change the stats that you're going to scale up. You can level it up to 25. You may use a War Ash or War Ashes to scale it up instead of replacing your build. So this is something I always pay attention to. And I always pay attention to the talismans. In the DLC, we have new talismans. If you like double-hand weapons or two-handed weapons, that's really useful. Items are also really useful. You have armors, and you may change the stats because of that. There's a DLC where there's an option where you increase damage a lot, but also you take lots of damage. Yes, I know what you're talking about, but I'm not going to say the name because I don't want to give you spoilers. Now, From Software has said publicly that we have a boss that I wasn't able to beat with the DLC weapon. It's the Divine Beast and Dancing Lion. And in the preview event I went to, I was able to beat it, but I was able to beat the Dancing Lion using summoning with allies and the bells too. Because we had a 3-hour event and I didn't want to get stuck at a boss. It was a beautiful event, dedicated videos, something beautiful in Los Angeles. So in my save, I used a weapon that is not from the expansion. It is the Houndsdog Fang. I talked to a content creator and he said, Edu, you're not optimizing your class. You don't have to change your character, but you should use something on your weapon. You should use, you know, those... What is it? Those items where you can buff your character by using them on your weapon. You could also use the elixirs to break their guard, to break their posture. And when I did that, the lion was crumbling down. He could barely go through the first transformation. And I thought, oh my god, I'm so dumb. Because I don't use these items. I never do. So what I do right now, currently, is to start fighting a boss. I try to figure their movement out. And when I say, well, okay, I've figured them out, then I use my runes. Then I use my oils. Then I use my aromas. Or my blood boil aromatic. Because then I'm not as beaten up as usual and I get enough strength to be able to beat them. And I've been playing without summoning. I haven't been summoning allies in addition to the bell summoning. Because I do like the challenge, but this is something that I've chosen to do. Today I was seeing a comment on my channel and they were saying, well, why don't you use the mimic? And I don't see anything wrong about using a mimic, but I do like to play solo and to try and beat these enemies. I did use a mimic for one of the foes in the expansion, but I don't usually do it. What do you think? Well, I think you have so many options on how to play Elden Ring. I do like a challenge, but I also like to kill a boss. You know, I love having a build, but I just smash him down. You were talking about using oils. and I basically don't use these items. I do use elixirs sometimes. I basically didn't use them for the DLC, but usually I do. If you have a good build though, you're usually able to beat these bosses without these additional items. But you do get many options. You could do that, and you could choose your level of difficulty basically. Even in the DLC, if you don't want to harvest as many shards, you can do it. So these are many ways to do it. The mimic is really used. I've been nerfed so many times, but it's still useful. I think it depends on who is playing.
All right, now let's talk about Shadow of the Erd Tree. You understand the lore behind the game, right? So can you set the context for everyone? What is Shadow of the Erd Tree? How do we introduce this DLC? Okay, so there's a kingdom where this expansion takes place, which is the Kingdom of Shadows, and it was hidden by the Erd Tree. And you're going to go into that area with Miquela's space, and one of the sons of the gods has been mentioned before, but has never really appeared. In this DLC, along with other characters and NPCs, you go to Miquela's space, you find out why she went there, he went there, and that gives you some more details of the story. Yeah, with Shadow of the Erd Tree, it seems to be more understandable. Historically, it's difficult to keep track of the lore because usually the story happens, you know, through world building. You have to pay attention to what's happening around you to really understand what that world means. You have to read item descriptions. I thought Shadow of the Erd Tree is a little bit clearer about its story. I remember talking to NPCs after beating a main boss. I've been moving forward in the story and I found it very interesting. And this expansion gives you a new region to explore. It's difficult and fun. There are new weapons, new pieces of equipment. Tell us about the new weapons. I tested the flasks. I tested katanas. I've been testing attack shields. They have some insane claws that you can get in the beginning of the DLC that gives a major bleeding attack. So what are you thinking about the weapons? Which ones do you like the most? Yes, they have 8 new types. So we have large katanas. You have kung fu moves that count as a weapon, and that's fun. That's one of my favorites, in fact. Aromatics, so it's like using close range magic, but you don't use your stamina. Yes, with them, you don't use your mana, so you can use one on each hand and use 2 different properties when you use a bottle of perfume. You can use poison and lightning, so I was always using both hands, charging up the attack because you can attack and stun a big area, but I didn't think about using 2 different kinds of perfumes. I recently found out about that. Yeah, you can customize many things. You can also use Ashes of War in your perfumes. So there are different kinds of attacks when you use specific ashes. So for example, you can cast an attack, throw it. So perfumes are a great alternative. They also have some long-range weapons where you can throw them. Yeah, I found a throw axe. Yes, I think that's a strong attack, right? That's right. So with R2, you can throw it, or you can use it a light attack. And it's not such a strong weapon, because if you're going to throw it, of course, it has to have less power. Yeah, and it also doesn't have a long range. I started thinking that it might be a long-range weapon, but it's not so long. Yes, and katanas are very cool. There was one that hunts a specific type of enemy, and I'm not going to spoil anything, but it was very useful when I was having trouble with some bosses. Yeah, it's a good weapon. It helped me with one particularly difficult boss. We also have double weapons now. Before, you had to have one in each hand, but they weren't necessarily two-handed weapons. Now you have dual wields, so that's great. And you also have reverse weapons, where the blade is in the direction of your elbow. Yeah, I got a lot of new weapons from the DLC very quickly, so I was able to try them out. Many of them are special, and they have special abilities. I liked a dual-wield weapon that has a lightning attack. I thought that was really nice. I played NPC because I beat so many Mesmer warriors that I got their full set. The weapons, the armors, the full uniform. So that was my NPC uniform. But I really like how the map is vertical, which is confusing. You might think that you're right next to where you're going, but you can't get there without going around the map in a spiral. Yeah, there are several paths in the map, and I actually got lost and stuck in how to unlock a part of the map, because you have to go through an unexpected direction, and you know, sometimes you'll figure out that, oh, okay, this is where I'm going, this is where I am. You sometimes come out of unexpected places, because the map in this DLC is about as big as the first two areas. But in terms of content, it's almost like they are on top of each other. So they're very vertical. There are ups and downs, and there are many things that you don't even imagine are there. Yeah, I haven't been playing too fast. I recorded a gameplay, but everything else I've been doing through streams. I must have logged 25 hours, but I still think there's a lot to see. There's a lot of content in this DLC, which makes sense because the basic Elden Ring has over 100 hours on average, right? 100 or 200 hours for some people. It took me 70 to 80 hours to beat it, but that's without facing Millennia. After that, I explored a bit more. I beat Mog. So I could go to the DLC. So I did that before the DLC came out. So I was ready, but I've really been exploring the map, and I like finding those hidden spots that might have a dungeon in there. You have a lot of optional bosses, so I face them by doing that. Now to talk about the starting area in the DLC. Do you have any favorite areas or enemies? Yeah, there's an enemy I really like, and they revealed images. There's a foe that holds 2 chakrams. And depending on where you go, they're going to receive you. I love the design. The first boss, the Dancing Lion, is also beautiful. I mean, the animators did a great job because it contorts its body. The other day, they changed and removed his outfit, and you can see that there are 2 people in there. So that's really cool. I loved the 2 first foes. The map is really fun as well. And after a long time playing, you might find new things. Even the basic game, like I was farming some stuff for the DLC, and I found an area of the map I had never gone to. And I've logged over 1,000 hours, so I think the same thing is going to happen with this DLC. There's still a lot to find. People are already finding many things, and I really like it when that happens. Yeah, I recently found a dagger called Cinque Dea or something like that. And I found it in a place that I never had explored, and I found hidden things there. From Software loves having these little things hidden in their games. I've been playing their games for a long time. I'm not a specialist like you, but I've played a lot of From Software games. In the starting region, in the preview event I attended, the developers told us to go to a fork in the road, and to the left we would go to the dungeon with the Dancing Lion, and to the right we would go to the castle where you have Rolana. And instead of going there, I took a downwards path. I was attacked by a maniac, a hostile NPC with claws, which are a very fun weapon, and I found a church down there. I said, wow, this is right at the beginning, and we're already finding so much stuff to do. And I decided to go to the main dungeon because I didn't want to waste too much time. That was impressive. And now I've been exploring, you know, different corners of the game, and I always find some special stuff. I don't see many developers creating games, with so many little details, with so much love and so much content in a map, built into the map. And I'm really excited to continue this journey. I was asking Hades for some tips. I was following an NPC quest and I was a bit lost. So what tips would you give to someone who's now getting Shadow of the Erdtree to play? What should they do to start off, without any spoilers, that will help them in their experience? I think the main tip is trying to find fragments or shards. You get rewarded for exploring, so sometimes you'll find shards that in places you never would imagine. So that was very interesting. That was something that they packed in there, because if you're too strong, you won't be able to, beat the DLC quickly. You'll still need to explore. So I think that's the main thing. You have to explore, find the shards to make you stronger little by little. Maybe even buff up your shards. Did they nerf the shards? No, I meant you should buff up your shards. So they're 10% stronger, and that makes it even more rewarding to find shards. So we're talking about the shards of the Erdtree, where you can take to the fire, and it makes your enemies take more damage from your attacks, and it makes you more resistant to your foes' attacks. This is optional. If you want to have a higher challenge, you don't need to use them. I've been using them, but it's still hard. Yes, and it only works in the DLC area. If you go back to the other part of the map, you don't carry that strength. And it's sort of a parallel level up system. It's similar to the seeds that you collect for your classic. So there, at some points, you're going to have to go up a couple of levels if you're stuck, and then you can progress. Yeah, whenever I find a new weapon that I can use for my stats that I like, I've found bells to buy on the round table trader, some forged stones. I go back to Monk's Palace, farm a bit, get some runes, go back, buy a lot of forged stones, and then I up my armor. And immediately I have a weapon and an armor that perform very well. And that varies your gameplay. What I like is that you can take weapons from the DLC and take back to the basic games. I was talking to Funky, a content creator friend, and he didn't know if he should level up his current save or the previous one. And I said, try to rush it with your current save. You're going to get some weapons from the DLC and then go back. And then you can face Malenia with a different piece of equipment that no one has used, because most people beat her in the basic game. Have you explored the basic game again? Yes, I've tried to use some of the new weapons with some old bosses. Some of the foes in the DLC are a bit stronger than in the base game. So when you go back and test your weapons there, you feel stronger, but you can play around with them, play them in PvPs. You can use them and play in the basic game against friends who don't have the DLC. So it's a great experience to take a weapon and go back and play the basic game. Yeah, Malenia gave me some trouble, so I beat her with the Mimic, and now I want to beat her in solo mode. So there are many possibilities, right? Maybe I can, overcome this trauma that everyone faces when they beat Malenia. And when I beat Malenia, I created a backup so I could have one without beating her. I've tried with the shield, and I know that with the claws, she really takes damage. Yeah, the first time I faced Malenia, I went in blind. I didn't even have a Mimic. And I didn't know that, she took more damage through bleeding attacks. And now Malenia, if you have a claw and you know that she's going to take more damage, that makes it easier to see her HP go down so quickly. So there are many weapons in this DLC that carry bleeding damage or freezing damage, and you can use it against Millennia and get your revenge again. All right, so there's a tip. Get some of the weapons from Shadow of the Erdtree and go back to the bosses from the basic game. I haven't beaten it yet because I'm playing it while I'm live streaming, and I've been loving the DLC so much that I got a laptop that I didn't need, and I said, no, I'm going to get a laptop specifically for Brazilian content, so I can continue playing Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree. So I created a temporary setup. I love it. My map is almost fully open, but before I conclude, I want to finish what I'm doing. I'm really enjoying the experience. And I'm not saying this because I'm here on this panel. I think my content and my videos really show that I like From Software and what they do. The first Demon Souls game is from December 2010. And I thought, wow, this really proves how much I like what I do. And I still like games from Software. Yeah, and they've been influencing other games a lot. They've become significant in our industry, and I really like what they're doing. Their art style is beautiful. Sometimes I stop and just look at the landscape. They're very detailed in what they do. I was walking around the map recently, and I said, you know what? I was sad that I was coming to the end, and I just wanted to find something new. So they really make you want more. You go to bed thinking about the game, you get up from bed wanting to play it, and that's something that only From Software can do. How much time did it take you to beat Shadow of the Erdtree? Just over 30 hours. Yeah, this DLC is bigger than a lot of traditional games, and even in comparison to big games, it, in my opinion, is very detailed in content. It's amazing to see such a long DLC that gives you so much satisfaction. My main save has about 120 to 130 hours, so about 25 of them are from the DLC, and it really doesn't seem like that much. I had a 7-hour live stream without even realizing it, because the game really catches you, right? And then my body felt the time I spent playing that. Yeah, Souls-like games have a replay factor, right? So they are replayable. You can test a different build. They really are satisfactory. Yeah, I was lucky because when I beat the basic game, I didn't start a new game plus. I didn't start a new journey. So I was able to go to the DLC just by finding Mog because I had already beaten them. There were people who had to play the game again, which of course is a pleasure, but at least I didn't have to start from the beginning. You know, with limited time, I have a 5-month-old at home, so that was an advantage. But I don't usually explore New Game Plus, to be honest. Once I beat the game, I move on to the next one. But I do see myself exploring Elden Ring again because it's such a wonderful game, especially bringing in weapons from the DLC to the basic game. Hey guys, here I am. Nice to see you. It's been a while. So I came here very quietly to say that unfortunately we're out of time. We would love to talk to you a bit more, but thank you so much for being here. Thank you. It's an honor to talk in front of so many people. Let's give them a hand. Yeah, it's hard to have this experience since I live overseas, so I'm really happy. See, your fans are there, so we're expecting you at Gamescom Latam 2025. Yeah, I love this. I'll be back. Let's give them a hand, and you can leave your microphones here. Thank you so much. Guys, as a reminder, well, thank you for being here, and we hope that you remember that during Gamescom Latam we have a number of booths to test this DLC, which is available for PlayStation, Xbox, and PC via Steam. So we hope that you enjoy Elden Ring and that you've enjoyed this wonderful panel. And of course, you can play this new DLC here in our event as well.
So now I'd like to ask you a question straight from the time machine, for those who are as old as I am. I'd like to know, who remembers when Tibia was launched? Oh my God. There are some folks back from the day 97, is that it? I don't even have to answer, you guys. That's how I like it. Tibia was launched in 1997, and it's one of the oldest MMO RPGs still in activity. I played, killed lots of rats. If you've lost equipment, raise your hand, because it's hard. That's how I like it. I love this energy. This next panel is extremely interesting and important. We're going to get to know more about the Tibia journey that came as a student project. And look where it's gotten. Just like so many games that have gone through big at Gamescom, Latam. So it's going to be in English. It's going to be with the Tibia writers. If you don't understand English, you can get the headsets. We have simultaneous translation, okay? Right on. That's how I like it. Wonderful.
Welcome, Benjamin Zucker und Stefan Vogler. Por gentileza, venham para o palco. Please come to the stage. Uma salva de palmas. Hi, you can have this. Yes, both mics. Okay, all right. Thank you so much for being here. This is so important for the Brazilian audience. Quem joga Tibia? Vamos fazer barulho aí?
Who plays Tibia? Come on, let's make some noise.
Like the Tibia fans, they're going to make some noise so you can see how it's important for us.
Thank you for having us. Thank you for being here.
Yes.
Nós amamos o Brasil.
So, tell us a little bit more about yourself first. Introduce yourselves to us.
Yeah, so my name is Stefan Vogler, better known as Steve. I'm one of the original creators of Tibia a long time ago, and I'm also the founder, one of the founders of Zipsoft, and one of the managing directors now. And I'm happy to be here.
So, hi, I'm Benjamin Zuckerer. I also work at Zipsoft, obviously. I'm one of the managing directors, and I'm also the lead product manager for our new MMO that we announced here, Persist Online.
Okay, uma aplausos para galera. Okay, so first I want to know what inspired you and your friends to create Tibia in 1997?
What inspired us? Yeah?
Yes.
So it was really like, it was almost 30 years ago, and it was really a different time back then. People didn't have internet at home, but in Germany they had internet at the universities, and at that time we finished school, and my friends and me, we came to the university and really had the first contact to the internet, and found some people already playing games on the internet, but they were just text-based games, so-called multi-user dungeons. So to play these games, you had to enter on the keyboard, take sword, go north, and these kinds of things. So it was really, really early back in these days. And we were really big fans of role-playing games at that time. And especially we loved the Ultima series. And we felt like an online game should feel like a real game. You should see your world, and you should be able to move through the world, and especially you should be able to see other players and interact with them. And that was the vision for Tibia, which is true until today. And so I'm still a bit surprised that it really worked out, because we were really newbies and we had no idea how to do that, but we figured it out somehow. It was an adventure.
There was like one book for programming TCP/IP, right?
I remember that we had to figure out how to make something work on the internet, and there was just one book that explained at that time how to do that.
Oh my gosh!
So it was really underground.
That's so nice. This is so important for all of the students around here, you know, that they really understand that they can do a game, a really important game as well. So, what was it like when the first player logged into the world of Tibia for you guys?
Yeah, I remember that very well, because we in January 1997, Tibia went online, but nobody knew anything about it. So first of all, we had somehow to make it visible to everyone. So I remember at that time everything was listed on Yahoo, and they invented our own category for graphical online game because there weren't any. so yeah, but soon after this happened, and we were on Yahoo, I remember my brother shouting at my house, "There's someone online in your game." Yeah. and actually my co-founders were with me at that time, and we all went to the computer of my brother, and we saw the very first player online, and it was really exciting for us. We chatted with him, and yeah, it's amazing. It was an amazing experience, actually.
So nice. And how did you go from a hobby project, you know, to suddenly you're forming a company to develop like Tibia further, you know, from a really small start and then boom.
Yeah. So as I said, we started as students, so we worked during all our university time on the game in our spare time. And when we finished and graduated, we were asking ourselves what happens to Tibia, because we knew that when we start working for some other company, we won't have the time to work on Tibia anymore. So we took the brave step to found our own company, and we told ourselves, let's try it. We could try to make a business out of this. At that time, everything was free. And so we founded Zipsoft, and I remembering like working 2 or 3 years every day. It was awesome. I loved it, really, and we really made a game which was very appealing to the audience, I think, and also it was possible to earn some money, which was at that time also kind of difficult.
Of course. Well, let's talk about difficulties, right? So can you describe like a particular challenge you faced during the early years of Tibia and how you overcame it?
Yeah, so for example, in the beginning we didn't know how to earn some money with it, and we had to live from something. So we were thinking about the game itself was free. And you couldn't do any advertising because when we founded the company in 2001, the new economy just bursted, and so the internet bubble burst, and it was that time. So you couldn't earn any money with advertising, which was common at this time. So we really asked the player if they may be willing to pay some money for the game, which was unheard of at that time. And but the community was great. So they said, yeah, sure, certainly we would like to support you. So we introduced a subscription fee for the game. And on the other hand, we said everything which was free at that time will stay free forever. And it's like that until now. And only the new stuff we will build in the game, you can access with a premium account. Yeah, and people supported us. We are really thankful.
Oh, that's so amazing, because it's all about community, right? It's all about you guys as well. So yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it's all about the community.
So when you first started developing Tibia, what were your expectations or hopes for the game, you know, and how did they align with the reality of its growth and player reception as well over the years?
Yeah, so our hopes was that we will find players everywhere. We never imagined where we will find players. We just put the game out there. Yeah, so, yeah, and I remember it was around 2003 when many players from Brazil were joining. So it was a big surprise for us, actually. Yeah, and it was awesome to see that from another country we didn't know back then. So many players come and are really excited about the game. And yeah, so we really, I think, we got a close relationship with the Brazilian community throughout all these years. Because the Brazilian players are really passionate and very competitive, and they are pushing the limits. So they are always pushing us to get something new into the game. And you give us a lot of feedback, which we are really grateful for. Thank you so much for that. So yeah, so the company developed together with the community, I think, and I think we made the best out of it.
That's why you're using our Brazilian T-shirt.
Yeah, we also love football.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we love football, obviously. And yesterday, Brazil won their match at Copa America, so that was awesome. And they were first in one round. Well done.
Yeah, congrats for the game yesterday.
Amazing, that's so nice. And how have your daily responsibilities and routines shifted as Cipsoft and Tibia grew and expanded?
Pardon me, I didn't get that last part.
How exactly your responsibilities and your routine changed with the whole growth regarding Tibia and Cipsoft?
Yeah,
because I guess everything changed, right?
Absolutely. So, like I said, we started just with the 4 founders of us. So we were just some friends making games at that time. And yeah, so when many more players entered the game, we really had to organize all the growth. So we were hiring people for the first time. And we had to learn how to lead other people. So we were students, you know, and yeah, and we need to organize the growth for the game servers. So we hired system administrators, and yeah, really, so over the time, I think we got professional. And for myself, in the beginning, I did everything from programming over doing some art and doing some support. I did everything, and now I'm just talking to people. I sometimes miss the old days.
Jack of all trades, right?
So when I joined the company, we were 17 people. And it was, so they started with 4, right?
Oh my.
And when I joined the company, we were 17 people, and it was like a family still.
Yeah. And how many today?
100 people.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So, and most of the 100 people are working on Tibia, of course. And actually, it's the biggest size of the company it have ever had. So the last years have been the most successful in our company history, thanks to your support. And yeah, and we're really investing a lot back into the game. And yeah, I think you can expect many more nice things to come in the future.
Ooh. I like this kind of spoilers. I like this. So, how do you navigate between introducing new content while, you know, also maintaining classic elements that appeal to veteran players?
Yeah, that's always a challenge to introduce new content, because the game is now 27 years old and we are working constantly on it. So you can imagine we had every year 2 updates with new content. So the game really grew very big, and there's a lot of things in there. So it's not that easy to find something new which we can still introduce. But we have a really nice content designer team who are working and are very creative. And actually, maybe that's interesting to know, our very first content designer we hired out of the community. He was a player. His name is Nightmare. And yeah, so much of the very first content is from him. And he's still in the team. He's still working for us and still working on the updates. And he's like, he knows everything about Tibia. It's great.
Talk about, you know, keeping the community with you. This is so nice. Yeah, you know, I have like a friend of mine, Mari. She's crazy about Tibia. She's almost like every day she's talking about Tibia. I love it. And she has like her own community. So this is so important, you know.
That's nice.
Yeah. So what factors do you think have contributed to Tibia's popularity in Brazil? Because look at that. Look at that. That's so amazing.
Yes, it is. It absolutely is. Yeah, I think. So the question is why we are so popular in Brazil, or
yes.
Yeah. So I think the game really resonates very well with the Brazilian culture. That's my impression. The game offers a lot of freedom and gives you room for your own creativity. You can decide yourself what you want to achieve in the game and where you want to go, what you want to do, and. I think Brazilian people are very creative, and they love to communicate, and also at the same time they are very competitive, and all of this is a perfect match for Tibia, I think. All of this you can find in Tibia, and I think Brazilian people really found something with Tibia which really fits nicely what they're looking for, and we're very happy about that.
Nice. Do you have?
The thing is that's really funny is in Germany, where we're from, hardly anybody plays Tibia.
Oh, really?
So yeah, hardly anyone knows us there. So.
But they didn't even play like when they were younger or something like that?
It just never got successful there.
No, that's a crime.
Yeah.
Like seriously, I used to play that a lot. So
this is my first time in Brazil. It's really, really lovely. I love the food, I love the drinks. Everyone is really, really welcoming, and it's been a great experience so far.
Have you tried like feijoada, the whole package, like pão de queijo, guaraná, this like Brazilian food?
Yeah, we love everything. It's awesome. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Really, really lovely. And I think so. Tibia here is it's really a cultural thing, and we're really humbled which influence it had here in Brazil, and a lot of players we met here and people we met that told us about stories they had in Tibia. And also a lot of game devs were here and telling us that they actually entered the gaming industry because of Tibia. And that's really, really...
That makes us really proud that we inspire other people to work on their own games. That's awesome, yeah.
Wow. Do you have any particular stories that you liked to hear from oh yes, Tibia made this, and from like a fan?
So I didn't get the question, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Was there like any particular story from a fan, from a Brazilian fan, that you really liked to hear that, oh, Tibia changed my life?
Well, we heard multiple people that met in the game and got married. So, there's a lot of stories like that. And we heard of people that, started playing the game when they were young, and they actually learned English via Tibia. And I think that is also, something that for us it was hard to imagine that things like that are happening, and it's really awesome that our game has such a big influence and people love it and cherish it.
So nice. So how would you describe Brazilian players, and what unique qualities do they bring to the Tibia community?
Like I said, the majority of our players are from Brazil, like more than 40%. Yeah.
Oh.
So, and we really believe that the community is at the heart of an online game, and so we really learned to listen to you guys, to your feedback. I hope we're trying to do the best to accommodate for all the wishes of all the players. It's not always easy to do that, of course, but we're trying. And so we really think it's most important to listen to the community and to develop the game into the direction which is important for you.
Nice. And woo! And you?
It's the Brazilian community is one of the largest in the game, and the feedback that we get from them is really important, and so the community management team listens to all the things, they collect the things, it's passed on in the company, we discuss the things in the company. So, sometimes from outside it feels like we might not be listening, but actually we go through a lot of things and discuss them and try to implement things. And I think over the years, we're doing surveys, we look at data in the game. So we try to create a game and move Tibia forward in a direction that is good for the community. And I think that is something that is also really important, so that the game is as much their game as it is our game.
Yeah, because it's hard to implement those things that the community want, like in a really super fast pace, right?
Yeah, so it's not always easy to find out what the majority really wants. So what we really are doing now is we have surveys all the time, and to really find out what also the quiet players want. So not always what you read on the forum and the boards is the thing that the majority wants. So we make surveys and we ask a lot of things, and yeah, please participate because it helps us to find out what you guys really want.
Nice. So let's talk about Easter eggs right now. So are there any subtle references or nods to the Brazilian culture in Tibia in response to its popularity there, here?
Yeah, there are some little Easter eggs hiding somewhere. Yeah, so, but
which ones? Oh, come on!
I think there's an NPC, for example, whose name is Chadaska, which refers to Brazil. And with the upcoming summer update, actually, we will introduce some little things which has a clear reference to Brazil because we are here right now. And actually, I really like that the players also find their own ways to bring references to the Brazilian country into the game. So, for example, what people do is they just take a green piece of cloth, put a lemon on it, and then a blue crystal coin, and it just looks like the Brazilian flag. I think that's so cool, and we never designed for that, but we love that. Yeah.
This is so Brazilian culture, right?
It's awesome.
And can you tell us a little bit more, like spoilers of what can you perhaps bring to Tibia after knowing Brazil, Perhaps churrasco, feijoada, caipirinha.
We saw a lot of cool things here this time when we're here, so we will certainly think about what we can put in the game, which refers to Brazil. It's an awesome country. Yeah.
All right. So, reflecting on the journey of Tibia, what are you most grateful for? Like, what are you most grateful for after this whole journey with Tibia?
So, what we're really grateful for is, of course, you guys playing the game. So it's just awesome to have so many fans. So obrigado aos nossos fãs. It's really more than we can hope for, and especially it amazes me that you guys stick around so long with this game. It's now 27 years old, so I'm from time to time I'm hiring now people who are younger than Tibia, which really feels awkward. Yeah, so it's amazing that it's still so popular, and we're doing our best to have another 30 years of Tibia in the future. So yeah, so I hope that turns out that works out.
No? Oh, okay. And what lessons have you learned from your experience with Tibia that you think that are valuable for other game developers?
Yeah, that's a good question. So how do you make a good game? Yeah.
So hard, right?
That's a tough one, actually. Yeah. So when I think back how we built Tibia, it's, I think, all about passion. So you really have to believe in the idea you have and in the vision you have, because everyone will tell you have no chance, it's garbage, give up, don't do it. And yeah, it's always like that. So if you start a new game, yeah, it's not everyone believes in the beginning in it. So, but you have to know what you're aiming for and what kind of game you want to make. And if you have that passion, other people will follow you and will try to participate, and then you have the best chance to overcome all the obstacles, and there will many of them, to build a great game in the end. I'm really convinced of that.
And developing is an up and down, right? So it's really hard. There's a lot of obstacles in the way, and you know, there are days that are going to be great. You finish a feature and you have the feeling this is going awesome, right? And the next day you come into the office and everything is broken, and you have to fix everything, and nothing is working, and no one finds a solution. And you just have to stick to it, right? So you just have to stand up again and go to the next day and work on. And especially if you make an MMO, so it's a marathon. It's really, you know, you're going to support it for years, and you have to continue putting new things in and fixing things the whole time. And that's every day is a different day, which you know, you can't say about every job. So we're really, really lucky to work in the games industry and to be able to work on such cool things every day.
That's so nice. This would be like your main tip for new developers, like for example, like student developers as well, you know, to really fully understand what they're doing and go for it, do you think? This was like for
Right. Okay. So the tip for new developers, yes. So just so you guys know, it's very difficult to understand here on the stage because.
Would you like to have like perhaps
no,
like no.
So
would you like to?
It would be good actually. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You continue. I'll get. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll talk about a few tips for new developers, right? So I think the first tip that I can give is to define your scope and to know what you think you can manage to develop actually with your team. Because you know, not every game is going to be suitable for every developer. So it might not be the best idea to start creating an MMO actually if you're just starting developing games, because that's really super hard. So pick something that your team can actually create and that you're confident that you'll manage in a certain scope. And if it's not going to be a hobby, right, which is totally fine, you can create a game as a hobby, and then your expectations are settled. So you know, if a few people download it and look at it, that's cool. But if you actually want to make a business out of it, you should think about how much is it costing and how many units do I need to sell that I actually can make a viable business out of this. And you know, a lot of indies forget that part. And also your own time that you're investing in the game is a cost, right? So you should be thinking about that, and most of all, the game should be fun, and you should be having fun developing the game, because as Steve said, it's a passion thing. So if the team hasn't got the passion building the game, you will notice later on that won't be, you know, it will be just a game, but you can feel if there's love in it or not.
Cool, nice. Just so that... Produção, a gente consegue retorno para eles, porque eles não estão conseguindo entender muito bem o que eu estou falando. Pode ser? A gente consegue? Acho que a gente... Pode ser? Arrasou, show. I'm sorry, I was telling about your... Yeah, okay. So, let's continue. Reflecting, what is your personal favorite moment or experience related to Tibia?
So yeah, one thing I remember instantly if I hear this question is it's a level 999 door. Back in many years ago we implemented basically a little joke into the game. So there was a door which you could only go through if you have at least level 999.
I remember that. I remember that. Like I did like an article about that. Oh, yeah. that was amazing. I'm sorry, because this is such an icon moment, right? Yeah. Continue, please.
And it really at that time I don't know, the players had maybe level 100 or something. So we really didn't think that ever someone will get there to go through this door. And now many fast forward, many years later, it was like 7 years later, I think, some people in my company told us, hey, people are getting really high levels, and they put so much time and effort into, and they will reach level 999 pretty soon. And so we really said, oh my God, people will enter this door, And there was nothing behind it at that time, because we never thought there will be something, someone will reach it. So we really thought about what we could put behind the door, and we did something nice there. And then when the first player reached level 999, it was a Brazilian player actually, as far as I know. And congrats, yeah, you made the race. And the best part is, he went through the door and came back, and people asked him, "What's behind this door?" And he said, "Oh, look for yourself." Yeah, that's awesome. I really love that. Yeah.
And you?
So my favorite moment is when Durin played for Rumbras and killed players over players over players in the game world. I think that was something really amazing that happened, and I wish I had been part playing there back then, right then, because I think that was one of the most memorable moments in the game.
Nice. And what do you love about Tibia?
Of course, the
Everything.
fans, the community. So that's obviously the most important part. So, yeah, so it's amazing that you're here. Thank you for support. Yeah, so it's of course the fans, and I think the fans are still around and love the game, because we're doing our best to keep the game fresh. And yeah, so if you actually ask the players why they stick around for such a long time, they will answer it with, because of my friends. Yeah, so it's really an online game where people meet each other, and they find friends for a lifetime actually, and that's awesome. There are people out there who found their wife or their husband in the game, the real wife or husband, and yeah, so it really, I think Tibia connects people all over the world, and I think that's a wonderful thing. Yeah.
And you?
That really sums it up. It's the experience that you get in Tibia is a community-based experience, and it's all about the players. And I think that's also what kept the game going on and on, because what Tibia does is the players write stories, things that happen in the game, the wars they have, the conflicts, the drama, guilds, betrayal, all these things. Those stories are the ones that matter. And I think that is, it's the core of the game, and that comes directly from the community.
That's so nice.
Well, another thing which comes to my mind now is a couple of years back we had the pandemic, right? And everywhere throughout the world, people sat in the lockdown at home. They couldn't go out, and they were thinking about what to do with their time, because they cannot do what they usually do. And during that time, people actually remembered Tibia. And they came back during that time. So lots of people really rejoined the game during that time. And it was really for us also a moment to realize that Tibia is much more than just entertainment. It really connects people and help them not feel lonely, and finding friends. And yeah, so we really felt that Tibia is much more important than just entertainment. And I think you guys feel the same. Yeah.
Do you? Yeah, we have now. Thank you so much for this. Okay, are your links up?
Perfect.
Okay, great. All right. So, are there any NPCs, monsters, locations, or quests in Tibia that you have a particular fondness for?
Yeah, most certainly. So, since I was there from the beginning, I was also one of the first content creators, basically. And
really?
Yes, of course. So, I put the very first NPC into the game, and the name is the NPC is called Sam. He's a blacksmith. He's still in the game, selling weapons since 27 years. So, yeah.
It's a nice business,
Absolutely. And also, together with the other founders, we put the very first quests into the game. So there's the lighthouse quest. It's not really a real quest, but it's just a little thing you can do in the game. It was one of the very first things we put in the game. And yeah, so when I'm not actively playing, but if I get into the game and walk around and find these things, it's so nostalgic for myself. Yeah, so it's really nice.
And you?
So I love the fact that you can fall down a hole and you need a rope to get up. And if you haven't got the rope, you're stuck at the bottom and you actually have to ask someone for help to get you out of that hole again. And I think that's an experience that a lot of people had, right? So that's in newer games you wouldn't be doing this because it would like frustrate people. But it's part of Tibia, and I think that is a lovely feature.
Killing rats and dying and killing dragons as well,
Rotworms.
Yeah.
Shout out for rotworms.
You'll never forget your first dragon. So I remember that I put the dragons in the game and I went there and I was just dead. So even I didn't forget my first dragon. Yeah.
And didn't you do things with slimes? And they like...
Oh yeah, that's another funny story. So there are slime in the game and as a monster. And in the very first version, we made the slime in a way that if you kill it, it multiplies, there's more of it. And basically, in the very first version, we had a bug in the slime. And it really grew, if you hit it, it grew so fast. Within an instant, the whole world was full of slime and the server crashed, basically. So really, we really had to do something about that and fix that. So yeah, but that was fun for us.
I love those stories. So I think that it's time for talking about a really important subject. Okay, are you ready, guys? Are you ready? Okay, all right. So a trailer for Cipsoft's new game, Persist Online, was showcased here at Gamescom Latam 2024, and it was amazing. So could you tell us a little bit more about the game? Are there any similarities to Tibia? Or any elements that might feel familiar to Tibia fans, that they might enjoy as well?
First of all, a big thank you to Gamescom Latam for the opportunity to be here and to...
Thank you for being here. This is amazing.
Thank you, and for showing the game at the Countdown show as well. It was a great honor that we could be part of it. So Persist Online is also a passion project, actually. So I started it with a colleague of mine, Tom, shortly before the pandemic hit. And we've been playing DayZ, which is a great game, and there were a lot of things in DayZ that we loved, so like the thrill and the danger of meeting other players, which a lot of elements of Tibia are in there as well. And it also had one frustrating moment. So what happens in DayZ is you start naked at the beach, and you run out into the world, and you meet a zombie, it kills you, and you start naked at the beach. And you go out in the world, you find items finally, and another player comes and kills you, and you start naked at the beach. So
it's a lot like Tibia.
Yes, it is. But that was like when the idea for Persist Online was born. So we said, wouldn't it be cool to have a game with that thrill and that excitement going out in the world, but without that frustrating moment of losing all of your progress. So we decided to work on a game where you have a persistent world, and your progress remains. And we worked for about 1.5 years and had a prototype, and then we showed it to Steve and the other guys at the company, and they said, hey, this project is going somewhere. So shouldn't we work full-time on it? So Tom and I started working full-time on the project in the company, and then slowly we added some more team members and hired some new people. Now the team is 14 people working full-time on the game. And so what is Persist Online? So those that don't know, it's not a shooter and it's not a survival game. It is a fully fledged MMO. And it actually shares the core DNA of Tibia. So perhaps Steve can say something about that.
Absolutely. So we really think that the strength of Tibia is also in Persist Online, that the game offers a lot of freedom. So also in Persist Online, you decide what you want to do. For example, I'm really an explorer type of player. I love exploring the world, and the world of Persist Online is huge, and it's 3D, You have buildings. You can enter every building. A skyscraper is like a dungeon, which you have worked through every floor to find the boss at the roof. But you can also do other things in the game. Of course, you can socialize with other players, or you can push your skills to the limit. There are a lot of items to find which you can collect and to improve actually, or you engage in PvP and become the most powerful player. So that's all things you also will find in Tibia, and we think that this kind of freedom, which resonates with the Brazilian community, well, it's also in Persist Online.
So what's perhaps nice to know is that we grew up with games that had this freedom. So when we were kids and we played games, you could go into the game world and a lot was open to your inspiration and your choice what you want to do. And nowadays, there are a lot of games that take you by the hand and lead you from one objective to another, tell you what to do, how to do it, then reward you, and then it goes on. And we believe that it's more fun to have a game world where you have choices and they matter. So you can do good things, you can do bad things, and they might have consequences, right? But the game will not stop you doing this. So for instance, in Persist, if you kill other players, you get negative karma. And if you have negative karma and die, you will not spawn in the usual city anymore. You will spawn in a different city with an outlaw faction, which has a whole quest tree of its own.
So there's like an evil faction.
Yes, yes. And if you get close to a regular faction, they will shoot on you at sight, right? And a regular player who has good karma and he gets close to this outlaw faction, they will shoot him on sight. So we're trying to make a world that is dynamic, that feels alive, and where it's important where you are in the game world and what you do, and it has consequences.
It's all about giving power to the players. So we don't like the idea that the players have to do what we want them to do, but they should decide what they want to do. I think that's important.
If you want to run out in the world, so it's really large, it's 30 square kilometers at the moment, and it's all handcrafted. And so if there's mountains, you can go up the mountain, you can go down on the other side, there will be other cities on the other side. And like Steve said, in the city, you can go into every building, into every room, everything is propped. So you can explore the whole world, and there's really a lot of references, Easter eggs.
And the whole, like Tibia, the whole world is handcrafted. So every building, every room is propped with nice little details. We put a lot of love and effort into this to make it a living world like Tibia.
Nice. Can we expect some Easter eggs from Brazil as well?
I'm pretty sure.
Ooh, nice. I like this kind of spoilers. And what do you think are the main elements that the Brazilian players will really love into this game?
So it's a PvP game, it's a hardcore game. And so you can found a guild, you can go out, you can fight for nodes, for resources, get better. There's a very sophisticated item and skill system in there. It's got 250 skills. It's classless, so you can actually build the character build that you like to play. So if you prefer to play with shotguns, you can have a shotgun guy, combine it with any other thing like healing, I don't know. You can just build what you want to have, what you want to play that suits you. You can also have multiple characters in the game. So I think there's a lot of things that an MMO needs. There's a full chat system, auction house, mail system. There's lots of things that, no parcel bug, by the way. So there's a lot of things in there
but no parcel bug in this game, sorry.
Oh! And what are your favorite elements from this new game?
So I actually like the item system a lot because it's...
Why?
Yeah, every item that drops has a lot of random stats on it that get rolled out, and they also have a quality level, so they go from poor to legendary, and with the higher levels of the item you get modifications which are also rolled out, and they have like perks for the weapon, and while you play you can actually level up those perks. So what happens as gameplay is that the items that I find, when I use them, the item gets more powerful. And so I have a lot of progress in these items. Now, these are the things that you do not lose when you die. So what you do lose is your backpack and everything in it, but my armor and my weapons, where all the work is in it, that remains, and you don't lose those items. And I think this is a really cool system.
And I personally also really love the zombie setting. So who doesn't love zombies? It's always fun in the setting. And yeah, and also I really like how the world looks. So it's not a dark and creepy place like you could expect from a zombie game, but it's actually quite colorful because we thought that in this world there live NPCs and the players should live there. They make the best out of the situation and they take everything with humor. So it's a cool and actually a nice and a colorful place, even though zombies are roaming around. So you can have fun there. So we want to make sure that that's the case.
Nice. Is there anything that I didn't ask you that you really want to tell the audience about this new game?
First of all, you can wishlist it on Steam, and we'd be really grateful if you do so. You can also join our Discord server, and the dev team actually is very active there, so we try to answer all the questions from players there, and we've got a very honest and direct approach of communication. And we take feedback very seriously. Then there will be some play tests in future that we will invite players. And for us, the feedback is really important to polish the game and make it great and get good gameplay out of it. And so our approach is different than other companies in this case. So we also have no roadmap, no release date, because we think it's important to polish a feature, try it out, iterate it, and if it's not good, to not put it in the game. So we don't want to promise to add that feature, and then, just because it's on the promise list of the release date things, to then put it in the game. I think it's more valuable to discuss it directly with the community and then just scrap it or keep it and go on.
But if you want to play the game as soon as possible, you can take part in test sessions that will come up. And if you would like to do that, sign up for the Discord server. We will invite players from time to time to test the game and give us feedback. So feel free to do that.
Nice. Thank you so much.
I've got a little story still. So.
Oh, please tell me.
So Steve was saying that the first time the Tibia server went online and the first person logged in. So I had a similar event, right? So we had the server online and we closed it down now for the players now. But so we had one online, and one night I was on the Discord and I was chatting with Tom, the guy, the co-creator of the game, and. I saw lots of people joining our Discord server suddenly, right? So it sort of plopped up and 100 people joined the Discord server. And so I went to the computer and turned it on. I was at home. It was very late at night. And I logged into the game. And there were 179 people online running around in the game, playing and doing lots of things and exploring the game. So that was really, I had the same experience as Steve back then, right? So,
but more than one player.
Yeah, but it's it's an awesome feeling if someone is playing the game that you have created and they give you positive feedback on it and say, this is a cool idea, we like what you're doing. It pushes the team to really go further and go over their limits as well.
And would you like to share like another story about this new game for the audience as well?
Like another story, well, there are hundreds of stories already, which is quite funny. So I have one about a player that was in the game, and so what you do is you start in the bunker and you go out in the world and you collect items and you can sell them to NPCs. You can use them obviously yourself. You can trade them with other players, or you can recycle them to get raw materials and then craft items with that. And this player was trying to get as lot of plastic as possible because he was going to build some weapons. And he was looking for the most efficient way to get plastic. And we hadn't implemented a lot. So there were like a few items you could find that created plastic. But he found a very creative way, which I think shows also the approach of development that we've got. So he took a screwdriver and opened some coin pockets on parking meters and got coins out of them. And then he took these coins and went to a vending machine, threw them in and got out water bottles. And he took these water bottles back to the bunker and recycled them to get plastic. So he had found their own system and own way in the game. We didn't implement this, right? So there wasn't no purpose behind this. And
we didn't plan for that,
yeah.
but he figured out a way to do it that way, and it was very efficient actually. And I think it's wonderful if you have this freedom in a game, and you find your own way of doing things and finding a way to make the best out of everything.
That's so nice. It's like playing with the player's creativity, right?
Exactly, yes. And I think that shows like the freedom and the open world design and the sandboxiness of the world.
This is so amazing, guys. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you for having us and giving us the opportunity to talk to the Brazilian audience. You guys are awesome.
Yeah, you rock, guys, really.
Oh, thank you so much. Uma salva de aplausos, por favor.
Big round of applause, my dear ones.
Picture with everyone?
Yes, so in a few minutes we're going to have pictures in the meet and greet area. So everyone who wants to meet us, you can line up there, and we'll be coming over and we'll be taking pictures with everyone who wants to have one, and say hello and talk with you guys quickly.
Yes.
I mean, there won't be super much time for everyone because there's a lot of people here, right? So, but
you can say hello, and we are happy to make a photo with you if you like. So please stop by.
That's amazing. You're celebrities around here.
Apparently.
Well, thank you so much. Do you have a last message to send to our Brazilian audience?
Yes, thank you for playing Tibia. We are so happy that you guys play Tibia. So nós amamos o Brasil. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, guys. You were amazing, and you were amazing as well. Thank you so much for being here at Gamescom Latam and announcing such an important thing as well. Thank you so much. That's it. Would you like to take a picture with everyone? No? Yeah. Galera, vocês querem tirar uma foto? Vamos!
You guys want to take a picture? Let's make some noise. We can't. Can't? No? Yes?
Yeah. Oh, okay, great. Vamos lá então, gente.
There we go, folks. Just like the last time. 1, 2, 3, and woohoo!
Muito obrigada, pessoal.
Thank you very much, folks. Big round of applause. Obrigada.
Yeah? Oh, okay. Can I say that in Portuguese? Yeah, okay. Galera, eu fiquei sabendo que a gente tem novidades.
I've heard we have news about Dragon Ball, folks. If I were you, I would sit my butt down and stay here with me. Who wants to know news about Dragon Ball? Any Dragon Ball fans? We need 3 Dragon Ball fans, hardcore fans, up here. So, folks from IGN US said that, yeah. If you want more, go to Creators Lounge. Sipsoft will hold a meet and greet very soon. That's it. Let's take a quick look at the ad. Thank you. I'll see you soon.
Tenha o seu e aproveite. O que é o Nintendo Switch Online? É se reconectar ou descobrir jogos nostálgicos. É jogar com seus amigos, mesmo que eles estejam do outro lado do mundo. E Este é o Nintendo Switch Online.
Hey, Vess, the underworld's favorite new scoundrel.
What do you want?
You crossed the wrong syndicate, but there's a way out. Rob their fortune, buy your freedom. What do you say?
This job, it's a death wish.
I'm in.
Star Wars Outlaws, pre-order available now.
Eu trabalho sozinho, mas vou abrir uma exceção pra você.
Gift card com cashback. Eurocar tem?
Tenha o seu e aproveite.
Agora sim.
Hey everyone. So I dressed up because we're going to have a very nice moment. Is there anyone here who likes Dragon Ball? Is there any Dragon Ball fans in the room? All right, are there any Dragon Ball fans in the room that would like to come to the stage? Okay, so can I ask you to seat here in front? We have 3 seats available here, perfectly in front of me. Nice. And that will make it easier for folks. This is going to be in English, so feel free to wear your headsets, but I'll be here to help you out if you need any translation. So we're going to invite the folks over from IGN. So again, are there any fans of Dragon Ball in the room? Make some noise. There are some fans in the back. So, all right, IGN.
What's up, everybody?
All right, do we have any Dragon Ball fans out there?
Who likes Dragon Ball?
Who likes Dragon
There
Ball?
we go. We got Dragon Ball.
I
separated
that guy over there. I like this guy's gumption over there.
Who?
Right over here.
Come on up, New York. Who else?
Yeah, this gentleman right here. Come up here. Please come up on. Yes, it's you in the white shirt jacket. Yes. He's a big fan.
Let's go. Come on up. All right, come stand over here.
Hey, nice to meet you.
New York.
Hello. Welcome to the stage.
Yes.
So, you like two? You want one more?
One more. Come stand over here in the middle. All right, come on. So before we get started, we need one more. You right there.
There we go.
Nintendo
64. Let's go.
We have some very, very special Dragon Ball footage to show here. But before we do, we need to be certain that we're dealing with real fans. And so we need to test the level of excitement. To do that, we need each one of you to go as hardcore Super Saiyan as possible. You could full.
Where should we start?
Well, why don't we start over there now? Control room. When they start going, give us the full effect so we can really feel the power of excitement for the Super Saiyan. Okay. Ready? Go!
Yes!
Oh!
How was that?
That was awesome.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
That was awesome.
All right, you ready? You look like a Vegeta to me. Let's go.
There we go. It was
wow, that's pretty good.
Incredible.
Well, that's pretty good. That's intense. That was more like a Broly. All right, the last one over here. On our mark, get ready.
Yeah.
Go. I think this guy over here has it. Thank you very much. I'm convinced.
Thank you guys so much.
You guys are excited enough. Thank you very much.
Amazing.
So what do we do? Are we going to, great job, guys. Are we going to show this off?
Okay, they earned it. They earned it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we want to start with the trailer?
Yeah, so first of all, I do want to preface this by saying I'm one of the producers of the show. I'm not an actual on-camera host, so.
But he is a Dragon Ball expert.
But I am a fan. And I got to go behind the scenes at Bandai, and I got to see a whole lot of gameplay. I got to sit right there and record it, and we have some very special things to show you guys. But we're going to start with the trailer.
Yeah, let's do it.
So the trailer was released a couple of days ago. We saw some new characters. I believe we are now over 9,000 characters.
Yeah.
Let's roll the trailer, and we can talk a little bit about it.
Let's take a look.
Beleza.
Jiren right there.
Can you provide some sound effects, Corrado?
Yeah, so we're seeing a bunch of new characters on screen. Jiren, obviously from the Tournament of Power series that we just saw. Future Trunks, anyone like Future Trunks out there? Just me? Pretty awesome. We're seeing a whole lot of characters from Super right now that were all in the Tournament of Power. Some of these we'll be able to talk about and look at here in a moment. Some pretty awesome arena stuff there in the background. We'll talk about some of the stages that are coming up. That's a weak attack. He will be punished. Tabura. Okay, Mr. Satan, my favorite. Weak as can be. Yeah, that's about what you'd expect. That's what happens when I get into a fight. All right, and we're coming to a close here. So in a moment, we'll just kind of go through all of this. But as you guys can see, we just got a glimpse of a whole bunch of new characters. This is the ultimate right here. Ultra Ego, or not Ultra Ego.
There we go.
Yeah, Super Goku. Ultra Instinct in full effect here. Boy, these supers. All right. That's awesome. Who's excited for this
Dragon Ball
game?
Sparking Zero. You guys excited for that?
Very excited.
So many characters. So, Corrado, you're a huge Dragon Ball fan. You've been talking about this Dragon Ball game since you got to Brazil. You talk about Dragon Ball every time I see you, basically. What is your sort of origin, your history of getting into Dragon Ball?
I grew up in part of my life in Italy, and we didn't have original comics. We had manga, and so I read manga. I read the entire Dragon Ball series up through Z in Italian. I watched all of the anime in Japanese, subtitled, and I may have dabbled in some pirated copies and stuff. Just some experimenting in college. Nothing serious.
Nothing serious. It's okay, just some light piracy. Which character do you think you're going to play as Dragon Ball Sparking Zero? Which is the character where you're like, that's the one?
Mr. Satan.
Yeah?
Like, yeah, Hercule to you Americans out there. I have always been obsessed with this character. I think he's hilarious, and the fact that they got him in there is really great.
So you got to play Dragon Ball Sparking Zero here behind closed doors. I think we've put together sort of a little preview package.
Yeah, so I will say, before we get into the actual preview, something to note, there have been an extra 10 characters that were just revealed. That puts us at 100 characters.
100 characters in this game.
And if you go, they do have this honeycomb slot on their homepage. And if you check it, you'll see that there's 160 open slots. So we can expect another few still ahead of us. They did want me to say, they mentioned that there is a season pass, and it includes 3 DLC packs with more than 20 playable characters. And those characters are from Dragon Ball Super Hero, the movie. So we'll be seeing some of those. And Dragon Ball Daima. So we got some really big things ahead. But before we dive any deeper into that, should we roll the preview?
We should roll a preview, and we definitely want to roll this preview with sound this time.
Yeah, full sound back there, control room.
With only a few months left until the game's release, Dragon Ball Sparking Zero is shaping up to be one of the standout titles in a long line of iconic Dragon Ball games. We had the chance to witness some closed-door master gameplay firsthand at this year's Gamescom Latam, and see some of the newly announced characters in action. Watch in awe as fan favorites such as Mr. Satan and Future Trunks decimate the game's ultra-detailed landscapes. That being said, this is demo footage, and the game isn't out until later this November, so what we see here could be altered, changed, or even removed. What you're about to see features some of the most beautiful graphics to date, thanks to Unreal Engine 5, and could go down in history as being one of the greatest additions to the beloved Budokai Tenkaichi series. A few days ago, we got to see a new trailer that added 10 more characters to the game's impressive roster. Currently, the count is sitting at 100, so we still have 60 more reveals left before the game launches this fall. Keep in mind, at the time of this demo, we only know about 100 of the 160 characters, and that number could conceivably be more. As you can see here, the character select screen is an impressive amount of Gokus and Vegetas, as well as fan favorites such as Yamcha, Golden Frieza, the androids, and an IGN favorite, Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan was shown off to be really weak in the latest trailer, which is true to his character, so getting to see him in action should be a treat. What we're looking at here is Battle Mode. Battle Mode is your standard game mode where you can select any character you want to practice against the CPU or face off in online people. Just like the show, Mr. Satan is one of the weakest characters in the game, but he uses help from his best friend Boo in order to knock the competition back. Naturally, Mr. Satan takes all the credit for this one because, well, why wouldn't he?
私だけでも
What we're seeing here is a blast battle. This is where you get to mash on an on-screen button prompt against an opponent in order to win a beam struggle. Sparking Zero features all the things that made the original series iconic, such as teleporting and fighting around a 3D space, as well as the gameplay elements that veteran players will be familiar with. Thanks to Unreal Engine 5, we're able to see Goku and friends like never before, in a beautiful recreation of Dragon Ball's greatest hits, complete with destructible environments and drop-dead gorgeous visuals. One benefit of Sparking Zero is the ability to have an auto assist mode. We are told that this can be adjusted to fit anyone's preference and is a great way to allow newcomers to the series to play out some of their favorite Dragon Ball moments without needing to master the game's mechanics and character abilities. As we can see here, 17 uses a shield destructibility that he used near the end of the Tournament of Power in order to cause massive damage to both himself and his opponent. It's the little details like this that make Sparking Zero a true love letter to Dragon Ball fans all over. Just like the original games, we'll see ranged and melee abilities. Every single character has their own unique abilities as well as modes. As we see here, Trunks goes Super Saiyan and will gain an all-new unique moveset based on his Super Saiyan form. Here we have another IGN favorite, Majin Vegeta. Right now we're powering up to enable Sparking mode, and from here we're going to see Majin Vegeta perform his final explosion from the Buu Saga. As expected, the attack fills the screen with a blast. But unlike the show, Vegeta won't completely die from this finisher. Instead, he'll just be left with 1 HP, which means that he can be picked off pretty easily. These special attacks take on an entirely cinematic look that not only look amazing thanks to Unreal Engine 5, but are also based on the original anime footage. When it comes to the story mode in a Dragon Ball game, it's never really needed to reinvent the wheel. We are told that the single-player campaign will follow Dragon Ball from the beginning of Dragon Ball Z's Saiyan Saga all the way to the end of Dragon Ball Super's Tournament of Power, from the perspective of 8 different characters. As of now, Goku and Vegeta are confirmed, but I'm sure you can probably guess who we'll see fill in those other 6 slots. Regardless, the ability to tell the story from when Goku learned Kaioken all the way to Ultra Instinct is pretty intriguing. We got to check out one of the most iconic moments from the original Dragon Ball Z, when Raditz shows up on Earth and kidnaps Gohan. In this iconic showdown, in order for Raditz to be defeated by Goku, he'll have had to lock in a bear hug and sacrifice himself by the way of Piccolo's Special Beam Cannon. It's one of the many awesome Unreal 5 rendered animations that play out and send you down the canonical sequence of events that when you play through the story mode as Son Goku. But what happens if during your match, Goku manages to actually defeat Raditz single-handedly? How would it impact the sequence of events that would unravel afterwards? That is a story for another time. If you're a fan of Dragon Ball, there's really not too much we can say to convince you that this isn't something that should be on your Dragon radar. Sparking Zero looks to be the complete package, with its roster of 160 unique characters, its interesting take on the Dragon Ball saga that spans from the start of Z to the end of Super, its modern take on the highly beloved and revered Budokai Tenkaichi series, and its absolutely drop-dead gorgeous visuals. Because of this, Dragon Ball Sparking Zero has the potential to become a standout hit for both fans of the anime and manga and newcomers of the series. For more on Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, be sure to check out the latest trailer featuring future Trunks and a ton of other characters. Also, be sure to check out our hands-on preview of the game from this year's Summer Game Fest. And for everything else in the world of video games, stick with IGN.
Very cool.
All right.
Very cool.
Wow. Give it up for Bandai, right? How good was that? Oh my God. They made one of the most beautiful looking video games I've ever seen. That looks like the anime.
It was, I mean, look, the thing is, there's so much we can talk about with this game, and I don't even know where to start. But I think we could just start by, like, just get the combat stuff, get into that, and start moving through.
How much are you going to get through? Because we're almost out of time here.
Oh, is that really? Is that the clock? No!
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I will say this. If I have to abbreviate this into, like, moments, the Unreal Engine 5 stuff is revolutionary in this game. The stuff that you see with the environment is just mind-blowing. It's jaw-dropping. When you hit, you power up your sparking gauge, like the sky turns gray, like there are clouds, it's menacing. You know something is about to happen, something's about to go down. You can take your battles above air, you can go underwater, everything's destructible. There's a fight sequence that happens on Namek, and if you hit the ground with your sparking ability, it literally almost, it's like it emulates what happens with Frieza, and it almost destroys the planet, so you're fighting on lava. We have so many things to talk about. I can't believe we ran out of time. But I highly recommend you guys go to IGN, check out our coverage. We'll have all the breakdowns over there, and keep an eye on it. We also saw a few things we probably shouldn't have seen, so I know what's coming, and I highly recommend you keep it tuned to IGN.
That's right.
I can tell you're excited. It seems like Dragon Ball fans have a lot to be excited about later this year with Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. Corrado, thank you so much for sharing your expertise and your enthusium up here on the stage.
Thank you. Hey, thank you guys all. Real quick, who's Team Goku? Let me hear you if you're Team Goku. All right, who's Team Vegeta? Yeah, Team Vegeta!
Wow.
Goku, get out of here. Nobody wants you. Just kidding. All are welcome.
All right, thanks everyone. We're gonna hand you back to your Gamescom Latam MCs right now. Thanks a lot.
Take us away.
Bye, guys.
Latam.
Obrigada. Estamos aqui de volta. Meu nome é Ana XD. Estou aqui junto com a Ituriana e o Raulês para a gente comandar esse palco Journey, que tem muita coisa boa. E se você está gostando, não esquece de publicar nas redes sociais e marcar a Gamescom Latam, Raulês.
Gente, né, Ana? A gente tem que aproveitar e marcar a primeiríssima Gamescom Latam. E todo mundo está aqui presente, agradecer a todo mundo de coração, a galera que está presente. Pois bem, vamos continuar a nossa sequência aqui de palco, né? Vamos continuar aqui com o nosso querido palco Journey, que estava separado, inclusive, nos primeiros dias, né? Que era uma confusão, às vezes, no rádio ali. Eu confesso que eu ficava confuso, porque eu passava informação.
Isso é coisa da sua cabeça, Raulês. O Raulês é confuso.
Eu acho que a nossa passagem estava excelente. Você não viu ontem a gente? Teve uma comunicação, mental. A transmissão ia passar do palco 3 pro palco 1. Eu e o Raulês, a gente só se olhou assim, ó. Vai!
Mas sabe, eu tava ouvindo ela, né? Eu tava ouvindo ela aqui, só... Ela deu uma, assim, ó. Fez assim, lança pra gente aqui. O jogo de câmera foi maravilhoso, inclusive, né? A sequência que a gente vai ter por aqui é uma coisa que eu particularmente gosto muito, que é quando o próprio desenvolvedor do jogo também joga ele, faz uma run aqui pra gente, como a gente chama, né? O pessoal do Keys and Castles vai vir aqui jogar, fazer uma run, contar um pouquinho mais da história, do jogo de uma maneira geral, falar dos assets. E eu gosto muito porque, assim, sempre tem aquele detalhezinho que a gente que joga muitas vezes não nota. Mas quando a gente para, eu falo assim, caraca, ainda que é verdade, mas quem desenvolve,
mas é porque, né? Quem faz, sabe aquele detalhezinho de 1 milímetro que tem aqui do lado, que talvez ninguém veja, mas aí você é o criador, então você está na sua zona de conforto, você vai saber mostrar o negócio. Isso que é bonito, sabe?
E isso que é o legal da Gamescom Latam, porque ela é uma junção da Gamescom com o Big Festival, que sempre teve esse objetivo de crescimento, né? Um foco no crescimento, no desenvolvimento de jogos aqui no Brasil, na América Latina e do mundo, esses jogos independentes. Então a gente consegue ter esse contato mais direto com os desenvolvedores desenvolvedores, tanto que nos primeiros dias, né, Itu, a gente teve uns palcos aqui, essa divisão.
We had this crazy view, was focused on this business and development. It's extremely important to make those connections. We had a lot of directed content, so for those who want to publish their own game and those who want to start creating content, you know, the digital marketing and everything. Without further ado now, we can invite to the stage Rodrigo Telma, André Luiz Loiando, Bruno Sangregorio, and Daniel Camargo to present our game. Big round of applause, folks. Yeah, we have to have applause or else they won't come to us.
Agora.
And now, if we can have the image and the audio from the laptop. I will tell you a story, your story. You will enter a world full of mysteries and challenges, forests, deserts, pirate islands, haunted houses, with hundreds of places for you to adventure. Oh, of course, yeah. Accidents do happen. Anyways, tens of levels. Don't interrupt me, come on. Moving on. Levels all over, hidden items and so much more. All of that in Keys and Castles. That's it, folks. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm André. I'm the CEO for Game Escola. It's a school for development headquartered in Curitiba and São José dos Pinhais, two brick and mortar schools. We've been around since 2016, and launching Keys and Castles this year was the personification of everything we believe in, because Keys and Castles was created by an alumnus, Rodrigo, who's sitting right there. He worked for 3 years developing that game by himself. Worked with the coding, level design, cutscenes, and Rodrigo came here to have a run and show the gameplay. It's a unique work. 50 levels was launched March 28th, and about a year and a half ago, as we always do, we took that game to an event for folks to play, Rodrigo to have feedback from, players. And at that time, the Alpert start Eddie, he sat to play Keys and Castles. He spent like a couple of hours. He wouldn't let anyone play in his place. And when he left the table, he came to me and he talked to me in a corner and said, André, you have to launch this game, man. It's a great game, it's fun. Ed himself from Alpert Start, he provided a game analysis after he launched on his channel. If you're watching us from somewhere, thank you, Ed. And at that time, the game began to get some meat, because I said, Rodrigo, what do you need? That's the partnership with Do Brasil. Do Brasil always worked with productions, and it was an inspiration. I said, we're going to publish Keys and Castles. And started working on that. Rodrigo needed artists. We went after artists. We placed a person to work on the cutscenes and the animations, and then he presented the subtitled scenes, why shouldn't we dub it? And I have a school, and so I believe the future in this market is based on training. And I looked for Bruno, who's a coordinator at Do Brasil. He's a dubbing director. He's an actor, a voice actor. I said, let's exchange things here. And so Bruno, right there and then, he agreed, and we decided to add voice to the game, to localize, added an original voice. And Bruno can speak more about the process. Bruno. Good afternoon, folks. Great pleasure being here with you, along with Game Escola, telling you a bit of this story. We've been partnering since 2018, if I'm not mistaken, where I truly believe in the synergy between the two companies. Do Brasil is a school for an expert program for voice actors with localized products like Knights of the Zodiac, Game of Thrones, My Hero Academy, Attack on Titan, and so many other titles. Today we've got, we're the dubbing studio that localized most anime in Brazil, over 100 titles localized. Thank you, folks. And Do Brasil started basically to be a school. Always believed in the idea of making dubbing accessible and make it, make it popular. Such an important piece of work, and for artists, I'm speaking as an artist. It's not easy to work with art in Brazil. It's not easy to live off art and theater and cinema, and voicing, dubbing, ends up providing support, allows us to continue working because we can make a living off dubbing from there and then do other things from there on. I was a student from Do Brasil 2010. I fell in love with the way the school thinks. I joined since 2012. I've been there 12, 13 years. I'm the executive director. I'm a teacher, dubbing coach, and that's where the partnership lies with the school. It's always been very clear, the passion that Andre, that Game Escola, has for teaching, training, and the care and the attention that you have with your students. That's key for projects like this to take place, for us to help foster the domestic market. I was here yesterday participating in the business rounds and talking to many companies, and even though for us here in Brazil, a dubbing studio, we localize products that are essentially made abroad. Most of our clients are abroad, but I'm so much happier when I have a meeting with a local producer, a small publisher. They're just beginning and bringing a promising game, because I know how much that adds to our market. And I think about all our students, yours, mine, all the artists that are coming and finding their space, and opportunities that we generate for work, through this movement. I want to thank once again. It was a great work when Andre contacted me. Actually, you asked if it was possible. Remember, Bruno, does it make sense to localize the game? I said, of course it does. It would not make sense not to localize. And what do you need? I only have narrators, just one voice. Okay, so let's have casting for the 3 or 5 applicants, and you can choose, and working on content that was developed by teachers and students from Game Escola, and we also ran a casting with our students, and the idea was to give a first working opportunity for someone. And among so many folks that we talked to, came to the end result, Daniel was chosen by Andre, and I think Rodrigo Rodrigo, who's the game director. Think it's important for you guys to share with us what the process. Mine was easy. I just selected 5 people and asked each one to record part of the preview, and I sent you, and you approved it. So then it was the work in studio afterwards. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone here. Bruno, Andre, Rodrigo, Game Escola of Brazil, allowed for this beautiful work, narrating the game. I've been an actor since 2012. I say I'm a former lawyer, ex-lawyer. What I love art is to be an artist. Every time I was going to record an ad or participate in a show, they asked me, do you work with voice acting? And I didn't. Never imagined doing that. So I think after so many people asking me about that, I said, oh, well, I think I have to work as a voice actor. And last year, I managed to apply for a Do Brasil program to become an expert in dubbing. It's not that simple as many people think, and it's a program that opened so many doors, opened my mind actually, because it's much more than what I expected. I grew up with Hanna-Barbera. The Hanna-Barbera cartoons were the beginning. Don Quixote. So we imitated, we mimicked everyone. And so this thing about voice, working with voice. And so I went over to Do Brasil. And it's funny how the process took place. I was recording an ad, and I got a message on WhatsApp. I had 5-minute break. It was during my break that can you record a text 3 versions? This is. I said, yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll find out. I went somewhere there in the corner, read it, ran the 3 versions, one of a voice that sounds more of the preview there, one more calm, and one's like, yeah, feel free and do it. I ran the 3 options in 5 minutes, sent over to Bruno. A couple of weeks later, I got the news that I had been chosen. Thank you, Andre and Rodrigo. And I went to Do Brasil. Bruno directed me. It was great work. It was fast, actually. Everything I imagined about working with voice were these 40 minutes, 1 hour that we worked there. There were a couple of takes, and it was beautiful. And then when it was, the finished work, I was so proud, Oh, it's my very first voice gig. I was still studying at Do Brasil. I've had 2 more gigs, and this is great, Folks, it's time for us to put Rodrigo on the mic. It's so interesting because when I started Game Escola way back there, Fabio's here. Fabio's kids are there. 2 students of ours. They won a global game jam. They have an incredible track record. Thank you. Came from Curitiba. Do watch. I truly believe in synchronicity. So before I open the floor over to Rodrigo, I want to mention just one more thing. A year ago, I was part of a podcast called Resenha Gamecast. The editor, Fabrício, he asked the question, speak at Gamescom or speak at a school? If you don't know, I run a volunteer work in public schools in the state of Paraná. My answer, if I'm not mistaken, speak at Gamescom, it's going to be impossible. So, Fabrício, thank you, man. You threw it out into the universe, and it came back to our lives. And Rodrigo, a few years ago, he joined Game Escola with a dream of developing games, and that's exactly what he said. He said, I'm here because my dream is developing games. I was walking downtown Curitiba, and he told a story to his mom. He wanted to study, computing, and when did you think that Keys and Castles could be something bigger than what you thought it was at the time? Good evening, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Great. Initially, this started way back, when I was unemployed. I was looking for a job downtown Curitiba. I was just about to leave and I walked by Game Escola. I looked at the sign, game developing a workshop. I walked another 10 steps and then I walked back. I said, what do you mean a workshop to develop games? This is just, they're pulling the wool. So I entered, visit the school, the secretary showed me what the classes were like, the teachers, the rooms, and I said, wow, looks too good to be true. Can I come and watch a class and test, experimental class, to see if this is true? And I got there on Saturday, 10 a.m. The class was supposed to last 2 hours. Noon, I was supposed to go home. I went home at 6 p.m. I spent the rest of the day talking to the teachers and trying to understand. And I came to the first class and I saw it was legit. Vinicius and his brother know that it was legit, that it was the real deal. It was real. Started watching those classes and maybe one of the teachers needed do something and they ended up asking me to be a substitute. I was like a good student. I knew a lot of things about the program, and as time went by, Game Escola started calling me more often to be a substitute teacher. At a certain time, I joined officially as an instructor, school, and still there, teaching game development and computing. Keys and Castles started during one of those classes. A new student, very first day of school, he came for a test class. I taught him how to build a character, how to get the character to walk, to jump, and he did really well, and we had another extra hour. I said, what do you think we can do now? He said, well, we're going to create a door and a key to open the door. We created the door and the key. Teacher, I wanted it to be a lever. So we exchanged the key for a lever, and we had an animation of the door coming down. Teacher, when the door comes down, I want for the camera to shake a little bit, We made the camera shake. That student, Nicholas, he's no longer at the school. He's concluded the program. He did really well until the end. But when he left after this first class, I replayed that same level some 5, 6, 7, 8 times, nonstop, and I swear to God, I looked at that silly level, had no background. I said, there's something there. It's so cool just to see the door coming down, the camera shaking. I was playing here, maybe you saw that same effect. Something so simple that stands out. I felt there's something there. And I started working on Keys and Castles by myself, trying to do what came to my mind without a scope or anything. It was just fluid, as ideas came in. At a certain point, I started showing people, started showing friends and other teachers at the school, and teacher Rafaela, English teacher. She's a great musician. She works with music, and she said, Rodrigo, music that you're adding are kind of half-wit, What'd you do? I got it on the internet. She offered herself to do it for free because she believed in the work. When I needed, like Andres said, people for an animation, a cutscene, I showed the project to a friend of mine, Antonio, and he looked at it and he loved it, wanted to do, and started giving feedback and ideas. That's how we started working, and all of a sudden we called the folks from Do Brasil, as André said, and one day everybody was there, and it just came out right, That's what makes the biggest difference in Keys and Castles. It was not a project to raise money to get to be monetized, to be sold. It was not a project that just marketing based. It was something from the heart that people embraced, and that made all the difference in the world. It's work that comes from love from everyone who participated.
Congratulations, congratulations. One thing I really like about all of this is that even when we tried to set a price for the game in order to list it at Steam, we thought of everything. Now, Keys and Castles is available on Steam for $12.99 Brazilian reals. That's cheaper than getting a can of soda. So it's a great opportunity for you. You will definitely help us and support us. If you're watching us live, you can also support us and help us, because this is the first game that Rodrigo created, and I'm sure that it's the first of many. Rodrigo said that he invited Antonio to participate. He was his friend, but he forgot to mention that he was Antonio's student at Games Escola. So we are creating a community collaborative game. We got some help from Do Brasil, and it's great because when we see all of this, there were many people who helped us along the way. In advertising the game, some people had early access to the game. We created a CD with the soundtrack because the entire soundtrack is original, and we sent that CD to some friends, some influencers. I can't leave the stage without thanking each person who posted something about Keys and Castles or mentioned us on Instagram, YouTube. If you had a review or a mini video, a reel, that really helped, because Keys and Castles is a big success for us. It's no longer just a person's dream. It represents everything I believe in. It represents a lot that you believe in too, because you have the opportunity of including one of your students. And Keys and Castles is available at a very, very low price, very affordable. It's like I said, it's only $12.99 on Steam. If you don't have $12.99 on Steam, just add it to your wish list, because that will help us a lot too. So, since I have this time, I want to ask Danielle what you felt, because we know that many people got the soundtrack. How did you feel when you got the soundtrack? What was that like for you? This entire process for me is very special, from the very beginning. So the soundtrack was sent to my mom's house, I don't know, and she told me, oh, you got a piece of mail, and I already knew what it was. I didn't know what was in it. I didn't know what was in the package. But when I got it, when I opened it, the first thing you see is how much people were careful about including me. So you really felt the love, and you know how people were paying attention to the details. There was a CD, a mug, a piece of chocolate, a letter, and it mentioned me, what I had done. So that was really personalized for each one. So that really made me feel proud, and it even really moved me, because at the time I was a future voice artist, and that's when I realized that doors were opening for me. It made me proud, and I honestly enjoyed what I was doing. So that was the starting point. And today, the gift that I got as well, which is beautiful, is a trophy. It's not just a gift. You really gave me a trophy today, because that was the first voice work I ever did. And, you know, never forget your first time. So in many years after I have a lot of voice acting jobs, I know that I'll remember this one. It will hold a special place in my heart. The music, the soundtrack. When you hear the first one, you hear the second one, and then you hear the third. And once it's over, you replay it from the first. Because it really sounds great, and it reminds you of the stages of the game. So it reminded me of being in the studio, voice acting, listening to the music, and knowing where I was. So that's very gratifying, and it feels really good. You know, you get to play something that you participated in. Yeah, that was different. The game hadn't been launched yet. We hadn't played it yet. So that was a great experience. He heard the soundtrack, and they transported him to the stage that he hadn't played yet based on, you know, what he had recorded in the studio. That's wild. Yeah, and I had to wait to the launch date so I could go and see it. And then I knew it was good. You know, those of us who are over 50, I'm talking about myself, I know that you're not, but we really relate to the graphics because when we were kids, this is what games looked like. So I don't have a son, but I'm trying to pass this on to my nephews so that they play it. Yeah, if you like Mario, this is great, or Alex Kidd. So let me ask you another question. You know, we've been working with localization for a while, so I knew a bit about games because I've done voice work for some international and national games, indie games. You had never done any of that. This was your first voice acting job. And, you know, when you are localizing a game from abroad, usually you get reference files, audio reference files. You get a spreadsheet and you start reading your lines, what needs to be recorded. And you try to reproduce it in Portuguese. What's the biggest difference? Usually, with international games, you only have to record once. But when you're recording an original voice, since you don't know how much time you're going to have in the game, if there are any time restrictions, sometimes the game director is not there when you're getting recorded. You gave me a carte blanche, right? So I sent them a link and I said, look, you can listen to the recording live. And they said, well, we trust what you do. So I love that level of trust. But the fact is that, you know, people have questions. You never really know what they want because I can't read Rodrigo's mind. So my process was this. I said, Danielle, I'm going to record each line 3 times. So if there were 50, 80 lines, then we would have at least 3 versions of each line. If we had any questions, we could do more. So I asked him to do a more relaxed or younger sounding version, which is more common. The second version was a bit more like a standard narrator, and the third one was epic. And I said, you can be an actor here. Try to really enunciate the words. So that's what he did. He recorded each line 3 times, and then Rodrigo selected which one he liked during the game. I think it was really good because we didn't have to correct anything. There was nothing that we had to change. But what was it like for you as a voice actor in a studio, having to deal with it? So maybe you can even show us what it was like, you know, what you had to do to get to the results. Well, since this was my first acting job, I didn't have the experience of, I didn't have, you know, the experience of, for example, dubbing a movie where you have a screen where you can see what you're doing. Since I was the original voice, it came as something new for me, but you know, I've always really liked, like I said, Hanna-Barbera cartoons, Monty Python. I had some references, but always comedy. When we had a conversation, I didn't know what it was going to be like. I had only seen a picture of the character. And you even mentioned that, you know, I could give my own take on it. I really followed your recommendation. So I did a natural voice, a more relaxed voice, and with the epic voice, this was funny because I tried to picture, you know, Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Because when you look at the game itself, you get carried into that more comedy side of things, right? It's fun. It's supposed to be a pleasure. So that was the start. That was my inspiration. So I recorded the 3 different versions. There were some that I wanted to do differently, so I actually had a 4th version of a couple of them. And at least for the beginning, at least for the teaser, they approved the epic version. Let me tell you a story. Your story. So this is something that I did a lot when I played with my nephews. I used to put on this voice to tell them a story. So I used it. I used the tools I had available. Since I didn't have any experience in voice acting, I just used whatever tools I had available. As an actor, since I played actor since I was a kid, but I found out in 2012 that I could do advertising work, I could work on TV, and that's what ended up happening. All right, we're coming to the end of our session, but we could not leave without making an announcement. We prepared something for gamescom. Who here already has Keys and Castles? And who, if you don't, now we're going to give you another reason for buying it. Tonight, we published on Instagram marks. I have an assistant who receives spoilers from me, but to celebrate our participation at gamescom, we are going to announce that at the end of July, everyone who has Keys and Castles will get a free DLC with a new world and 5 additional stages. And that will be a total of 55 stages for an indie game that only costs $12.99. So if you haven't purchased it yet, you now have the opportunity of doing that because the game will come with a free expansion. Keys and Castles will be available for everyone to play at RetroCon, which will be on August 3 and 4, and Rocking Games Party in Curitiba on July 28, the last Sunday of July. We'll have the game there. It will be the Indie Hall, supported by Anima Game Studio, and also the Game Creators Association from our state, Paraná. So it will be very interesting. This will be an opportunity to show our game to others. So thank you, Bruno. Thank you, Danielle, for believing in what we do. And thank you, Rodrigo, for believing in Game Scholar. Thank you. So to conclude, we're going to run the teaser here for you. It was narrated by Bruno, so we're going to let you see our second trailer for King Keys and Castles, which is also available. And if we can play audio with it. Welcome to the enchanted world of Keys and Castles. A journey that started as a simple experiment in a classroom and flourished throughout 3 years of tireless dedication from a single passionate artist. It started as a solitary perspective from a creator and evolved into a piece of work that reflects the soul and passion of its creator. From the beginning, Keys and Castles was a personal project, shaped with love and care by a talented developer who had to brave the vast territory of game creation by himself. Innovative mechanics, different settings and narrative, playability, meticulous game design, characters. This was all conceived and created by a single mind. Throughout the way, others joined his journey, contributing with their own art and talent to make this world even richer. The soundtrack was composed, cutscene art was created, the game was localized, and each edition was integrated masterfully. The essence of Keys and Castle has always been simple: to be a refuge to which anyone could escape into a world of wonder and adventure at any moment. There are no frantic battles or enemies to defeat, only intriguing challenges and astute weapons testing the player's ability. In Keys and Castles, you are the master of your own destiny, navigating labyrinths and finding the hidden secrets without getting caught. The different stages are like small treasures waiting to be discovered. Each one is filled with unique wonders and emotional challenges, from arid deserts to exuberant forests and pirate islands. Each world is a work of design with distinct mechanics and surprises. Each element was carefully created to capture players and offer an immersive experience. Above all, Keys and Castles is a game for you to have fun with. If you'd like to forget your reality and leave your troubles behind, getting lost in a world of wonder, this is the game for you. With an auto-save system and uninterrupted gameplay, it is a refuge where you can explore, find more, and have fun at your own pace, without needing to hurry or worry. Get ready to embark on this unforgettable journey with Keys and Castles, a tribute to the power of imagination and the passion of a lonely creator who made his dream come true.
Folks, we want to thank each and every one of you who remained here watching us. Thank those who watched us over the streaming service. Everyone just gave us a great support. Today, it's a special day. I'm emotional, actually, being here. This whole track record since 2016 faced so many challenges, and 2020, 21, spent 1 year and 10 months with our school closed, locked down, but we resisted. It was difficult, but we overcame. Thank you, each and every one of you. Have a wonderful evening. Great event. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. I want to say that I share the feeling. I am emotional, but for a different reason for being here. Gamescom Latam 2024 is the first Latin American Gamescom, the first edition of the largest gaming event in the world, now in Latin America. And personally, I'm so happy of being part of this story and moving forward with everything that big festival has been building since 2012, and now a new stage with more people, more brands, more sponsors, supporters, partners, and it's rewarding to be here with you. Thank you so very much for your attendance, each and every one of you who's here, and those who are watching us from home. We are going to have a speed run shortly. I love it. I say that speed run, it's the track and field of video games. You know, they try to go as fast as possible. You know, several categories, and some require you to run 100% of the game, others don't. So it really depends on the category. But one thing is for sure, if the person speed runs, they spent a lot of time dedicated to that. And talking about dedication, we gamers are so very much dedicated to our passion. We connect through it. So we're also students, we are parents, we have an address, we have lives outside the game, but we connect in a different way from everyone else. And talking about that connection, I want to call folks who are going to bring that connectivity with games. You know, folks, they got around the event, so big round of applause. Come on, I want to hear you. Yeah. The day's almost done, but the energy, we got to keep it up there. So please, let's, big round of applause to welcome folks from IGN Brazil. Oh, look at that.
Oi, abriu.
We're on. We are on. We're IGN Brazil. It's like Power Rangers, you know, like, yeah, we're IGN Brazil, and here we are with another activation for our great audience. I was shaking back there. You know, there are some folks who are just willing to be here. It's going to work out, right? We got the very best Zeldists that I've learned. No, this cosplayer, if you please. Please stand. Big round of applause, folks. Look at that. Fabulous, fabulous. Look at that. It's a beautiful thing. But everybody's wearing like a tattoo or you're a Zeldist as well? No, if you're not, you're going to be. I heard the talk back there. I was getting some tips and tricks about Zelda. Right on, bro. You want to play? But our quiz that we're going to hold here is not just about Zelda. Actually, those who know, yeah, please chime in. You know, you can vote and everything. It's going to be a quiz. We separated both teams, and we're going to have the scores of the, you know, diverse things. If you know, if you like, there's going to be multiple choice for you to guess, of course. Let's see if you're good guessers. And we're going to keep the scores to see who's going to be the big winner this very last hour of Gamescom on Saturday. This is going to be, you know, a golden moment. This is Gamescom Latam, right? So my brother here with the cowl. First and foremost, those who are getting here, my name is William. I'm known as the last Chicago focused on Zelda. I hope I can participate as best as possible. I'm not going to ask one single question about Zelda over to you. And you, if you could introduce yourself. Puga, hello. I'm a cosplayer for 10 years. Several Zelda cosplays in the Nintendo indie game. That's what I love. And I've been a cosplayer. I'm Liza Michelle. Beautiful name, beautiful name. You, honey? Use mine. Go ahead with mine. Hello, folks. My name is Natalia. I'm known as Nachidon. I have some streams, live streams, love games, and that's it, yeah. How about you, bro? Introduce yourself. Hello. It's working. Working. My name is Vred. I'm not a cosplayer. I'm not a YouTuber. I don't stream. But I love games. Yeah, but I thought you were dressed as Matrix. It's it. But before we begin, what is going to be your team's name? This is Shake a Team. You're going to have to share, man. Come on, because this one is dead. And your team? Jackpot. Shake and Shack. Shake Shack. Shackpot. So, Shake, starting with you guys. It's not gonna be Zelda, okay? It's gonna be so piece of cake, you know. Get ready. It's gonna start easy off, and then we're gonna go deep, hardcore. What is the studio in charge of Dragon Age and Mass Effect? A. Respawn. B. DICE. C. Criterion. Or D. BioWare. Brains are frying for Team Shake. B. BioWare. Why do you think it's D? My husband plays it. He loves it. How great it is to have a gamer husband. Yes, BioWare. You got it right. D. What is his name? J. He loves Dragon Quest. There's no way. Yeah, he just only think it. Shake Team. What new? I love the. Yeah, my husband he's a crazy player for Dragon Age. Okay. What is the name of Metal Gear Solid 3 main protagonist? Solid Snake, B. Naked Snake, C. Liquid Snake, or D. Venom Snake? Option A. Solid Snake. That's the name of the Metal Gear Solid 3 protagonist. Is that right? No. Naked Snake. Did you know that? Next time you guys can help. Help my brother there. Come on. Team Shake. Time to go to 2-0. Come on. What is the name of the most famous hunter or pursuer of Resident Evil? You can be upset on the microphone, you know, upset. Yeah, I'm so I'm so angry, outraged. Mr. X, Nemesis, William Perkin, Asker. Nemesis. You sure about that? 2-0. That was just so easy. I want to give a very easy one to these guys, and I think I'm gonna give this one. It's a gimme. It's a gimme. What is the name of the major villain in the Zelda franchise? Zelda team. Do I have to give you the options? Please, options. If you guess without options, Ganondorf. B. Majora. C. Calamity. Dark Link. It's A of Ganondorf. He honestly didn't know it. Yeah, we have to follow the rules. Come on, it's the rules. There's no favorites. You guys are getting questions that we're asking? Getting it right? Next time we ask the audience if they know it as well. Okay, coming out of games, going to studios to, a bit more of a challenge, Who was the original developer of Crash Bandicoot? Toys for Bob, Treyarch, Naughty Dog, Insomniac. Yeah, that's a bit more challenging. Audience can help. 3, 2, 1. Letter C, Naughty Dog. I don't even have to tell you if it's right or wrong. 3-1. Would you get that one right? You knew it was the Naughty Dog? That's a bit more challenging, yeah. Magi? Question now is an easy one. Come on. In what mythology the new gods of war are set? Greek mythology. Option B. Nordic mythology, option C. Egyptian mythology, option D. Mayan mythology. Greek. Wait. From 1 to 3. Egyptian, the new god of war. In what mythology? Nordic. Oh, for the love of God. Yeah. I understood trilogy, the trilogy. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna try with Shake Team. All franchises. I wanna hit them a curveball. Mortal Kombat. Like that one? You think you know? You like Mortal Kombat? Kinda, yeah, kind of. If you know, I'm gonna change it. You don't? Okay, so I got you. Which one of these fighters in Mortal Kombat never was seen as a ninja? Option A, Scorpion. Option B, Sub-Zero. C, Reptile. D, Cabal. Was never a ninja. Letter D, Cabal. The audience is really giving it away. They are impossible. Unstoppable. Easy one. Got it right. Now, back to you. Prince of Persia. A classic that's just come back, and I think everyone knows about it. What is the name of the artifact that can go back in time in Prince of Persia? A, the temporal knife. The blade of the past. C, the sense of the future. Or D, the time dagger. The time dagger. Yeah. Wow, bullseye. She is fabulous, this girl. She's saving the team. Right answer. What are we? Like 4 to 3. My bad. You know, math is not my best. What was the first Call of Duty to have a zombies mode? Black Ops. B, World at War. C, Modern Warfare. Or D, Call of Duty 3. Shake Team. I played this game, a lot. Maybe the one I played the most, Call of Duty. Folks are going through the options, yeah. No, we're not gonna let it by, 3, 2, 1. Shake Team. Letter B, Black Ops. Black Ops is option A. Is that the one? Great, you changed because it's not Black Ops. What are you doing? It's W? WW2? World at War. WW. It's the chance to tie the game. This question, I don't think it's difficult. It's just tricky. Yeah. Here we go. What is the game that had most sold game in story? Option A, GTA 5. B, Tetris. C, Minecraft. Or D, Wii Sports. Best-selling game in history. Is it Tetris or Minecraft? She wants to say Minecraft. The team is split. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Final answer? Tetris. It is right. It is right. That's why I said it's a bit tricky. It's because we learned that Minecraft is the best-selling game. Yeah, Wii Sports sold like hell. Yeah, I was a great contributor. Are you guys good at math? Dates? Remember dates? You might have to be now. When were PS4 and Xbox One launched? Option 1, 2012. B, 2013. C, 2014. 2015. It was Olympics and World Cup, and might be the same year, maybe. 3, 2, 1. Shake team, your final answer? Ah, you're gonna forfeit your turn. 2013. 2013. What was you were not sure about what? Nintendo Wii U. We had it. We're glad you got the rationale right. Absolutely right. What game was the awarded best game of the year? It's not just the Game Awards. In history, what game won most best game of the year awards? Elden Ring, The Last of Us Part 2, option 3, The Witcher 3, Baldur's Gate 3. Elden Ring. It's the most best game of the year awarded of all awards. So, yeah, my brother just got here. Right answer. And the game is tied. The game is tied. 5-5. We're almost at the end. If it's tied at the end, we're going to have the $1 million question, that's all. Yeah, we're going to get to it. But before, which game was awarded Game of the Year 2021? Option A, Resident Evil Village, Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, Deathloop, D, It Takes Two. It Takes Two. Letter D. Did you play the game? Have you played? It's fun. You play with your husband? I did. It's wonderful. Round of applause, folks. Come on. It Takes Two, exactly. One of my favorite games. I love that game, It Takes Two. Fantastic. A wonderful game. It's an incredible game. Lots of people went back to playing video game, and folks who didn't play before. It's the only game I could play with my boyfriend. Yeah, it's a perfect game.
It's also great at ruining relationships as well. That's right. If you don't have a good relationship, maybe you should play It Takes Two. All right. What game from the Silent Hill series introduced for the first time the iconic Pyramid Head? Silent Hill, Silent Hill 3, Silent Hill Homecoming, or Silent Hill 2? D, Silent Hill 2. Did she get it right? That's correct. So we're now at 6-6. This is a tight competition. They really know about games. They really do. So I think I need to get a developer question to make things hard. Let's try at least. Which of these titles was not developed by From Software? Dark Souls, Sekiro, Ninja Blade, or Lies of P? D, That's correct. So they're doing very well, but I really believe in this team here. So in Tekken, do you like Tekken? Yeah, husbands would be a great help here. So in Tekken, what's the name of the fighter that wears a leopard mask? King, Leopard, Fang, or Brian Fury? King. They never get anything wrong. That's amazing. One more point. Right, we're coming to the end, so now we are going to have to hit the lightning round. So here's a question, and whoever answers first wins. So that's how we're going to do it. Get ready. So one microphone per pair. Let's just keep this fair here. So how many games is in the main series of Elder Scrolls? 5. 5 was correct. All right. One more. What's the name of the city we will revisit in GTA? Los Santos. No, not Los Santos. Vice City. Yes, so it was. This team won, so congratulations. But let's give them a hand, and the best thing is that everyone is going to get a prize. You're all going to get prizes from IGN. So thank you for everyone watching, and thank you for everyone who are whispering answers to them. And here at Gamescom Latam, we're going to come back to the stage with IGN Brazil. Everyone will get an award, and if you ever want to participate, come up here and we'll invite you to the stage, along with our Zelda fans. All right, have a good night.
Olha só, muito. Eu que agradeço. Estamos aqui.
Thank you. We're back because we're going to have a speed run coming soon. Again, it's like track and field in video gaming. I love watching speed runs for games I play, games I don't play, Portal, whatever, Celeste. One, I really like watching our Resident Evil speedruns. Yes, I love it when you use the hook right at the right place. And if you do it, you only need to use 6 shots. Otherwise, you're going to waste time. I like that kind of calculation. Exactly, it's like we said, if you're there for an hour 40, but if it's 1:41 and you take a wrong step, or if you get bitten by a zombie, it's like, I can't believe I wasted that much time. Another speedrun I really like, I forgot the name of the game, but this is the one where people try to find the wall in the subway. Have you seen that one? They're walking along the wall, and there's like white tiles. I'll show you later. After we watch this one, I think this one will be great. Yeah, it's like I said, I really like it. I always stop and watch speed runs, and I know that Bida likes it. He plays CS, and he said there's a really good channel with speed runs. And this was absolutely disconnected from what we were doing, but we just stopped and watched it. I really like watching speedruns. Yeah, me too. And one thing that is not a speedrun but looks like one is Gamescom Latam 2024, because it's going by so fast. Tomorrow will be the last day. Yeah, that's unbelievable. We're here on a Tuesday. Didn't we start on Wednesday? Yes, of course. We were here rehearsing, and we got like a spoiler of the spoilers. But in any case, when you mentioned that, I said, wow, it's Saturday. And I came here on Tuesday. How the time flies by so fast. Yeah, and another new thing we have here, our content, right? this stage was split into 3 stages before, and we had panels on the industry, on how indie gaming is growing in Brazil and Latin America and around the world. And now we're focusing on entertainment this weekend. So we're hearing a lot about the games. We got some celebrities on this stage. Yeah, there were many. We had specialists. We had people who were famous in their own niches. We had CD PROJEKT RED, which debuted yesterday. They came to the stage and they asked, I asked to take a picture with them. And we did. We heard the Eduardos, as we said. Yes, we were only missing the 3rd Eduardo so that we could call them Ed, Ed, and Eddie. Sorry, I had to drop that name. Yeah, I could have changed my name or something. Yeah, that would be very you. Yeah, I see what my reputation is. In fact, since we're mentioning Ed, Ed, and Eddie, they mentioned Elden Ring, Draxus, and we asked them what was the first Souls-like game they played and what was their favorite. So now I want to know yours. I have to be honest, sometimes I'm not very patient when I play. I used to have a lot more patience, so I don't really know. I don't know what was the first. And I remember so much. I don't know if I'm getting old or something, but I don't know. Now I'm upset. All right, so I'll tell you mine. Because mine was very recently. Actually, the first Souls-like game I played was Elden Ring. I'm the kind of person that we said, are afraid of Souls-like games because it's a very difficult kind of game. And I was one of them. And then my husband played Elden Ring a lot, and I said, come on, there needs to be something about it. So I bought it, I played, and it does give you that satisfying feeling. Yeah, I think you described it very well when we were on stage. It gives you that feeling of relief. You make so much effort, and then you say, that's it, that was wonderful. So I played it, I was live streaming, I had to go up a dungeon, I was really, really struggling to beat those bosses, and when I managed to do it, my husband and everyone in the chat said, oh, that was a dungeon that had a higher level than you were at. But when you have an open map, you can eliminate everyone in that dungeon, so I felt really even more proud than I was. Yes, I see that, today was the day that we really had a full area, right? We really ran out of tickets. This was the day in which we sold out. So some people tested the TLC. There was a queue. That's what always happens. Like, even to go to the bathroom, there's always a line. But right now, it seems to be okay because they have a lot of PCs where you can play. So if you haven't played the new Elden Ring DLC, swing by, and this will be a good opportunity for you to play. Or you can come tomorrow. Yes, Itoriana was here, and she gave us some great information. With this DLC, well, this DLC is already the best-selling DLC in history, and it's not the first time Elden Ring has made history. It was the most awarded game, along with The Last of Us 2. Yeah, and we know how hard it is. There were great friends here who have been enjoying the show. They were, making stories. And I said, don't film me. No, I'm kidding. Film me and tag us. But we have some friends in common, and they have gotten this DLC, and they're really devouring it. Yeah, some fun facts about the Elden Ring DLC is that first you're going to have a difficulty setting so that you don't have to spend too many months up-leveling your character in Elden Ring, the basic game, and then make it easy for yourself in the DLC. No one really wants an easy game when they choose Elden Ring. Yeah, that's right. There are others like Solitaire if you want to play an easy game. Well, can I confess something? I always need to play something when I'm doing something on my computer. So that's what's bad about having two monitors. I'm always studying or working on my main monitor, and on a second monitor, I always play Solitaire. You're like that TikTok screen where someone's doing some satisfactory thing and someone else is, recording a podcast. That's right, but I do that in real life. I used to play Minesweeper, but now I play Solitaire, Free Cell, and other card games, which are easy, I don't really need to pay attention to them. It's just something I use to, move the mouse around. Yeah, I'll try to do that. But it might be more difficult for me because apparently you can multitask. I don't know if I'm as intelligent or as good at doing that. Okay, so now we're going to boost up his ego and say that he is one of the best commentators in Brazil. Let's give him a hand. Yeah, people weren't expecting that. Thank you guys, I'm touched. That's right, he's representing us abroad in many championships. He plays CS and CS2s. So, of course, I have to boost your ego. Yeah, you know that when we were split into 3 stages, I was hosting a panel on Journey 3 with Gui Barbosa on Counter-Strike. And I said, it was set for Slovakia, and I told Slovakia, come on, let me host this one. It's an old passion. I've only been doing it for 25 years. That was your longest relationship, right? I don't know if I should laugh or cry at that comment. But yeah, if you stop and think about it, it's the longest relationship I ever had. I started at 1.5. Yeah, I don't even remember. I started with 1.6, I think, in LAN parties. Have you ever had a LAN party? Yeah, people loved playing that at LAN parties. I really loved that. It was something that we spent a long time doing, and then once internet speeds were better, people started playing at home, and we no longer have LAN parties. But I do miss them, getting the guys together, playing overnight. That's something that we do. That was better when it was in person, because then you could, get in the way of your friends. Yeah, and Slovakia will be back soon. Yeah, she always has to be on stage to shine. Did you see her outfit today? Yeah, she is really eating every day, and sometimes she even brings more than one look a day. Yeah, you didn't see her, when she came in, her outfit was on point. But, if you don't go backstage, you don't know how long it takes for her to get ready. And we help her zip up her dress and all sorts of things. Yeah, there was one day she arrived at 7 in the morning, and she posted on social media that this was commitment to the art of drag. Yeah, she really is. And we took a picture backstage, and give her some help. Slovakia and I played on the first day that, it's a big contrast. She always arrives and she is so glamorous, and I'm dressed down. But, I usually just wear basic shirts. Maybe I need some sparkle. Well, but I think you're working on some color there, right? I can give you some help. Yeah, if my mom is watching me, thank you, Mom. Thank you for your positive comments. But yeah, we talked a lot about clothes, fashion. Yes, and since we're talking about Slovakia, the group of hosts here on the Journey stage is beautiful, right? We have 6 hosts, And we have Ogabi in the esports arena. And we all bring something different, but that is complementary to the group. Although I don't really like, we've known each other for so long, but I really like, chatting with the guys. I think that's the best thing in the gamer community. And from the beginning, right, as we grew, we've always chatted. And that's the reason why community-created games are the ones that grow the fastest, because the community really knows what it wants, adjusts things. So I really like that. I love being in all of these events because it's a time to talk to the people who enjoy the same things you like. You make new friends, play. And this is something that those of us who are presenters like to talk about backstage. And it really creates bonds. Yeah, sometimes we put all gamers in the same box, but the truth is that we're very different from each other. Even in our taste, sometimes you might like some kind of game and some people don't. And I mean, that's how it goes, and that's how we connect, because we have something in common despite being very different. So, Raulis, before people think that we're talking on here for too long, we were just waiting for our setup to be ready. So this is like a panel on how to wait for the setup to get ready. That's right. So you've just heard a panel on stalling for time. So maybe we should have that next year. Yeah, we talked about backstage. Sometimes we do have to stall for time, and that happens quite frequently, in fact. That's right. So now we're going to invite you to the last panel of the day, where we're going to see a speed run. It's like the fast and the skillful, not furious, but we're going to watch this speed run with a huge influencer who's here with us in the event. And this is a game that won one of our categories. Well, but isn't the award ceremony tomorrow? We had the specialist awards yesterday, and like you said, Anna, you can still vote for the popular vote. There's a QR code that you can scan and vote. But after this introduction, we're going to see a speedrun with Brino, who was already here backstage, and he's going to be joined by Slovakia. All right, so should we invite them in? On stage, let's give a hand to Brino and Slovakia. Oh, they're coming from the other side. Slovakia's microphone is off. Why are you trying to silence me? We're not, but join us here in the middle of the stage. What's your number? Number 2. Slovakia is number 2, and Brino is also on mute. But we'll stall for time. How are you now? I can't hear you here. I see, we've been unmuted. So let's say hi. Hey everyone, how are you doing? All good? Nice to see you.
Headset, can you hear us? Now you can scream, oh! I'm gonna have to speak out loud like that, you know. Yeah, they can hear you down at City Hall. Introduce yourself. You go first? No, they know me. But you're gonna introduce yourself as well, one at a time. My name is Bruno. I'm known as Brino. I stream some videos over the internet. Sometimes it's gonna be a pleasure spending some time with you for us to play something together. Nice. Slovakia. Big run. Thank you so much. It's incredible to have these icons on stage. Haules, those who don't know me, I'm Slovakia. If you don't know me, if you know me, I'm presenting along with them. I was just on my way out, but I couldn't miss out on this final moment with you, right? Let's, no, it's not a, a battle game, no. It's gonna be a speed run. It's, how are you gonna run with those shoes, Slovakia? No, it's just the speed. No, the run is Brino. I'm the speed. We'll die in 6 minutes instead of 10, okay. This is how it's gonna work. Brino's gonna play, he's gonna be Link, and I'm gonna be Link's, godmother or something. The voice, and it's like the devil on his left shoulder. Chants of Sennaar, that was the one that took a Best Game Award. Super interesting. It takes you on a trip to recover your memories, and we're gonna come out of here richer. That's the mood for today. You're ready to be enriched, so ready to be embarrassed. So ready. Not sure if they're ready over there. Yeah, but are you used to speed runs? Man, you know, not really, because I'm terrible at the games I play. It's usually not so fast, you know, it takes a long time. It's not speed and it's not a run. I just watch your TikTok speed run, man. No, that's a 1 minute video, man. That's a speed run. Right, I mean, in order to get content down to 1 minute, it's a speed run. Yeah, you have to really go your Eminem content. We have dubbing content. He's gonna record a video for his social network. He recorded 2 seconds for TikTok, and to be delivered, that's none others. Yeah, 2 seconds still holds their attention, TikTok. So those platforms, they're great. Okay, so I had too much focus on us, right? It's ways of playing. We're gonna try to play on the speedrun fashion. Please take your seats. Boys and girls and everything in between, let's take our seats. Choose one that you think is gonna be the good one for today. Yeah, this one. Yeah, it's just gonna be sitting there. Thank you. You're leaving? I am. Backstage? Snacks? You gonna get some snacks? I know you. There's a chair back there for you to sit. Yeah. Rest your poor little feet, because tomorrow's the last day. Can you hear me? No, it's just a freestyling. That's the way it is. Can't hear proper? No. I'll stand right there. Where's the game? Scenics, Tech Toy Console. Tech boys. Make some noise, Tech boys. I broke the game. I think I've broken the game. Yeah, let me play over there. I think I broke this one. I broke the mic. Now I broke the mic. I've broken the video game. Yeah, let me get myself settled here. Yeah, just have a seat. This is connected. Howdy. He just sets his hand on it and it just breaks down. I'm not sure what I'm doing there. Yeah, let's see it. But you touched it? I don't know. Let's call the tech boys, the technicians, anyone. Oh my God. Pedro Cacho, the official tech boy. And we have tech girls as well. Chants of Sennaar took the prize at Big yesterday. So tomorrow we're going to see the games that you have elected. Big round of applause, Pedro Castro. Chants of Sennaar. Oh, we got it. We don't see anything in the back screen. Have you played this one? No, not yet. They told me you were gonna help me. I never knew that. Here we are, beautiful scenario. Create a new character, new game. Let's see. It's the game that won what the best game. Wow. Wow, this won the the Moneyball. They told me it's a puzzle game and I'm so slow. No, it's just the way you look at your reality, honey. Ignorance is bliss. I just walked down here, I think. The game talks about the Tower of Babel. Yeah, it's speed, man. You can wait. So it's a biblical game? Biblical game. It's Tower of Babel. It's a Bible thing. You want to start a chant? It's an all religion kind of chant, you know. Hail Mary. Hava Nagila. Yeah, not that fast, you know. There's a key. I don't have the key. Oh, there's a lever. Okay, so it's done. It's in Hebrew. Is that Korean? Are you Korean? Are you Korean? My eye is bigger than yours, man. Do I go top or the bottom one? We're dead. No, just kidding. Moses. Let's think about a biblical name for the character. Moses. Will you open? Imagine. Oh, this is no good. Oh, he's taking a piss. Our sponsor here is the local sanitation company. Give me 1 year of no bills on my water bill. They're teaching you something there. How do I get rid of that on the screen? Oh my God. Korean again. Oh, you've learned Korean stuff. When you find the meaning of a glyph, you select and use the rotation button to get your hypothesis. So, yeah, there are the glyphs. I have to go over there. Try to go into the tank. Oh, it's showing you what you can interact with. Oh, look at that. Put the box there. Try the box. No, it's just something to learn, to read. Yeah, it's just a... I want to know who looked at me and you and thought that we would be the best person to play this game. Yeah, they're going to manage Chants of Sennaar. Yeah. I have faith in you. That's the glyph. We have to use one of these. What does it say there? Oh my God. I have to... I'm gonna spell I love you, Mom. Faithful? No. Freestyling. Let's see what we can... With the characters. No. Was that what was written there? Man. We're gonna need help. Wait. I can't walk over the water. Michele, come here. Help us. Yeah, you're good on the animal game. Can I walk on water? On the lever. Which one? Oh, there. On the stall, on the urinal. To the right. There. That's closed. You open it? Okay, I'm gonna open it. I'm gonna open everything. Open all of them. I don't think that's it. That's what she said. She looks. Yeah, if it's, yeah, we're gonna have a flood here or something. A gate? Look at the piece of paper. Now I understand. Oh, big round of applause, Michele. I don't understand anything. Let's see what happens. Okay, so when it says faithful, 3 and 5. Not this one. And we leave 5 open. Wait. 1 and 2 open. Wait. That's 1 open. Next one open. It's a cool game, man. Next one closed. Close. Open this one. And this one, wait. Look at the piece of paper. Yeah, it's 3 and 5. I'm gonna close number 4. Supposed to work. Oh man, great. Is this a Brazilian game? No, it's French. Chants of Sennaar, French game. Is the owner here with us? I hope not. Okay. Use the action button to move the glyphs to fit and consider the corresponding one. I think it's the faithful one. Did you understand that? No. No, it tells us there which one it is. Doesn't it? It's all of the glyphs are correct. They will be definitively validated. Michele, help us. Where's Michelle? Fernanda. Michele was just like your nick. Ituriani. Turiana, she knows it. I'm gonna literally, so it's about translating symbols. So basically you have to notice the places with the markings and understand, like a door that you open, the symbols were open and close. You memorize and you put on your notebook, and when you get the 3 hypotheses of the same page, you're gonna see the meaning. There's a problem. Okay, try to open up here. Your notebook, there. Okay, you see here? The bottom one, it's the symbol for open, and the top one is closed. If you go back to the places you've gone, by deduction, you can learn what means what. And from there on, little by little, you can discover, oh, you can put a translation in each one, open, closed, but what you think. Then after you manage to locate them in the right place, the meaning will be written in stone. And when you talk to someone who tells you that symbol, you're gonna get the right translation. That's easy. It's 4 languages, man. The grammar also matters. I think it's cool, you know, it comes with, you know, a call center over to Ituriana. You can call her on the hotline. Okay, this is a puzzle. You have to guess what goes in the right order. Okay, let me just go back. Okay. So, look at the sign. Okay, so go back one. My bad. Go back to the sign. First two symbols mean open and the square is closed. So go back to the notebook. I don't know the shortcut. There. So the top one is open. So drag it over there. Whoa, this is crazy, man. Now, gonna put the square. This is so difficult. This is the best game, so what's the worst one? This is a wonderful game. This is a bad game, man. Worst game of the life. Okay, closed. That's the closed one.
Viu? Aí ele...
You see, now it tells you that you got it right. This is the best game in the world. I love this game. I love it. Okay. Now, basically, what's going to happen, you're going to move forward. And now you will know that that's what it means. Every time when somebody tells you this or it shows on a sign, it's going to show the right translation. Now, you have to do that in 4 levels. And you take into account the grammar. Now, I think it's fun. But I like your horns. They match the dynamic. You play so well. One stage I'll hold. It's an inclusive game. You have nails. I got it on my own. Where do we move? We're gonna go together. And I'll be asking you stuff. How long have you been in the event? I got here at 7 a.m. Thank you, Ituriana. Big round of applause. What time did you get here? 7 a.m., man. Yeah, just the shreds. Let's, Chants of Sennaar. Great game. It's beautiful. Yeah, the Tower of Babel. Did you go through Sunday school? Sunday school, how long? I took 3 classes. This is a good story. My granny was friends with a girl, the lady in the church, and so they just got the can you eat the holy bread? So yeah, good luck. The communion, yeah, the communion wafer. Yeah, that's what I meant, yeah. I hope you do better than I did, because I'm not going anywhere. Abraham is there now. So we've got items on sale like air fryers and video games.
So Fernanda, I'm sure, is very proud of us because we're doing this by ourselves. So thank you, Fernanda. Let's see how it goes. Your family is going to be very proud of you if you're able to beat this. Oh yeah, I'm sure that my family is turning over because I'm here wearing panties, but, you know, small victories. So we found 3 new glyphs. Oh, it's the Emperor's new groove. Yeah, it's like Hebrew or Egyptian writing. Yes, well, this means the big bird or something. Take a look. All right, let's see what we have here. I think this is a new language. This is no longer Korean. Yeah, this is like the peace and love sign. I think that this means happiness. This one here, It's like 2's good and 3's a crowd. So 3 people. And this one is a telephone when you hang up on your ex. Wow, you're quoting Banda Deja Vu. I love them. Do we have any fans in the crowd? Okay, so what is this? I think we're gonna have to find out what these symbols mean. So what are they doing? All right, let's take a look at the map. You saw what I did there, almost 4 hours of gameplay, just opening the doors. All right, let's walk around. I see a lot of water. This is a watery place. So while Bruno's figuring stuff out, I need to name the character. We need to find a biblical name for them. So I'm going to give you some biblical options. Enzo. Yeah, that will be the third option. So the first one is Abraham. The second option is going to be Isaiah. And let's give them a non-binary name as well. Biblical non-binary name. Like Amenhotep. So who here votes for Abraham? Not very many. What about Isaiah? 46 people. And what about Pharaoh Amenhotep? That's a difficult name. Right, but 907 people raised their hands. So we're now playing Pharaoh Amenhotep live here with Bruno. Oh, I think I get it. I'm going to cross over and talk to them on the other side. Right, but you're undoing all the progress I made. See, it's working. No, but I need to listen to what they're saying. See, they're saying some symbols. Did you read the Bible? I read 1 or 2 pages. Not the whole thing. Did you read it or did you listen to the audiobook? I listened to it on podcast. All right, so I think that's what they're saying. Do you want to get Ituriana to help you again? Yeah, this didn't work. We might need to get her help. Maybe it's not a matter of want, it's a need. Does Fernanda know what to do? What about Mario Kart? No, it didn't win. Yeah, Mario Kart would have been great. So, Fernando, what do you say? There's a lever next to you. Wonderful. All right, let's see if you're going to drain the ditch. All right, so let's continue. Fernanda, now what? There's another lever. Yeah, there is. But they're saying something there. Yeah, they're being aggressive. I think that guy's drunk. Yeah, honestly, jealous. Do you remember that guy in the Bible who had to saw their children in half? Yeah, Fernanda is confirming it. That happened in the Bible. And did they do it? Did they do it? Did they actually saw their children in half? No, they didn't. Well, that's a relief. Yeah, I remember it was something like, cut your children in half and prove how much you love me. Yes, those were the exact words. Weren't there? So how did it go? A mother that was fingering what? No, wait, let's... Oh, I see what you're saying. A mother lost her child and the other one stole it? So they wanted to prove who the real mother was. Oh, okay. So to prove that she was going to be the real mother, instead of showing her birth certificate, the king said, I'm going to cut this child in half. And the one that got the angriest was the actual mother. Yeah, that happened on House of the Dragon yesterday. Did you watch it? With Helena. Yeah, they went to the bedroom and said, I'm going to kill one of the children. And she said, take this one. so they killed the other one. But in Game of Thrones, the child really did, you know, get cut. So Fernando, what do we do? The lever. I've moved all the levers. No one knows the code. Someone Google what the code is. Does anyone have an internet connection? What is this? Do you need any help? Sit down right here. I was watching you. What are you doing? I got nervous. I was trying to entertain them. I had never seen someone have so much trouble playing a game. No, of course I'm not going to help you. I'm going to show you how it's done, how easy it is. You're about to get owned. I already am owned. All right, so I'm going to start from the beginning and get to where you are. Are we going to split screens? All right, let's do it together. You want to do it together? All right, so do it yourself. Everyone is watching. If you pay me, I'll do it. All right, everyone, I'm going to help Bruno. Let me help you out. Okay, so this mushroom here. All right, we have three benefits, okay? So three helplines. One is Fernanda. You can call Ituriana twice to help us out. And they are asking us not to break the Xenix, so be careful. See, Tectoy is watching. This is in Korean, though. No, it's in some type of language. It's in tongues. Okay, help. There was a help button, Bruno, right here. What happens when you click on it, though? You probably get some help. And that's when Ituriana comes and helps us. Tips. Oh, there were tips this entire time. So, yeah, that makes it a lot easier, I'm sure. Yeah, you have to guess what the glyphs mean. Hieroglyphs? Do you want to sit down? No, this is... I'm fine standing. Get a chair, Bruno. Okay, you have 10 minutes to conclude the entire game. 10 minutes? Where's everyone from Gamescom? Gustavo, can you get us some help? 10 minutes. Some people want to play it as well. This is the end of the day. We're on prime time. We're the last speakers. But it's a beautiful game, though. It's beautiful. Can you see it from here? So this is the end. Oh, Ituriana has brought important information. She's saying that this is still the tutorial. Which means that we should be learning. And you're not. I'm sure this is set to hard mode. Bruno said that he's very good at games. Yeah, we're having trouble understanding the concept. Was this what I needed to do? Yeah, this is very hard. So if you go down these steps, there's another hole. This is locked, though. I see, this is locked. Fernanda, move the lever. Fernanda is saying move the lever again. So this thing came down. Go back to the other one. Go back to the other one. I get it. Yeah, I'm way ahead of you. I thought you had to speak Korean. No, you do have to understand it. At the end, you need to chant a Korean song. Yeah, we did it. We did it. Let's give them a hand. I don't understand what happened. Yeah, the water got sucked out. Yeah, I'm really excited to, I knew that this was going to win Game of the Year. It's a beautiful game. It's hard though. You need to have the right way of thinking. So there's a guy here. They weren't here before, were they? Yeah, they're giving you a hint. Yeah, they drew something. They drew something in sign language. Is that sign language? No, sign language is with hands. All right, let's give them a hand, everyone. So thank you for being here. That was incredible to beat this game. It wasn't incredible at all. You know what's missing here? To have fans. See, get the energy from the fans chanting. See, now we have to understand what this is saying. LL. But I remember the guy in blue said boat. All right, let's read it again. LLSS. They're saying that on the 7th day they created the capybara. Is that what it is? Yeah, I like that the marketing folk really chose a game that matches the stage, right? The same colors. Yeah, I'm sure that's why they chose it. Looks beautiful. All right, it said pyramid. It was Pharaoh Amenhotep. There's more writing here. Let's pay attention. That really makes it clear. Look at the fountains. So pretty, nice architecture. Yeah, everything is locked here. You're paying attention to the signs, right? Fernanda is saying that there was a staircase that you skipped over. Yeah, it might be good to go down. Fernanda is drunk. She knows nothing. Was there? No, that's where we came up. This is where we came from. Fernanda, you're confusing us. We have to go this way. Trust us, trust us. Guys, are you taking pictures and tagging Gamescom Latam? I mean, it's very hard to get this guy outdoors. Yeah, I prefer to play complex games. All right, so we made it to the pyramid. It's a Tower of Babel. I see there are so many glyphs. So maybe this is like Habbo Hotel. All right, let's go up. All right, I see you're gonna face an issue. All right, something's happening now. They're killing someone. What? Kite? L2, L3? Are you sure that the language settings are right? Yeah, this is a French game, so it might be in French. No, it is set to Portuguese. I'm sure it's not. Yeah, German, that's good. No, it didn't change. Go back there and try to see if you can buy like a dictionary or something. Do we have a helper? There's another place here. Oh, you created the Xenix, so maybe you can unlock something for us. Great game, guys. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention when you called me. Yeah, we just wanted help. What's the issue? We are facing all issues. This is the most difficult game I've ever played. Yeah, I was literally looking at Bruno's Instagram. He's good at Instagram. Yeah, but this is a game of the year, right? Yeah, the best one in the universe. So you can drink water off the fountain. Ah, there's a kitty. Let's give a hand for the kitty. I love games that have cats. You have a cat, so I think you're the one who's going to play now. Uh-oh. So if you have a cat, you can keep playing. So tell us a bit more about this game. This game won the award for the best game in the universe. It's like the Miss Universe of games. So, yeah, because it is beautiful. And it's multifaceted. It's a comprehensive game. Right, so there's something at the top there. Oh, take a look. Yeah, I asked if this was created by a Brazilian person and if they were here, but it's not. It was created by a French company. Just go like this and they'll understand that it was good. It's a beautiful game. I'm the one who's beautiful. Yeah, if you stop and think, you can go far. See? L2, seashell, seashell. All right, we still need 3 minutes to beat this game. All right, so what did we experience here? Are we happy? Yes, we are. So thank you, guys. Is it okay if I don't give the Xenix back? Is it okay if I don't give the Xenix back? Yeah, no, it's not okay. We might send the police over. Yeah, they know where I live. All right, let's give them a hand. I like this idea of talking about the journey. Yeah, the best part was the friends we made along the way. So, it is beautiful though. You see the Maghreb desert there. Did you expect the game would be so hard? Well, I got invited from the other stage and they said, we put it on Bruno's hand and it's a tough game. It needs concentration. And if you have 2 people, it might be helpful. Did it help? Not at all. And then we had 3 people. Maybe if we add up, if we had, 12 hours on the stage, maybe we could get a software engineer to come up, maybe a mathematician, a geographist, a linguist. Is that a profession? Maybe we could have done better, but since we are here to entertain, I think our goal has been met, especially Bruno, who is a wonderful guy. And in fact, you should follow him on social media. He has 62 million followers, so give him a hand. No, I have more than that now. All right, so unfollow him right now because the achievement is worth much more than the journey. So let's make him achieve it again. Thank you, you're such a great friend. So should we get something to eat? Yeah, sure. Can we get something on stage, like if a delivery service? Yeah, they would never get invited back if we got food delivered here on stage. All right, but let's give a grade to this game. Graphics, 1 million. 10? Okay. Difficulty, 10. No, I'm kidding. We're here having to entertain, talk, have fun. The last thing we're going to do is pay attention to all of the different hieroglyphs and the puzzles and everything else. We never would have been able to make it. Yeah, we added a lot of layers to playing this game.
Hey, it's great playability. Xenix, you like it? Have you gone to Tech Toy? Yeah, I went there. You got to ask for yours there, man. Yeah, I gave them my address. And I can't say because I might give a spoiler. Can we? This is the pro version. They're gonna announce in the coming weeks. It's even better than the other ones that are being released. Could I say that? Yeah, if I couldn't. So it was difficult to understand the glyphs, man. I said it. There you go. Now I understand. The Three Kings. Yeah, that's for the next one. That's a pity. That's a shame. Yeah, just, man, you know, want to thank Gamescom for having called me. I got here late. The other stage finished late, but yeah, let me stand, man. Let me stand. I love sharing the stage with you guys. Yeah, you're the man. You're the man. You're fabulous, man. Slovakia, having an opportunity. She has the coolest name. The outfit, the name, the rhetoric. You know what rhetoric is? What is it? Chants of Sennaar. You got to play Chants of Sennaar to understand what rhetoric is. This is fantastic. It is a beautiful game. Looks great. I want to get home, and just out of spite, I want to get to the next level. You know? Yeah. As soon as I get home, we're gonna download, and it's on Steam. Yes, it's on Steam, PS4, Switch, and other platforms as well. Yay! Is it free? No, you gotta buy it. Come on. Don't be stingy. Don't be stingy. Yeah, but it's an elaborate game, man. You gotta, you know, people spend time on that thing to make that. You gotta pay for it. Let's try. You wanna try? What do you wanna try? I'll be very honest, man. Can I, for real? You won't manage, yeah. No, I'm not challenging you. No, as a friend, I'm saying. And you think he's not gonna make it? Yeah, personally. So, why? You know, this. I'm gonna hack this. I'm going to hack, big time. Why is it in German? Yeah, you gotta take her pills, man. You gotta go to the shrink. Nah. Look at this guy here. That's a snake, man. It's a boy, actually. No, I'm gonna solve the puzzle. Fernanda? No, don't ask for opinions. No. Fernanda was our ethereal guide, you know, for the... She played it up there. Oh, she played it first. No? That's fake news, man. So, did she play it or not? What'd you do up there? What were you doing? No. I wanna... Let's go. Let's have it. Oh, at the last minute, 11th hour. She got here halfway, man. No, we need a tutorial. Folks from the audience, come here. I thought speedrun entailed speed. Yeah, the speed part was, yeah. Yeah, I was just messing with the Xenix here. If you want to try it home, Game Pass. It's on Game Pass. You're stingy. So, oh, now. Okay, now I'm going to play it. Now I'm going to play it. Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you so much. Big time congrats for the not so speedy run. You got to talk to Gonzalez about that. So, made the best out of every moment. Thank you, folks. You guys were at home. Thank you so much. You're so kind. You're so kind. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, if we break it, we won't have it tomorrow. Don't break it. One last thing. Turiana, one very last thing. Who's going to do the honors? Haulis? Ladies, no. You shine. You know, to bring IGN content, I don't know. Is it going to be a recap? Quick recap? You gave a spoiler. Yeah, so it's Segue. IGN recap content. We're used to IGN folks coming here personally, but they ran a video with very nice content for us to watch the recap of everything that's happened so far. Not a lot of stuff. Right.
What's up, guys? I'm Brian Altano. That's Damon Hatfield. We are IGN, and we are at Gamescom LATAM in Sao Paulo, Brazil. This is our first time ever coming to Brazil.
Yeah,
it's our first time covering this convention. We've worked all over the world. We go everywhere. This feels special. This feels magical.
Sure does. This is the third day of the show, but it's a Saturday now, and as you can tell, the crowds have really picked up. Come take a look at this now.
Take a look at this. Look at this.
2 or 3 times the people that were here the past couple days. Show floor is absolutely packed, and as you look around, they're gathering around the Nintendo booth, checking out Luigi's Mansion 2 HD. Around the Ubisoft booth, they're taking their photos with samurai swords for Assassin's Creed Shadows. Tons of cosplayers walking around everywhere. The energy level is sky high here.
Yeah.
I couldn't be happier.
It's really nothing like anything I've ever seen before. Completely sold out today. Tons of games of all sizes, tons of booths, great food everywhere. Just the vibe is awesome. People are positive, they're great. We're meeting tons of IGN fans here, which is super, super cool.
I've been surprised about how many IGN fans we've seen here. So thank you for everyone for coming up and saying hi.
It makes us feel so happy to come and feel welcome in your country, in Brazil. Amazing, amazing place to be. And the game scene here is huge.
Yeah, so we checked out and talked about a lot of big games. Yeah. Nintendo, we were talking about NES World Championship. Yep. The Legend of Zelda, Echoes of Wisdom.
Yes.
Mario and Luigi Brothership. Donkey Kong Country Returns HD. And then for Ubisoft, we were talking about Star Wars Outlaws, Assassin's Creed Shadows. We had Dragon Ball Sparking Zero here on the show. And of course, Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree.
Got to talk about Elden Ring.
Stuff
Amazing cosplayers here for Elden Ring. It's been awesome, but there's been tons of big games, but there's also been some small ones, which has been really cool to see.
Oh, of course. We'd be remiss if we got on a plane and went home without highlighting a bunch of the cool indie games that are here.
That's correct.
There's the Big Festival, which is an indie game sort of competition of sorts. I believe there are literally 100 games that have been nominated and recognized.
Yeah, there is one of the most impressive booths I've ever seen at any video game convention here, celebrating the Big Festival games. 100 games on the show floor, dozens and dozens in a row. You can walk up to all of them, pick up a controller, and play. Most of these games are small games made by one person or a few people after hours, after they're done working full-time jobs all day, and it's been really cool to see.
One of the games that really caught my eye is called Bionic Bay. I think you should put this on your radar. Here's the description on Steam. A scientist uses a unique teleportation instrument to escape an ancient biomechanical world filled with imaginative technology, deadly traps, and hidden secrets. And fans of games like Inside and Limbo, I think this will catch your eye immediately. It's a 2D puzzle platformer with a gorgeous pixel art style, highly detailed pixel art style they call painterly pixel art style.
I love it.
Super detailed. And then you have this swap mechanic where the main character can swap places with any other physical object in the game, and that's what they've sort of built all the puzzles and challenges around. It looks very cool.
I cannot wait to play it. It just speaks to me on what exactly you need to do to make an indie game stand out. You make something that looks visually unique and interesting. It's got its own art style and everything, and you have a mechanic that's smart, that's fun, that makes me want to keep going deeper and deeper into your game. This is one of those games I feel like I'm going to play for a very long time and try to swap with everything, because why not?
Swap it all.
Swap it all.
Swap it all. Everything must swap.
Yes, everything must be swapped. And, you know, it's just really cool to see games like this being made here. There's so many different games here on the show floor that just show off the sort of entire breadth of the catalog that you can get in the Big Festival games. There's, you know, there was dozens of different ones, all unique.
I think we should show them a few more of these cool indie games that we saw here at the show floor.
That's a really good idea. We actually got to play some, meet some of the developers behind them, right here at the Big Festival at Gamescom LATAM in Sao Paulo, Brazil. So, hey, check it out.
What's up, everybody? We're here on the show floor at Gamescom LATAM, checking out some indie games. Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, indie stands for individual games.
That is true, and there are a ton of small games here made by small groups of developers, sometimes just a solo developer, and I think we should go play some.
Let's do it.
Some of these games from smaller devs have a big opportunity in front of them. The Best International Games Festival, or Big Festival, has been celebrating indie games and giving fans a chance to play them early for over a decade. This War of Mine, Overcooked, Grease, they all won the Big Festival's top prize and went on to popular success. Let's get a look at just a few of the finalists for this year's big prize.
All right, Brian, you seem to be enamored with this game called So Fart Away. What's this game all about?
Well, Damon, we caught wind of this game on the show floor and just had to play it. It's about this guy with a big nose and an even bigger dumper who has to go into a restaurant or a museum of sorts and eat tacos without farting on them. So he has to eat all the tacos, and when he eats one, it creates a fart cloud, which then creates sort of an obstacle he has to work around. He eats all the tacos in a room, move on to the next one.
Is farting mandatory after you eat a taco?
In this game, yes. I actually can't tell what kind of tacos these are because they sort of look like hot dogs. Go down here, do a little fart that one out, push that fart into the corner, push this fart over here, knock this fart back over to here, door opens, on to the next room to do some more farting and taco stuff. So Far Away reeks of being strong competition, but now we're going from Stinky Butt to Halibut. Harold Halibut is a staggeringly gorgeous narrative game which brings its story to life with digitally scanned stop-motion miniatures and sets. Fans of movies like The Nightmare Before Christmas, Coraline, or Mad God should feel right at home here. You play as Harold, a worker on a derelict spaceship which crash-landed on an ocean planet after fleeing the Cold War. Incredible aesthetics are just one side of the coin, though. It's Harold Halibut's thoughtful approach to its characters and dry sense of humor that really make it an unsinkable triumph. Feel free to check out IGN's review if you want to know even more.
Oh, Harold, just think what wonders await us down there.
All right, I'm here at the area. Tell us about your game, The Amazing Crackpots Club.
Well, The Amazing Crackpots Club, it's a hybrid between a fighting game, a sports game, and a platform fighter in a way. And it's about a school of wizards in which they want to kick each other's ass because they're bored. And we try to revive the spirit of Pong and mix it with the classic gameplay of defeating Mega Man bosses, but in a versus setting. So it becomes some sort of supercharged Pong tennis hybrid.
So, bored but ass-kicking wizards with sort of a Mega Man boss fight style. I love it. Does the player, is there a roster of characters? Do players create their character? How does that work?
There is a roster of, right now, 7 cards. More are coming, but I cannot say how many.
Looks very cool. Thank you so much. The Amazing Crackbox Club is on Steam in early access right now. Go check it out.
If you're into a more single-player focused platforming experience, keep your eyes out for Bionic Bay. A failed science experiment strands your character in a vast biomechanical wasteland with a tool capable of teleportation. You'll use that doohickey to make your way through the crumbling world, solving physics-based puzzles, surviving hazards, and making your dreams of instantly swapping places with inanimate objects come true along the way. Bionic Bay releases later this year. Hey Jefferson, what's going on?
Oh, nice. Really good. Enjoying the festival.
Tell me about Null Pitter.
Null Pitter is a game about hacking. You're trying to take down some mega corporations and you're gonna invade some servers and steal data. I can choose where to enter the server. So I'm choosing the sport right now and I'll have to plan my route to reach the database. So I'm moving right here, trying to reach this database, and now I'm starting a download. Wait it finish, and then I'm going to disconnect. But it's not so easy. So here we have some Sentinel programs. They're trying to defend the server, so if I try to move here, trying to reach this database, they'll find my route and start to trace me. So I have to avoid them. So this part's not good. I'll try this one. I come here, avoid the Sentinel programs, and I will open this door. Start a back door.
Good work. It's almost like you designed this game. So when does Null Pitter come out for people to play and buy?
We'll see. I'll try to finish this year.
Awesome. Well, good luck and congratulations on your game, Null Pitter. Null Pitter's hacking gameplay looks very cool, but maybe you're more of a gearhead. If keeping your car running at peak performance feels like a matter of life and death for you, you'll feel right at home with Pacific Drive. It's a survival game that places you into the shoes of a driver tasked with venturing into an area of the Pacific Northwest, which is experiencing some pretty terrifying cosmic horrors. You do that in a car, which you spend much of the game customizing the looks and functions of, putting the success of your runs vehicles into the Olympic exclusion zone entirely on your ability to feel the wheel, conspire with your tires, and whatever other automotive puns will keep you distracted from the scary anomalies trying to run you off the road permanently. Pacific Drive is available now, as is IGN's review of the game.
That's just a small selection of the indie games on display here at Gamescom Latam. We'll be covering games of all sizes right here all week long, so keep it locked to IGN. Great catch. Thank you.
All right, that was a look at some of the big festival games here at Gamescom. We are joined by Marinari from IGN Brazil.
Hello.
Been hosting with you all week. It's been so much fun.
Oh.
Thanks for coming.
No problem.
I know you live here, but
yeah, it was a pleasure.
I just want to say we get to watch you host a Daily Fix yesterday. It was super cool. We wanted to talk about just some of our favorite things about Gamescom Latam because it's really been a special show.
Yeah, it's difficult to choose one, but definitely the experience of shooting Daily Fix was a dream that came true. So it was the best one.
It was great. Like, we got to see you go through rehearsals and everything, set up the whole shot in front of the big, beautiful stage down there, which the production crew did an incredible job putting together. It looks so good.
Thank you.
And all the comments were really positive. Everybody loved you. So, yeah, you are definitely welcome back whenever you want. Now, Damon, what was one of your favorite things about Gamescom Latam?
Well, Brian, there's a few things. Some of the my most anticipated games of the year were represented here, right behind us here. Over at Nintendo, it's The Legend of Zelda, Echoes of Wisdom, and at Ubisoft, Star Wars Outlaws and Assassin's Creed Shadows. That's pretty much like the top 3 games that I'm most looking forward to playing this year. But also on a personal level, I've actually been really surprised at how many IGN and GameScoop fans we've run into here on the show floor. It was so awesome to meet so many people. You know, we've traveled so far from California to come here, only to run into fans that are tuned into our stuff all the time. So it was super cool. Thank you to everyone who came up and said hi to us this week. It was awesome to meet you. And then finally, I also got to try some new food for me, like a hot dog panini that was a little bit messy to eat, but also delicious. But, Brian, how about you? What's been some highlights for you?
No, you're 100% correct. We were actually shooting videos on the show floors, and fans would come up while we were making the videos, and they're like, I'm sorry. I'm like, no, this is so great. This is so much fun. My favorite thing, honestly, I'm super into Elden Ring. I'm obsessed with it. Shadow of the Erdtree just came out, and this is like the first big convention since that big expansion released. It's the highest rated expansion for any game ever, and I walked in and I saw there was a big booth on the show floor with Shadow of the Erdtree cosplayers in it, and amazing costumes, screen accurate, incredibly detailed. They all had really cool weapons and swords. We walked up to them and I said, hey, can we do a video where I run in and Melania, who's killed me in that game 1,000 times, hits me with a sword? And it took us a couple of takes. It was very funny because at first she was like, I really don't want to hurt you. And by the end I was like, just smack me as hard as you can. And she walked up and I didn't know she was going to hit me like that. And in the video you actually see me go like that. So go check that out. We also shot up footage of them just in their costumes, just really showing it off. Shadow of the Erdtree is so much fun. It's on the show floor. There was 20 booths in a row where you can play it and go fight all the bad guys in that game and get your butt kicked in public, which is really, really cool. But overall, this has been one of the most special video game conventions I've ever worked. From the layout, the booths, the energy, the fans, the production crew working on this amazing live show. We just want to say thank you to the Gamescom Latam team for bringing us out here to beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil. We have had so much fun. So many great memories, and getting to work with you, Mary, has been fantastic.
Yeah, Teresa used to say, this is Brazil.
We've had such a good time here. Can we come back next year?
Please.
Yes.
We beg you. Please, guys, come back.
Awesome. Thank you so much for tuning in, everyone watching at home, everyone that we got to meet and present to on the stage over there. We had a great time. That's about a wrap for us here at Gamescom Latam in Brazil, and we'll see everyone next time.
É isso aí! Olha que alegria ter...
That's right, guys. So happy to see you. It was such a great day here at Gamescom Latam 2024. Thank you for being here, each one of you, with us or watching from home. All of you who came here throughout the day, who enjoyed our booths and panels, and everything that Gamescom Latam 2024 provided in such a long day. Thank you so much. So you've been silenced. What's your name? Oh, bingo. That's great. I mean, it happens to every microphone. So today was our sold out day. We didn't have any tickets left, but of course we're being supported by so many people. So I don't like to read, but we really can't forget anyone because so many people have helped and supported us. So again, we have sponsors and supporters, and this is all with the approval of the Ministry of Culture and our Cultural Incentive Act. Gamescom Latam is sponsored by Banco do Brasil, Sabesp, TNT, with support from Essence, Boticario, and Acer. We have B2B partnerships with Abra Games, which is the Brazilian Association of Digital Game Developers, through the Brazil Games Project, a partnership with Apex Brazil, the Brazilian Export and Investment Promotion Agency. We have been produced by Omelette & Co., Colmes Game, Gamescom Latam, SP Cine, the Department of Economic Development and Labor of the City of São Paulo, the São Paulo Association of the Friends of Art, the Department of Creative Industries, Economy and Culture of São Paulo, the Paulo Gustavo Act, the Ministry of Culture, and the Ministry of Development, Industry, Trade and Services in the federal government. And there's still a lot to come, so get ready. We know it takes a lot to create the first Gamescom Latam, and this is only the first. Yeah, the day flew by. There were so many great things, but don't be sad, because tomorrow we will have more Gamescom Latam with the big awards popular vote. All right, so we'll be back tomorrow and the other hosts, and thank you for being here at Gamescom Latam. Let's say goodbye. I usually say that we have a date tomorrow at the same place at the same time. Bye guys, see you tomorrow.
Tem?
Tenha o seu e aproveite.
Entrega o ponto aqui também.
Okay, Vess. The underworld's favorite new scoundrel.
What do you want?
You crossed the wrong syndicate, but there's a way out. Rob their fortune, buy your freedom. What do you say?
This job, it's a death wish.
I'm in.
Star Wars Outlaws, pre-order available now.
Trabalho sozinho, mas vou abrir uma exceção pra você.
São Paulo é o maior polo de criatividade e negócios em games do Brasil. A cidade sabe do potencial econômico e humano deste setor. E, por isso, apoia as empresas já consolidadas e fomenta o desenvolvimento de novos negócios, com programas de aceleração e financiamento. Seja um player também do principal hub de games e esportes da América Latina.
é o Nintendo Switch Online? É se reconectar ou descobrir jogos nostálgicos. É jogar com seus amigos, mesmo que eles estejam do outro lado do mundo. Este é o Nintendo Switch Online.